Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are glad you're watching. Thank you so much for choosing Tembe TV and offering yourself to be part and parcel of our open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, we begin with apologies. We are not able to stream to Facebook as usual. There is still issues that we are sorting out, and therefore we can only be live on YouTube. And so if you're not able to get us on Facebook, please move to YouTube and you will be able to get us loud and clear. We're here again breaking down the latest development on our political front. We want you to have a good understanding as we approach quickly the deadline for the election, 9th August 2022. Well, of course, it's 30 days to the D-Day. Are you ready? You already set on which candidates you are going to vote for, or you are still among the so-called undecided? It is about time you made up your mind. This country requires your voice on how it will be governed, and your vote is your power. Make good use of the same. Well, Chebukati and Iebc at loggerheads with the courts, threatening to postpone elections to over 31 wherever places because of those election-related cases. Are you in support, or are the courts frustrating the elections? We need to understand what you feel and think about the same. And of course, what you know about what is happening. It seems to me that the courts have a way of making life unoperational for some institutions, and some of it looks more, no, uncalled for, unwise judgments, and not putting the country first. But I would love to know what you feel and think about the same. Of course, Baba was in BUKHUNGU today, and there was an overflow. Of course, the the Biliabel factor into the campaigns. I don't know what you think and feel about the same. Karibu kwa studio, tuanze kuongea mapana na marefu kuhusu masuala haya na Kenya Kwanza na Deputy President William Ruto wamekuwa Turkana na West Pokot wakiendelea kucheza densi ya wheelbarrow na kuhimiza watu kwamba bottom up ndio njia ya kurekebisha makosa ya nchi hii. Sijui unaonaje, na naomba tu kila mmoja ajitahidi. Basi link ya kutumia kuingia studio nimeweka katika comment section. All you need to do, click on it, allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I'm happy for those of you that are getting us. Please, if you are able to get us, invite 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse. Remember, we are not able to go live on Facebook for some hitches that we are experiencing since yesterday. And so we urge you, if you are able to get us on YouTube, share that link on your Facebook groups, share that link on your WhatsApp groups, share that link in all other social media platforms, so that the people can click and find their way into the YouTube channel where they can follow the program effectively. So please ensure and understand we are not able to go live on Facebook until further notice. So please, we are only on YouTube channel. So if you have not subscribed, subscribe. If your friend has not subscribed, call them right now. Tell them we are live and they need to join into the discourse. They should subscribe and follow the discussion. The link, I say, is in the comment section. Please make sure that you click on it and come into the studio. Let us get talking. Mr. Jackton, karibu sana. Collins Ombuya, karibu kwa show. Otieno Wycliffe, asante sana. Nani huyu anasema nilikuona na maholo lini? Wewe unahitaji uchunguzi. Uliniona na maholo saa ngapi? Favor Akita, karibu kwa show. Oliver Mwasi, karibu kwa show. Nani huyu mwingine nani? Sakari Mratemo, you're welcome to the show. Kuna Nikta Nyambane, karibu kwa show. Daniel Ondieki, you're welcome. Mohamed Nyamawi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Joy Njoki, you're welcome. Kuna Daimi J, hey. MC Juma, karibu kwa show. Alafu Magi Orina, you're welcome. There is a new opinion poll showing Raila at 54 and Ruto at 43. Itafute, we discussed that. Thank you for the information. I'll look into that. Kuna Matoke, hi to you. Hey, nakwambia majina iko leo. Nashukuru wote ambao mnatupata. Tafadhali ukitupata hakikisha unakaribisha watu wajiunge nasi. Kumbuka hatuwezi kwenda moja kwa moja kwa Facebook, kwa hivyo utatumia hiyo link ya YouTube kuinvite mtu kwa Facebook ili aje ajiunge nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Link unayotumia kuingia studio ndio hiyo na kuwekea sasa hivi kwa comment section. Click on it and get into the studio. Let us get talking. Chebukati anasema kama koti ita cause delay, basi yeye ata postpone election in some parts ili aendelee na program wakingoja uamuzi wa koti. Wewe unaonaje masuala haya? Alafu lingine ni kwamba Kenya Kwanza wamekuwa nini? Wamekuwa Turkana na West Pokot. AZIMIO la Umoja wakajaza BUKHUNGU. Haya, mambo ikawa kama hivyo. Unaona hii siasa inaendaje? Alafu Megi amesema kuna opinion poll ambayo naomba mtafutie tafadhali, inayomweka Raila Odinga at 54% and Ruto at 43%. Sijui inaitwaje. Naomba wadau wangu wote tafadhali zama niletee ujumbe kamili kuhusu hilo ili nalo tuongeze katika mjadala wa usiku wa leo. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Tafadhali ukitupata karibisha wawili watatu ili wote tukajumuike katika mazungumzo ya leo. Naonekana mama ndio amefika. Nani mwingine hapa? Okay, Mama Selina, vipi leo?
Poa Penat.
Mambo
ni moto.
Naona.
Umewacha rais akisema tunaenda nyumbani wote. Tutatil na watu vilivyo. Baba amekasirika.
Kufinywa.
Anasema amwezi enda kuropoka huko. Tulikuwa pamoja, tunaenda pamoja. Umesahau Martha Karua amekuwa na 1 million votes for Martha Karua ikiongozwa na Mama Aida Raila, na wamekuwa na mkutano kubwa sana Nairobi. Hii watu wanaenda kidogo, ndiye nimemuona tena Bukhungu. So Bernard, Kenya is moving. Na ukisikia hiyo speech ya Martha Karua ni speech ya kiongozi. Na Aida akarudi akasema vile anajua Martha Karua na vile atakuwa mwaminifu kukuwa the best deputy president na kuserve Kenyans, si kujitakia. So na hapo ndiye nitaanzia. Chebukati pia mkutano ya leo ilikuwa moto. And I'm coming to believe him a little bit. Hiyo jamaa amefinywa Penat, ako kwa kona. Unajua siku ile ingine alikuwa proud kwa sababu alikuwa na serikali. Sasa hii ni Iebc independent. Ngawa nimeona video ingine amekuwa akifuatana na DP, sijui ni ukweli, sijui ni photocopy. Naona wamefuatana na pesa ikaribu inaanguka. But otherwise, kulingana na vile aliongea, akasema polling station is the last. Na akakubali, anasema anataka watu ya makaseti wakuwe kwa polling station. Amesema agents, na ameruhusu watu kukuwa na madarling centers isipokuwa ni IEBC. So there is a little bit of transparency this time. Yetu kama AZIMIO vile tunajua baba ako na watu ni kujaribu kuweka agents, vijana wetu wapike kura na wangoje. Otherwise Kakamega Bukhungu Stadium, oh my God. mambo kwisha. Sijui ililetwe former members of parliament ya ANC na ya Ford Kenya, wakapangwa laini hapo karibu 10. So hiyo nyumba imepaki na nani? Hiyo nyumba ilifungwa. Tukienda Turkana, yellow, sijui kumbe penat nani, Alex alikuwa ametupotea, kumbe alienda kuprint mayellow. Leo tumeona mayellow imesurvive, lakini ona Bukhungu, ona Mombasa, watu wanakuja, ona mkutano ya mother, watu wanakuja jinsi walivyo kwa manyumba yao. Hii yako ya kupaint yellow ndio uwalipe 200 ama 500, hiyo ni biashara. Naona mapastors Kirinyaga wametoa lori ya peace. Sasa hii watu walikula pesa yetu penat, saa hii wanatutangazia. Na siku ile walikuwa natuambia Mungu amewapatia president. Saa hii tena wanasema Mungu Gai, wanasema ati uchaguzi inatoka kwa Mungu, si ile watu wanajitembeza. Sasa yani dunia ni moto. Ingine nasikia rais anakutana, kuna rumors, na rumors always are very good because it is election time. Alice Wahome, Waria wanakutana na Martha Karua. Ichungwa sijui na nani wameanza tena, wanaenda kwa Uhuru Kenyatta. So watoto wa baba wanarudi kwao, baba mkate kasi yake imeisha. Sasa wanaambiwa wanalia tu wachakuliwe, lakini mambo ni ngumu penat. Kaboko wote watakuwa na Uhuru. So mambo ya Central tulisema, but kama watu wajui Central walikuwa wawajui, but if you know them they are good people, but Sirisao they are very clever. Otherwise West Pokot walishaamua wacha Ruto atafute MPs angalao at least, but Uhuru amesema wanaenda nyumbani. So one hata hiyo vile alisemanga anataka kura moja tu apigie Raila, I have come to agree. Ukiangalia leo Uhuru bila ameongea penat, hawezi tengeneza serikali na mnachapa na mnasema unaenda. Anasema Uhuru niko na 3 weeks kutoka kwa nyumba ya State House. Hata wewe uko na 3 weeks kwenda nyumbani na mimi. Nobody can remain. So Kenya hiyo mambo ni hayo. Mahali walikutania hatukukua, mahali walikosania hatutakuwa, wakienda nyumbani pamoja hatukukua. Thank you so much Penat.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina kwa utangulizi huo. Tunashukuru masuala ya Kenya na jinsi inavyoendelezwa. Siasa zetu ni moto moto kweli. Naomba kila mmoja ukitupata tafadhali karibisha 2 watatu wajumuike nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Naomba msamaha, hatuwezi kwenda moja kwa moja Facebook kwa sababu ambazo hatuwezi kucontrol sasa hivi. Kwa hivyo ukitupata kwa YouTube, share. Ukishare unaweza kushare nao kwa Facebook on your profile, share kwa Facebook group friends so that everybody now comes to YouTube to get the broadcast. We are not going directly to Facebook because of some hitches that we are sorting in the meantime. Until we sort that, please be our extension. As you get us on YouTube, share that link now on your Facebook with your friends, with your neighbors. Wake up the whole world. Let us all gang up at Mtembei TV and discuss Kenyan politics. Let us all bring clarity so that nobody is confused over anything. This is our country and it's our responsibility when it comes to where it goes and where it comes from. So don't let anybody take advantage of anybody's ignorance. Allow them to come and participate into the discourse tonight and be able to know what to do. Chebukati anasema maneno ya kesi yanamsumbua. Anataka kuchapisha makaratasi uchaguzi kuwe ready. La sivyo, airishe uchaguzi sehemu fulani ambazo bado ziko na kesi zake, unamsupport ama kuna nini? Alafu baba amekuwa Bukhungu, kumejaa kujaa. Alafu Kenya Kwanza na William Ruto wamekuwa Turkana na West Pokot. Naomba tujadili hayo, alafu nikiletewa naambiwa kuna opinion poll nyingine imetolewa, nataka tu ithibitishwe kisha italetwa, alafu tutachambua hiyo pia. Nelvin, habari leo?
Mzuri sana Bernard, habari yenu?
Tuko salama. Namna gani huko?
Kweli tuko salama. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Tunaangalia tu vile Kenya yetu inaendelea vizuri.
Umesema Isli?
Iko Isli. Niko Isli. Niko Isli na Oria.
Basi wewe ni jirani mwema.
Oria huku wanasema ni baba.
Tuambie
Aya, asante. Oria huku wanasema ni baba.
Yes.
Leo nimefuatilia mikutano ile ya Bukhungu Stadium. Lakini nimestuka upande wangu kwa sababu nimeshangaa. Huko ndio walikuwa wanaitishwa 75% watapata wapi? Bukhungu imejaa vizuri leo, nimefurahia sana.
Huko msikiliza Anderson jana akasema waende kuangalia umemo. Inaweza kuwa 75 people, it's not 75%.
Na inaweza kuwa ni ukweli. Alafu kitu kingine nimeangalia leo, nimeona Uhuru ameongelea kuhusu mashamba ya ufisadi, na nimemuunga mkono kwa sababu ukienda na hii barabara ya Kangundo Road, nilikuwa naishi huko miaka ya hapo nyuma. Kuna shamba inaitwa Squatter Farm, iko Ryuda. Hiyo shamba William alikuwa amechukua. Na alikuwa analeta vijana na tractor wakiwa wamejaa. Sio walikuwa wanatoka Sugoi ama ni wapi. Lakini Uhuru hakumpiga ngumi, alipigana na akili. Alichimba mtaro mwingine huko Bernard, ukienda saa hizi kuna mtaro huko, ukiingia hivi huwezi toka nje. Hakuna mtu mwenye anakaribia hiyo shamba juu ni shamba ya serikali na ni shamba ya raia. Sasa kuna kitu kingine Uhuru amesema amebakia na wiki 3. Na hiyo wiki 3 atadili na watu vile inafaa. Ni president wetu na bado tunampenda. Wacha waendelee kufanya kazi. Martha Karua naye nimemsikia leo akisema hawaamini Iebc na Iebc wenyewe wajiamini. Lakini nimeanza kuwa na imani kidogo, nimeona hii uchaguzi tutashinda. Tutashinda kwa asilimia kubwa sana. Ukiangalia wale wafuasi ambao walikuwa wa RUTO sasa wamehamia kwa Wajakoya. Ukikutana na hao vijana wadogo hao wenye wanakula hii miraa na nini, wanasema tu Wajakoya. Wajakoya wanakula bangi, wanasema Wajakoya. Sasa sisi tunafurahi. Naambia Mungu asante kwa sababu ametuondolea. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja Bernard, hata saizi ukiwa naye kwa nyumba yako ndani, ukiangalia uone kuna ule mtoto mwenye ameanza kuwa na ukora ni mwizi. Ukimtuma kwa duka anakuambia shilingi 5 imepotea, ameleta shilingi 20 na ulikuwa umemtuma na 50 atumie 25, utaanza kumuepuka. Sasa hiyo ndio kitu iko tu. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie kwa sababu siwezi kubali kurudi kwa hii maisha kama hii yenye tunaona. Unajua Arap Moi alitusaidia. Ukiangalia Arap Moi alikuwa anasaidia Wakenya wote. Hakuwa anasaidia ati wewe ni Mkalenjin, wewe ni kabila fulani. Alikuwa anatusaidia sisi wote, hata Rift Valley sasa hivi ukienda. Isipokuwa tu hizi siasa zenye sasa hivi William anaziuza Rift Valley. Unajua ukiwa mwanasiasa mpenda amani, unafaa uuze siasa. Akinafukuza mtu kama Mishra. Mishra ni mtu amefanya kazi, huwezi mpiga. Anasema tumfukuze, tulete mtu wetu. Unaweza letaje mtu wenu kama afanyi kazi? Mishra juzi wakati kulikuwa na shida ya mbolea, amepatia watu mbolea mifuko 3,000, boma 3,000. Amesaidia vijana 2,500 pikipiki. Hakuna kiongozi hata mmoja amechukua pikipiki hata 100 ama 10 wa Rift Valley akapatia vijana, chukueni mwende mfanye kazi. Na hiyo kitu sikudanganyi Bernard, hata ukiangalia na ufuatilie vitu yenye Mishra amekuwa akifanya. Mishra anapendwa. Rift Valley hatutaki kuchagua kiongozi kwa sababu
Magic umesahau amepeana ng'ombe kwa kila jamii, wale maskini amewanunulia ng'ombe moja.
Hiyo yote tunajua. Hata Rift Valley, hata sasa ukienda Band Forest yote hakuna picha ya mwanasiasa mwingine. Ukiingia na hiyo Band Forest uende Lesos uingie, yani unapata picha hizo zote zenye ziko ni Mishra. Hakuna posta ya mwanasiasa mwingine. Watu wanampenda Rift Valley. Sasa ukikuja kwanza kutuuzia siasa za chuki, hizo hatufurahii. Anafaa auze siasa, auze sera. Si kila siku akiingia kwa podium kitandawili. Hiyo mzee wa kitandawili amefanya, amekuja mwenda wazimu sijui nini. Sasa hiyo ni nini? Tuuzie sera, tuambie sisi raia tutasaidika na nini. Rift Valley watu watapanda chakula wauze kwa njia fulani, lakini si ati tu. Unajua kuna kitu kimoja William alinistua sana. Alienda Rift Valley anaambia watu badala ya kupanda mahindi. Bernard, debu niambie kama huyu mtu wako na kichwa mzuri, badala ya kupanda mahindi anatuambia tupande avocado. Avocado unaweza toa kwa store uchamushe. Ushago, sisi ni watoto tumelelewa ushago. Tumezoea kukula githeri ile ya kutoa kwa store ndani. Tunachamusha. Avocado huwezi toa kwa store ukuje uchamushe mkule lunch. Sisi tumezoea unakuja lunch, unapewa hiyo mahindi imechamushwa, unaweka chumvi, unarudi shule mbio. Ama umetoka kwa shamba unapatana naye na unakula. Lakini mtu hawezi kuja akuambie muache kupanda mahindi, muingilie kilimo ya avocado. Sisi tumezoea mahindi. Kwa hivyo hii siasa William anafaa kukomaa kisiasa, awache hiyo ujinga ile ya kupiganisha watu, kuleta ukabila. Alafu kuna watu nimeona hata ukiingia hapa kwa comments, yani juu umeona wewe ni Mkalenjin, sasa lazima utusi wengine. Hiyo ni tabia mbaya sana. Rift Valley tunapenda watu wote. Tunapenda watu wote, hata majirani yangu huko wengi wa Kikuyu wa nini, tunapenda watu wote. Lakini huwezi ingia hapa hata kwa Mtembei unaanza kutusi watu, haujui mtu ni nani. Wewe umeingia na matusi yako, ukiona William wako anaingia na hakuna mahali anaenda. Hakuna mahali anaenda. Kwa hivyo sisi tunaombea hii nchi yetu, Mungu aisaidie. Tuombee kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, Mungu amsaidie afike hiyo siku. Tumchague mara moja asubuhi mapema. Ni hayo tu kwa leo Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Nelvin, tunashukuru kwa utangulizi huo. Tunasonga mbele. Asante sana kwa wale ambao mnajumuika nasi kwa comment section. Let us keep it clean. Na kama unaweza kutupata, tafadhali hakikisha unakaribisha watu wajiunge nasi. Samahani, tuko na shida na Facebook, bado tunatatua. Mpaka tutatue hiyo, ikishatatulika ndio tutakwenda Facebook live. Hatuwezi kwenda Facebook live in the meantime. Mahali tunaweza kwenda Facebook kwenda live ni YouTube peke yake. Lakini ukipata sisi kwa YouTube, hiyo link ya share, you can share it on Facebook, and then the people on Facebook click on it, find their way on YouTube, and they will be able to get the broadcast. So usiache mtu nyuma tafadhali, usitazame peke yako, hakikisha una share na unaitisha watu wengi wakajiunge, wakajue mbivu na mbichi ya yale yanayojiri katika nchi hii kisiasa na vinginevyo, ili kila mmoja amakinike. Tarehe 9 haiko mbali, zimesalia siku 30 sasa. 1 month we are in the booth deciding the future of this country. In whose hands shall we be safe? Who is ripe to navigate this country from where it is to where it ought to be? So let everybody tune in and let us make a difference tonight. And we want to share on facts, not hearsay. We are still looking out also for the opinion poll, and then also 1 million women for mother. That is something also will add to our discussion tonight, even as we proceed with the debate. Bwana Steven, habari ya leo?
Nzuri sana Bernard, jambo?
Si jambo, namna gani huko?
Salama, nimepotea bwana, kazi imekuwa mingi. Mama Selina na wenzangu wote hamjambo? Okay Bernard, nataka kuanza na kujibu Nelvin Unajua Ruto alikuwa anaambia watu wapande avocado kwa sababu si alikuwa anatoa mahindi Mexico. So alikuwa anataka kuenjoy monopoly kama Safaricom. So hiyo ni ujue hivyo. Alikuwa anataka kuexpand to business interests zake. Okay, the other thing is hii story ya Chebukati. Unajua Bernard, Chebukati akiendelea na hii mchezo tutampeleka Msumbiji. Unajua Msumbiji mtu ako na kipara, ako na ni market kule kwao. Wanasema hizo vipara ni gold kule kwao. Akicheza tutampeleka huko. Asilete ujinga hii election. Akifanya mchezo tu tunampeleka huko Msumbiji, alafu atajua mwenyewe na watu wa huko. Okay, the other thing I want to talk about Bernard is
Kibara wanafanyia nini Msumbiji? Utuambie, hapana sema na kuatia
okay
hapo.
Vipara Msumbiji inasemekana hiyo kichwa.
Asante. Eleza kinakanaki.
Hiyo kichwa ya kipara Msumbiji inasemekana iko na gold. So vipara huwa wanashikwa, wanauawa. Poleni natumia hiyo lugha. Wanauawa alafu wanakatwa kichwa. Msumbiji inafanyika hivyo. It's true, by the way, you can search it. Anyway, let me leave that. Okay, I want to say this, Bernard. Hii ya Western huku kwenu mimi naona kutafanyika maajabu mwaka huu Bernard. I think the votes that are going to come from Western are going to be, it's going to break the history of this country. Ukiangalia hiyo excitement iko na watu, surely Mudavadi anatoa hiyo 70% wapi? Hata 70 ni mingi, hata 10% atatoa wapi? Surely it's becoming scary. By the way, this election is going to have a very big margin. The margin is going to be massive. I'm telling you Bernard. Ukiona Uhuru venye anaongea na confidence, this guy knows what is happening. Anasema tunaenda na wewe nyumbani, amfiche, anamwambia tu ukweli, hakuna kufichana, tunaenda na wewe nyumbani, na hivyo ndo itakuwa. We don't need the deep state to intervene. We just need a clean election. In the history of this country, hakuna mtu anaweza kushinda Raila Amolo Odinga kura in a free and fair election. That guy is loved everywhere in this country. Without him giving money, without him giving anything, watu wanapenda venye amesimama na watu miaka yote hiyo. So it's going to take time for anybody, for any politician to come and remove that guy from the hearts of Kenyans. So Ruto ako na kazi bado. He has like 15 more years to reach where Raila is. Kitu ya kwanza sasa ajitafute, maana pesa imeisha. Kura anaanguka na pesa inayo inaisha. So aanze tena kutafuta. Sasa ndo atafuga kuku. Wacha ile alikuwa akisema. Sasa ndo atafuga kuku na hawatataga mayai. Shauri yake atajua yeye. Unajua amesema ameweka kuku miaka mingi na ni uongo. So sasa hao kuku ataweka na hawatatoa mayai. Atajua mahali atatoa hizo mayai mingi. Okay, the other thing is the countdown to elections. I think Bernard, we need
Steve, unamwambia atafute na Steve, one moment. Unamwambia atafute na wewe umeajiri wale watu wa kufunga mfereji. Wewe unataka atafute wapi?
Wacha tufanye hivi. Unajua the same people who are telling us about state capture, they are the same people who are benefiting from state capture. So wacha hiyo mifereji ifungwe, alafu tuone sasa kama atarudi kwa ukulima wa kuku ama atafanya nini. By the way, it's serious. They are the same people who are benefiting from state capture, si uongo. So let's see kama atauza mayai 1.5 million per day. Let's see, tunaenda huko, tunaenda
tusikie kuku tunaweka jela. Huyo
Okay Bernard, wacha nisiendelee kwa sana. Wacha niachie tu hapo kwa sasa. I'm in the studio. One moment Elvin. Ngoja kwanza. Elvin wewe.
Tunaweka jela. Hakuna mambo ya kuku. Tunaweka jela, arudishe pesa.
Thank you Steven. Elvin unasema hawezi fuka kuku ukiwa jela.
Huwezi fuka kuku ukiwa jela. Tunaweka yeye jela, arudishe pesa zetu za Rift Valley kwanza, za Kimwarel na kila kitu. Jela. Hakuna mambo ya kufuga kuku.
Sawa, naomba Okay, sawa sawa. Naomba huyu world viewer aingie. World viewer, karibu.
Wifi amepatiwa ako wapi? Pena tako na simu. Sukaribia tuoni hata yeye, tumeona kichwa alafu amepotea. Pena mti yako aonekani. Pena tumechimute. Hey Penat. Ui. Okay. Wifi ako wapi aingie? Okay, meaning aingie lakini tukuone. Meaning aingie tukuone. Yes. Naona Pena tamenini kidogo. Meaning uongee. Wow, meaning what is going on? Nafasi ni yako.
Oh, asante sana. Madam Selina and the rest. Kuna kitu moja nasumbua mimi, sio kwa ubaya, lakini naweza kuambia nyinyi kuwa nyinyi watu wa AZIMIO mmeendelea vizuri. You know how to campaign more than other people. To a certain extent. Unajua, some of you are going to hate it, but I don't mind it. I talk my mind. Siongei juu ya mtu ya fulani, lakini naongea tu kulingana na vile mimi mwenyewe naangalia. Kuna mmoja wa hii nini yenu ya YouTube anaitwa Lee McQueen. Leo ameongea kitu ambayo mimi singeweza kufurahia kulingana na vile mwenyewe nilisikia hotuba ya Rais Uhuru alipoongea pale Kenyatta University. Akiongea the whole thing, lakini Lee kuja kabadilisha kuwa ilikuwa sijui ya RUTO.
Lakini Lee si mtu
ya nyamaza. Lee tafadhali madam
no, tunauliza tu
Madam Seli, ngoja kwanza Madam Seli, usijaribu kuniongelesha kwa mbaya. I'm talking my mind. Siongee juu ya mimi, naongea vile nilisikiza vizuri. Na nikasikiza mara 3 hiyo hotuba ya mwisho wakati rais alipomaliza hiyo nini.
Order. Ngoja.
Mbona mnapenda kukata hiyo mimi? Anyway, let me go out. Kama mwezi kusikiza, let me go out. Very simple.
There is noise from your end. We can't even get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm talking my mind and I don't want
to
be.
Mr. Mining, look here. Ngoja tafadhali. You can't come here and run the show, okay? You follow the standing orders. You follow the standing orders, okay? Which is you speak when you're given an opportunity to speak, and we have a right to guide what you say if what you're saying is not relevant to this channel. We can't hear you, Mr. Nani, tafadhali, enda kajisoti tafadhali. Now, please, ukikuja hapa, let's be sober, okay? Let's be sober. It's important. Lee McQueen he shares his political opinion on his channel. So kama uko na shida na kila amesema, unaenda kwa hiyo channel, you protest, or you get his phone contact, unampigia, una protest huko. Lakini if you drag us into what he said that we have not shared on this platform, ni kujaribu distract us from what you're doing. It's not that we don't want to hear what he said or what you have a problem with, but you are giving your complaint to the wrong people, to the wrong crowd, in my opinion. So tafadhali, let us work hard. And then wale watu ambao wanatumia hot drink, don't take hot drink and come to national television. You mess yourself up, and you want to mess us up. You are drunk and disorderly. Napaswa kuitia polisi moja hapa akamkunja akupeleke mbio mbio ndio uelewe hii maneno. So naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. Samahani, network yangu ni kama bado navamiwa na hawa wateja wetu ambao hawataki tuendelee. And the person on the phone was Rispa. Rispa is our fan. She follows us from Kericho. So she says she has not seen us yesterday. She has not seen us today. What's happening? That is when I was directing her that we are only on YouTube. So tafadhali ambia kila mtu ambaye is in your life that we are live on YouTube. Asitutafute Facebook. Facebook kuna ngori huko. Tunasort hiyo ngori, ikimalizika tutarudi. Lakini kwa sasa hivi tuko YouTube full time. Thank you. Joshua.
Yes, habari yako Bernard? Naona
salama namna gani?
Anko salama. Naona we are moving on well. Campaign ya AZIMIO imekuwa mzuri. But campaign naona saizi Ruto ameshaanza kuchemusha. Because saizi anapewa dozia, na hizo dozia I want to react over everything. You know, sometimes I really sympathize with the advisors wa Ruto. Because like the other dozia that was given ya juzi ya audio ambayo ilikuwa leaked out. Ruto he want to respond to everything ambayo amesikia. Saizi siku mbili iliyopita AZIMIO ili claim kuwa kuna ujanja wa wizi. Mpaka leo in the campaign bado wanakimbia na mambo ya rigging. So I'm really happy kuwa is responding to these allegations. Yet Raila is moving on, is trying to give us the manifesto and this agenda each and every time. So wakati wao wanapiga mambo ya rigging, wanaambia Raila quit election, Raila akienda each and every time anapatiana his agenda each and every time. So I'm really happy, and I'm even expecting more doses to come out so that he can continue to respond to them, time pay and move. Because since he launched his manifesto, hakuna siku nimesikia Ruto anaongelea manifesto yake. He's just fighting jamaa kitandawili, mganga, I don't know what. But Raila is very categorical. Macha vijana wadogo wakina Junet na wakina John wapigane na Ruto. But he is busy giving us his manifesto. He's telling us the agenda ambayo ana mpango ya kufanyia ya Wakenya. And then secondly, I'm also sympathizing with Gachagua. Because kiangalia right now ni kama Ruto ameshamtoa kabisa kwa campaign message yake. Because each and every time mali Ruto anaenda, I don't feel Gachagua as individual. You know, when they were picking the running mate, Raila had some agenda that he had kwa Martha Karua, like reform, integrity, agenda, and also kulikuwa na ile tribe kidogo ya Wakikuyu, alikuwa target wa Kikuyu, hiyo blog ya Wakikuyu. But Ruto naye alikuwa na target ya only Wakikuyu. So when saizi agenda is not coming out, Raila has a good agenda ya integrity, ambaye saizi there's nothing you can touch Martha Karua with. Reform, Martha Karua has to be a reformer. And then if you go to gender, he hit it very well. But Gachagua, being that Ruto he only picked Gachagua because of tribe, now in Gachagua is not coming out clear. And to me, before the election ifike, Gachagua will be frustrated. Hata anaweza amua akachana na Ruto, because I feel Gachagua is really frustrated. Like today walipokuwa Kindiki na Mturi ndio walikuwa namsaidia huyu governor wa Kirinyaga campaign in Kirinyaga. I could not see Gachagua because Gachagua should be the one who should helping governors wa central. But now Gachagua has been sidelined, and in the next 30 days I'm sure central ambaye Ruto alikuwa anafikiri kuwa ni yake inaenda. So I'm really naonea Gachagua huruma sana. I'm really sympathizing with him, but because he was only picked because of tribe, which is very dangerous. And now Ruto is really struggling. Is really struggling to carry Gachagua kwa mkono kama mtoto. So I'm sure by the end of these 30 days, Central Raila will get 70%. Because I talk with some of the people from Mount Kenya. I have so many friends hapo wanasema kuwa ground may shift. It has really shifted and it's continuing to shift, and now the central guys are now starting to realize that indeed Ruto is not a good person. Because wakati like this clip that came out, to me, according to my analysis, I'm sure that this clip was released. Uhuru was aware about this clip to be released, because he wanted to bring Ruto as somebody who is very hungry for power. Because when the clip was out, the AZIMIO guy pick it up. Instead of Ruto now to kurudi nyuma kwanza, he attack it, akakubali kuwa indeed I wanted to slap my president, because anasema kuwa anajipiga kuwa it's better your friend who slap you than an enemy who kiss you. So already confirmed. And after confirmed, Uhuru now come back now, anasema kuwa indeed I wanted to go because I didn't want the bloodshed. Now today ukiangalia Ruto haku respond, because I know Ruto ni mtu ambaye kwenda mbele. Leo haku respond because he was very conscious, because kama ange respond already yesterday Uhuru aliongea akasema kuwa mimi sitaki bloodshed. He wanted to tell Kenyans that indeed this election was stolen. You know this message, the reason why this clip came out, Uhuru wanted Kenya to know that election was stolen 2017 and he had a plan to quit. But now the Ruto who is hungry for power is the one who insisted that they must stay in power. So already the doses are coming, and I'm sure by the end of 30 days, we'll know the true characters of Ruto. And Mount Kenya guys are going to start running away from Ruto, and Raila will get even 80%. I talk some guys who are really diehards wa Ruto. Wanasema kuwa right now, si tumeshajua huyu Ruto huyu alikuwa mkora. Now we are moving to AZIMIO. So AZIMIO is winning big, because even right when you see the campaign, the way the campaign and the way they bring the agenda, they don't fight. The campaign is very live. They some sort of fun. It's enjoyable. People enjoy. People love. But as compared to campaign ya Ruto, is really fighting. It's really fighting. Na campaign yake ni ya juu ya gari. But you cannot sustain campaign ya juu ya gari throughout your life. Sometimes you need to at least kuwe na strategy ambayo you at the end you go and pitch a tent. People want to listen to you like 1 hour wametulia. But now Ruto cannot sustain this. So to me, with the landslide, the only person ambaye sijaribu kucheza na election is only Chebukati. Chebukati should come out clean. The way today he said kuwa he doesn't want to rig election or to assist anyone to the election. He should be sincere to Kenyans, because we don't want a repeat of what happened in 2017. We tested him in 2017 and he messed with our election. So this time we don't want a repeat of it again. And he didn't do it again. He do it again. We wish that Chukade chukuliwe apelekwe Hague, because we will not want to see a bloodshed because of joking with the election. So we are praying that Chebukati should come out the way Mother Karua said, that he should mind of our country and do what is right. Thank you very much.
Inaonekana kuna itilafu na network yangu. Sijui kama anapatikana. My net is developing some hiccups.
Tunakusikia.
Okay, thank you. Okay, wacha nione kama video itacheza ndio tuende kwa huyu Jilo. Is it Jilo Goshe?
Na kuna kitu nilikutumia kuna kitu nilikutumia ya 49% na 30%, na hiyo ni Central, ilikuwa kwa KTN today.
Okay. Yes, I'll look at it. Let's listen out to this.
ABC, because we can't trust them, but they are also not trusting themselves, because if they did, they would give us an account. In my view, our nation is facing a crisis of leadership, a crisis of trust. We don't trust ourselves and we don't trust one another. Yes. That is why we keep on asking the IEBC, because we can't trust them. But they are also not trusting themselves, because if they did, they would give us an account of everything happening. They would not dodge questions. But beyond IEBC, you and me are facing a deficit of trust. The lack of trust in our institutions is lack of trust in ourselves, because it means professionals are not standing up for the country. But those professionals are backed by you and me. What conversations are we having with them when we get back to the neighborhood? Let us restore trust among ourselves. And I keep giving the example of the last American election, where President Trump was captured, asking the Secretary of Georgia to find for him some 11,000 votes. And that was a Republican state. But on phone, because we were hearing it recorded, the guy is telling him with a calm voice that he has a job to do, meaning he will stand by his oath of office. Okay? We also saw his own vice president, his own supporter, going to preside over a Senate hearing to confirm Biden as president. He didn't dodge duty because it's not his candidate who won. He rose up to duty. I'm using those as live examples of things we've seen on screen relating to elections. And I want, with the women of Kenya, to ask our brothers and sisters who will be engaged in the electoral process, stand up for your country. Stand up to be counted. It doesn't matter whether you are a law enforcement officer. It doesn't matter whether you are a presiding officer, whether you are a candidate supporter like my supporters. It doesn't matter whether you are just a voter. Stand up for your country, do what is right. And I have this belief.
Okay, leadership wisdom there by Deputy President Designate Martha Karua. Let's continue with the conversation. Thank you, those of you that are inviting people to join. Please ensure that you inform everybody. There are people who are inboxing me on WhatsApp asking whether we are live or not. Please inform everybody. We are live on YouTube. We can't go live on Facebook until further notice. So let everybody move to YouTube. That is where you will get the broadcast. Koshe, vipi?
Poa, mambo bro.
Niko salama.
Umeshindaje?
Tuko salama, tuko salama.
Okay, mimi niko hapa Kenya na nilikuwa nataka nisalimie mama yangu, Mama Selina. Mama Selina
Haya, mama
amepotea
Nimesalamika, nimesalamika.
for some few days. During my working times nilikuwa huko upande ya Rift Valley na nilikuwa na hao watu na ni watu wazuri sana. So huyu ni kama mama yangu tu. I really missed her when she was away for some few days. I don't know where she was. But nimefurahi sana vile nimemwona leo ako online. For some 2-3 days nilikuwa nimemkosa hapa kwa media, lakini vile leo nimemwona, I'm very happy. I did not ask about where she was, but vile tu amerudi nimefurahia sana. Okay, now nikirudi kwa mada, sisi leo tumekuwa upande wa Kakamega. Asubuhi tulikuwa tumeanzia upande wa Navaholo huko, tukateremka Mumias hapa, halafu tukakuja hapa Kakamega na tunaendelea vizuri. Sisi we don't have any problem with ourselves, by the way. At this moment mi niko shughuli zingine nimetumwa, and in ourselves we don't have any problems. We are very sure that we are going to win these elections. Now, and there is nowhere that we said that we are going to now boycott elections. We said in a very simple terms that elections will not be held or is not going to take place if manual register will not be in place. That's what we say. And na hiyo ieleweke vizuri. Hii kurukaruka hapa watu wanasema ati tumekataa election. Sisi hatujakataa. Sisi tumesema election ikuwe held wakati manual register is in position. And nafikiri hiyo ieleweke vizuri. Hii kurukaruka hapa ati tumekataa kura, si hatujakataa kura. Hakuna mtu anakataa kura. Kura tunashinda, and we are winning by at least, kama ni kidogo sana, by 65%. Tulikuwa huko Central, tulikuwa Northeastern, tumekuwa Eastern, tumekuwa Coast, everywhere venye tulikuwa, watu walikuwa wanatusupport vizuri sana. So hatuna issue yoyote pertaining to these elections. Na mimi nilikuwa nataka mama yangu, Mama Selina, apatiwe nafasi aongee kwa sababu penye labda tuko na tashwishi kidogo, at least ile mali watu wanaweza ongea vitu kidogo ni pande ya kwao, lakini hata huko kwao hatuna shida sana, lakini apatiwe nafasi. Mama Selina aongee. Huyo ni mama yangu, aongee. Asante sana.
Ninaongeanga labda wakati ninaongea utaingia online, otherwise saa zingine saa ile sijaingia ni labda nikiwa kazini, but mimi niko leo, kesho, jana nilikuwa na niko kila siku mpaka hii 30 days tutamaliza baba akiingia ndani. Asante sana kwa kunifikiria, lakini tuko pamoja. Na hata hiyo kwetu Rift Valley vitu vichenchanga, watu have changed, watu wanangojea baba tu kuapishwa. Asante.
Thank you, Mama Selina. We appreciate that, and we value your input. It
I
makes
think
it
shida Penat ni vile ataniona. Yes. Unajua tumefahamiwa sana, so nafikiri akiona China anaona Mama Selina hayuko.
Oh,
yes, tulifahamiwa
China nimebadilisha.
Yeah, ni China. Kwa hivyo ninakuanga, lakini tumefahamiwa sana na Penat mpaka tumepatlisha. So ukiona Sally Chep hapo ni Mama Selina.
Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. On the comment section kuna huyu Geoffrey Ruto. Sikiliza, usipokuwa na adabu, I will still block you even where you are. This is a platform where respect must be upheld and the truth is what counts. not propaganda. So ukileta hapa propaganda ya UDA tunakutimua. Hiyo ndio kazi yetu hapa. Kazi yetu hapa ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anafahamu kile kinachofanyika na anaamua nani atakayempigia kura, na wewe huna uwezo wa kuzuia yeyote kuwa rais. Kwa hivyo Raila Odinga will be president with or without you, and you in fact you are too young to be talking about Raila Odinga. You are like his grandchild, so nyamaza tafadhali wakati wazee wanaongea. Let it be clear to you that way. So don't nimekuambia vizuri. Enda waambie William Ruto atakuja number 3. I keep insist, nikisema hivyo mnatuma hapa wall ninizi na nifungia. Number 3 ndio yake. Wajakoya 2, yeye number 3. Hana numbers, hana votes, hana umaarufu. Yeye anajifanya Raila amekuwa kwa trenches from the 80s. Wewe umekuja hivi juzi tunataka kushindana na yeye, wewe umetoka wapi? Doesn't work that way. So when you analyzing the politics, analyze it properly. Na usifuatane na wale watu wanakuambia kwa TV at Ruto is dangerous, Ruto is this. When Raila gets 50 votes, Ruto can get 2 in the 50. That is his size. Size yake ni 2 wakati Raila amefika 50. So panga mikururo namna hiyo. Kama miti lazima ikatwe, chairman na kukata miti atakupatia update kwa hii show. Kwa hivyo tegea hapo. Lakini kuja hapa kututisha tu Ruto this, Ruto that. Ruto has no chance to win election in 2022, and from the look of things even 2027 he can't. Probably 2032 he will still not make it. So prepare maybe 2050 if he will still be alive. But after these elections, mambo inakwenda kulainishwa, mifereji inaenda kuzibwa, mali iliyoibwa inarudishwa. 3 months of amnesty. Kama uko na shamba ya serikali rudisha, kama ulichukua kitu ya mtu urudisha. 3 months, those are 90 days. After 90 days tunakujia pesa yetu. Tunaanza na rent ya Karen ya kukaa huko miaka ngapi? 5 bila kufanya kazi. Hiyo rent tunahitaji, mshahara na hiyo fuel yote ya kukimbia hapa kupeleka pesa ya kanisa. Hiyo fuel yote tutakujia hiyo hela. So prepare yourselves. Thank you. And for your information,
Uhuru wamesema
I'm not
kuishi State House.
Yes. Uhuru is ratified kuishi State House. Yule mtu anatumia nyumba ya serikali bure, anafanyii kazi serikali, anasema yeye alitolewa kwa serikali, huyo ndo analipa rent. Kwa sababu ameishi kwa nyumba ya serikali bure, amepikiwa na wapishi wa serikali bure, polisi wamelinda yeye, 250 policemen. Kama mimi sisi church tukihitaji polisi tunalipanga 3000 per Sunday. So tunataka kujumulisha siku ngapi hizo, to multiply by 3000 for 5 years. Ni pesa mzuri tu, inaweza kututengenezea mambo hapa. So madeni lazima ilipwe. Madeni lazima ilipwe. So wacha kujifanya tu hinji iko na madeni, cost of living is high. You've been living for free. Now you're going to begin to pay for things, including police. Naomba tusonge mbele tafadhali. I think I'll bring another video before nani huyu King Dave na King Dave umerejea, karibu sana. Let's listen to this. I hope is the one.
and Boundaries Commission, that is Iebc, over the printing and arrival of ballot papers in the country with exactly 1 month to the big day. Now, Iebc is facing queries over the preparedness with questions on why the commission proceeded with printing without the gazettement of the candidates as required. And as KTN's political affairs reporter Daniel Karaoke now reports, sources at the commission have hinted to KTN News of a split between commissioners over the move to order the documents despite pending issues.
The arrival of the first batch of ballot papers to be used in the August 9th elections could have put the Electoral Commission IEBC 1 foot ahead in their preparations, but this is not so. The Commission is on the spot over the issue. Details have now emerged that the Commission could be in a crisis as several officials, among them commissioners, questioned the first printing of some of the ballot papers and the surprised arrival of the same to the country. The Commission admitting to have not been aware that the ballot papers were to arrive.
Management informed us last 8 p.m. last night, and I informed the commissioners that the ballot papers are arriving. So if there's any commissioner who has told you otherwise, I would like them to come forward and maybe state what they mean by that.
Yes, he got the information last night and he communicated to the commissioners, and today we have received the papers. Even the CEO has commented the same. We have what we call the Project Implementation Committee that is in charge of this process.
If you look at 30 days for them to be able to deliver, then the last date ought to have been 30th of July. Without that, then the actual of the out of the contractual agreement, and therefore they cannot be able to take responsibility for any delay in terms of printing.
The communication flow in the Commission questioned, but that notwithstanding, IEBC has also found itself on the receiving end after printing the ballot papers without a gazette notice in place. IEBC is attributing the delay on challenges at the government printer.
The Commission submitted the names of the 16,000 candidates to the government printer, and that was on 30th of June. We understand there were logistical challenges, including breakdown of equipment at the government printer, and that's why it has taken a bit of time.
The notice is dated 30th of June. The case law that has been cited by Senior Mwangi, I have had occasion to peruse, and it is about gazettement of legislation that was passed by the County Assembly of Kiambu. It is not in respect to candidates' gazettement per se.
30 days to the election, IEBC is almost through with part of the requirements, having published the voters' register, names and deployment of presiding officers, deputy presiding officers and clerks. The list has, however, seen AZIMIO One Kenya Coalition call on the Electoral Commission to rectify what it termed as ethnic imbalance and skewed deployment of election officials. The Commission is yet to publish the audited voters' register report, with questions on the silence over the report handed over by KPMG. The Commission has maintained they are right on track and will deliver free, fair and transparent election.
As far as I'm concerned, and I speak for myself and the Commission and the management, we are working together as a team, and there's no information which I'm holding from the commissioners.
As IEBC rolls towards the polls, any blunder that will see a disputed election will leave the Commission on the spot, and questions are bound to the 7 commissioners and the Secretariat. Daniel Kariuki, KTN News.
Okay, thank you very much. That is Chebukati and his kitchen. And things are getting hot. But in my opinion, I don't see anything problematic there. If there is any complaint, it could be the commencement of the printing. But I am a printer, I'm a publisher. If I'm been given contract to publish, I do books. I have done your book, it's ready. And I'm ready to dispatch, because if I have done your book, I will need storage. If it's occupying space, you either pay for that space or I transfer the books to you. So if I've finished printing and dispatch the things, all I need to do is to call you and say, your parcel is on the way, go and receive it. You don't need to have a committee before you go and receive the package that has come from the printer. So I think there are people here who want to confuse Kenyans for nothing. When the ballot papers are ready for after being printed, they get dispatched back to where they ought to be, because if they continue being stored where they are stored, then you need to pay for storage fee. And what is the security of them being stored where they are? They need to come where they can be kept in custody so that the security can be guaranteed. They can't be kept at the printer's place. So tuache kusoma mambo mingi na kujichanganya over nothing. And of course, among the commissioners, we must have some moles that wants somebody's interest taken care of. And so those are the ones that need to be spotted out. Na ile pickup ya kuwapeleka kamiti iwekwe karibu watupwe ndani. Ile ya kanjo kwanza, ile ya kanjo inakuanga na sengenge kila mahali. Ili ukipeleka upita Muthaiga unaenda mbio bila kusumbuliwa. So let everything be done very well. The suspicion is too much, is unnecessary. Let's just be normal. The government press, that's a different issue. So if Chebukati did not release the names to go to the gazette for gazettement, then he would be his fault. But if he submitted the names on 30th and the government press ndio waja print, hiyo sio shida yake. So perekeni continue yote, I'm sure they will win that case. King Dave, karibu.
Hey guys, good morning. Good afternoon, good evening all.
Good evening, Nairobi.
Mama Selina, how are you?
I'm good.
I respect you and I salute you. Yeah, it was, I think it was 2 to 3 days back nilikuwa nikiangalia dada yako nikaanza kuimagine. So we have some small girls, they are growing up to become great future leaders. And then wanaangalia, is this kind of role model tunaweza fata? I'm talking about the Gladys Sulei, the way she just present herself, the bitterness in her reflecting all over the face, all over everything. And you wonder, so huyu anaweza kuwa role model kwa watoto wetu wanaokua, ama the future leaders ambao wanakuwa watoto wetu wa kisichana? So I was asking myself, why these other brothers of ours in another side wako nayo kind of strong bitterness? I'm not talking about the tribe, I'm talking about that kind. Like Sudi, it was yesterday, alikuwa na spread some stupid negative thoughts, which is incitement. And then kuna brother yake juzi, sijui ilikuwa last week, anaandika vitu zingine paka kwa Twitter. Ama to slap wa Kenya ndio wachanuke. We are Kenya, 48 to 50 tribes. How can anaweza to slap vipi? Those days the 92, 93, 94, hatukuwa more than 48, tulikuwa kama 15 to 20 tribes million. Now we are more, 40 to 50. Akoshua anaweza slap wote makofi. So that kind of bitterness, hata nashangaa some comments, unaweza angalia comments za mandugu zetu paka ukawa surprised. Unapata mtu anatukana mwenzake, ana insult mwenzake, lakini the reason ajui, anampigia mtu kura kwa nini ajui, aoni vile, aoni kule country inaelekea, aoni future ya kesho ikoje. Just nile tu kupayuka na kutaka kupiga tu watu wengine kwa maneno za comments for nothing. Actually the future of Kenya is bright, and I love the way God use our president to reflect amongst the generation to come. Like yesterday, unaona vile alijipresent. I love that way alijipresent. Akafungua moyo wake, akaita kanisa, akasema now this is the truth. Hii ilikuwa hivi, na wale wenye wako na hekima zaidi walielewa kila anamaanisha. Cause aliquote akasema 207 ilikuwa hivi. Na nikaona pia 2017 ina repeat the same mistake. In other words, 207, let us call a spade a spade. Our leader alichukua kiti. 2017 our leader alichukua kiti, but aliona kabisa this in shed blood, there's no need for me kumwaga damu, acha niite ndugu yangu to shake hand. Lakini that reflection ya mandugu zetu ambao walitoka wakaanza kupiga vita serikali ambao walikuwa ndani ama wako ndani wakiiba, as the president wa describe leo as a individual, is not the government, individual. Mtu anataka tenda, kama umpatie tenda wewe ni adui yake. Kampuni zimefunguliwa ki-individuals, alafu sisi wananchi wa kawaida ndio tunaumia. So I love the way ana describe the truth now, na kila mtu anajua ukweli. And in the next coming 2 weeks, wale watu walikuwa makanisani, mandugu zetu Waislamu, Wakristo ama Christian, I come to Muslim and Christian, but the differ iko, but tuna understand God ni mmoja. So wale mandugu zetu ambaye wamekuwa wakipotoshwa na fungishwa macho na pesa, wanaanza kufunguka macho sasa hivi. Wanajua hapana, ukweli uko huku na maisha yetu ya baadaye na watoto wetu iko huku. So I love I'm just advise our brothers and sisters wenye wako kwa chat, wenye wanatusikiza, waelewe na wako kwa other side, waelewe ya kwamba serikali ya kesho na ya kesho kutwa na ya mtondo na ya mtondoko iko side hii ya baba na mama. Lakini side ya matapeli hakuna future ya watoto wetu, hakuna serikali ya kesho, hakuna maisha ya kesho, kesho kutwa, mtondo na mtondoko, hakuna kabisa. So I'm just advising them. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. King,
No.
kwa hiyo maoni, jamii ya Kalenjin, the silent majority, hawana shida na serikali ya baba na Kenya. Wale wamekula. Unajua kama wewe ni mwisi, ama wewe umekaa karibu na mwisi, unajua mwisho yake ikiisha utakutwa. Shole hata hakuna kitu amefanya Washingishu kama women rep. Akiulizwa, hata ukiuliza watu wanasema hajafanya kitu, lakini anadanganya watu ya kwamba nimekuwa nikitetea, nimekuwa nikifanya. So as I'm saying this, naona Lelmengit ako hapa. Ukijua ukweli ya Wakalenjin wamesukumwa, lakini tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 Kenyans watajua Wakalenjin wako wapi. They may not talk. Hakuna mtu anataka mkora, hakuna mtu anataka mtu anatishia maisha ya watu, lakini serikali iko na mkono mrefu. Hata wale watu wamesimama kwa hiyo machama ni ya serikali, and before election they will go back. So usikuwe na shida, but jamii yetu ya Kalenjin ni watu wanakuwa na heshima. Tumeshangaa hii mambo ya utapeli, Wakalenjin na wajui, lakini wamekuja kukuta na kuona. But si tunaomba msamaha kwa sababu ya watu yetu, wale wataongea. Ukiona kama kina Sally Koskei, kina watu wengi wametokea, wamesupport baba, wanataka kurudisha jamii ya Kalenjin mahali ilikuwa. So hao watu wachache, yeye mwenyewe Wakalenjin wanamuacha. Ukisikia msee Mkalenjin akisema hiyo kichana ama hiyo ng'ombe imefinywa na maziwa, na akasema Wakenya wakame, kwa sababu kama umefura, uko na pesa, utaki kusikia jamii, utaki kusikia wasee, unatumwa. Inasemekana asiyesikia ya wasasi ufunjika kuu. So alitumwa nje amalizwe, atarudi sasa from zero to understand where the community are. So Sudi, wale wachache, wale wanaongea ni wale wana protect maisha yao. They know without him, jamii inawarudia na Kenya itawarudia. So not every Kalenjin is bad. That is why I am here, and I have been here a long time ago and talking, because I know our community are capable. Sisi tumekuwa na Moi, tumekuja hiyo serikali yote, tunajua what has happened. Hii vijana kidogo wanakuja tusiana hapa, ndio wampigie simu watumie airtime ama ambiwe fanya. I always tell them, unatumiwa, na baada ya hiyo where will you be? Thank you so much. Penat, I'm sorry nilitaka kumuchipu kwa sababu jamii, we are with Kenyans.
Actually, yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, Mr. Bernard. Just a second. I'm supporting you 100%. I'm supporting you 100% because nimekulia Eldoret, nimezaliwa Eldoret, nimesoma Kimberland Primary School, nimeshipaunia estate for that period. I know your jamii very well, and I was so happy kuona Murkomen akienda somewhere akifukuzwa mbio, akaambiwa toka hapa, and I was surprised kuona Ruto akienda juzi Marsabit, and before that 3 months ago walikuwa na fight Honorable Matiangi because of security in Marsabit kwa ajili ya wezi wa mang'ombe na kuua watu. Akasema walipeleke security, so wamedecide kupeleka security, wameka curfew. Amerudi huko 2 days back, anasema nikichukua hii serikali in the next 24 hours ndatoa hii curfew yote hapa hivi. So unapata mtu kama huyu unakuwa anajustified ya kwamba yeye ndio anachangia wale wezi wa mang'ombe na kuua watu. Juu anakuwa kama popo, si ndege wala si mnyama, aeleweke kabisa. Okay, thank you my brother Bernard. Go ahead.
Asante King Dave and Mama Selina for that clarification. William Ruto is a renegade, and as at now he's lawless, and he thinks that by going contrary to what government policy is, he's winning the public. He's misinformed. Ni mtu amedanganyika, okay? Amedanganyika, and then he thinks that he's the in man. He's the pivot of all the events in Kenya. Atajua kwamba hajui, kwa sababu yeye ndo amezoea kutuambia hivyo, lakini huo msemo unamfit kabisa. And then I just wanted to say that Uhuru Kenyatta is the most faithful man in this country. Alisema vizuri, 10 yangu 10 yako. Hiyo 10 inaisha in 3 weeks. Na anasema tumemaliza 10 yetu, tunaenda nyumbani wote. So deni limelipwa. Ilikuwa 10 yangu kama rais na 10 yako kama deputy, na zimeisha zote in 3 weeks. So kila mtu, hakuna mtu ana deni, kila mtu anaenda nyumbani quietly. Lakini wengine tutawadisturb wakishafika nyumbani, kwa sababu mali yetu mpaka tuikujie. Mali yetu tunaikujia kwa mambo yote. Alafu Mohamed hapa anadai kwamba hatuja wish our Muslim brothers happy Eid. On behalf of Mtembei TV, let me just do that. And okay, I didn't check much of it, so I don't have details of the same. I wasn't even aware that it's there, but because you reminded us, and we wish you all the best. Whatever blessing that comes by that, let it be your portion. And we are happy to have you. Mtembei TV is a family of all. We are all here. I know you remember we have entertained one man here claiming he's the chairman of atheists, in the president of atheists in Kenya. Tumekuwa na interview hapa. So sisi ni watu ambao tunapenda Kenya, na tungependa kila mmoja akue at home at Mtembei TV. And so we are glad that you're having your season of holiday and celebration and blessing. We pray that every blessing and every good that comes by that celebration becomes your portion, and you enjoy every bit on the celebration. All the best. Thank you very much. Now, naomba hivi. Lydia jana akaja, akasubiri, akachoka, kaondoka. Staki aondoke kabla hajaongea. Kwa hivyo Nelvin ulikuwa umeongea, Joshua ulikuwa umeongea, ni watu wawili tu hawajaongea, Wasike na Lydia. Wacha tuanze na Lydia kwanza. Alafu tutaruhusu swali kabla wasike. So Nelvin, subiri hapo hapo. Lydia, how are you?
I'm doing good, I thank God. Jambo lakini.
Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Hatujambo.
Salama, hata mimi nashukuru, nasema
mchango wako tafadhali.
Yes. Nafurahia kuwa nanyi kwa vile nimejaribu siku nyingi, sipati nafasi, sometimes I don't know inafanyikaje, najipata nimetoka sijui ni nini na inatendeka, lakini kwa yote nashukuru kwa vile nawafuatilia sana. Nasikiza maoni ya kila mtu, najua kila mtu kuna vile anaona mambo. Hatuoni sawa, kuna mwingine utaweza ongea akukosoe. Lakini kwangu mimi ningeomba sisi kama Wakenya tusiangalie mtu ama chama. Yaani angalia mtu kila anatenda ni kweli ama ni uongo. Isiwe ni kufuatilia useme ni kabila yangu ndio nitamchagua. Utaweza chagua ndugu yako lakini haitafaidi nchi ama wewe mwenyewe. Kwa vile ukweli ni kwamba kama ndugu yetu deputy president hii miaka yote 10 amepewa kazi, kama angekuwa mtu wa kuchapa kazi vile anasema, matokeo tungeyaona. Hata angeenda uwanjani kutafuta kitu, kuomba kura kwa watu, tungempa moja kwa moja kwa vile tunaona matendo yake. Lakini he has been in office for 10 good years doing nothing. Ni kuchota na kutoka. Juzi nikasikia akisema Mombasa atanunua 2,000 hectares of land ape maskwota. Zile anaso mbona achawapatia kabla hajaanza kuitisha uongozi? Mbona achapeana kama yeye is a really servant? Unajua servant yule ako tayari kufa kwa ajili ya kondoo zake. Sieti kondoo wanakufa kwa ajili yake, no. Kiongozi kuwa tayari ufe ili kondoo uokoe kondoo zako. Lakini yule mtu ambaye anasimama leo hii anatishia, kesho anatishia, huyu anasema. Unajua na Wakenya wamefika mahali hata na shida unasikia viongozi, nitoboe nisitoboe. Where were you wakati mlikuwa mnakula pamoja? Sasa unataka kutuambia niseme nisiseme, nitoboe nisitoboe nini? Where were you? Mkiketi mkiweka mipango seni nyinyi wenyewe. Unajua inafika mahali Wakenya sijui tuna nini. We need to sit down. Tuwe sisi wenyewe. Tuache kuangalia kila kimepita. Unajua ni vibaya tukirudi nyuma 2000. Yaani hizi vitu za nyuma zimetendeka yenyewe. Ni madugu zetu. Au watu leo hii kitu ikitendeka watoto wao hawako. Sisi ndiye tunaumia. Naomba hata kama I'm not in Kenya lakini kuna mandugu zangu hapo. Kitu ikitendeka na mimi niko affected. Sasa imetusaidia na nini? Let us stand firm, tuchukue kiongozi. Yaani kiongozi halisi. Wachana na mambo ya mdomo, nitafanya na hajafanya. Ulikuwa unafanya nini? Umetufanyia. Tupatie rekodi yako tukusome tuone. Sie tukienda hapa ni madoadoa. Tukienda huku ni kusema nitafanya. Hii si sote anasema mimi siamini. I can't trust him completely. Because angekuwa amefanya. Mama mboga walikuwepo akiwa vice president for 10 years. Kwani wamechipuka sahi wakati anataka uongozi? Boda wamekuweko. Mambo ya kusema gharama ya maisha imepanda juu ya Raila Odinga. Kwani Raila ameingilia wapi? Yeye ndiye kiongozi anastahili kutuambia imepandaje, maisha imetokea na wapi ikapanda. Hiyo viongozi ni mdomo tu wamepewa lakini matendo hawana. Kenyans we should be focused na tuchunge watu wetu. Tuache kuwa binafsi. Ubinafsi ndio unatuumiza. Anataka aingie ofisini achote mara nyingine. Hao wote wako nyuma yake wanataka kwa vile wanajua wakienda pale watachota. Wakichota sisi tunabaki kuhangaika. Kitambo tulikuwa unatuma pesa Kenya, ukituma hata kama ni 50,000 hiyo pesa inafaidi jamii. Sasa hii ukituma 50,000 ni kama umetuma shilingi 10. Ndio anakuambia hii haitoshi. Sasa niambie maisha kama hayo. Tutakaa nchi za wenyewe tukikufa hapa na kasi na watu wetu hawafaidi chochote, gharama inazidi kuwa mbaya. Naomba ndugu zangu, tukichagua mtu choose just yani kiongozi, sio kabila, sio nini, yule mtu wa matendo. Baba na mama, I thank God. Hii wakati ni wa baba na mama. And I know it is gonna work. And we are so happy that hata kama yangu haiko huko, lakini atashinda. Na tutaona yani tofauti kubwa sana. Nawaombea Wakenya wenzangu, nitakuwa nasikiza out of the camera, nipatiane nafasi na mwingine aongee. kwa leo nimeshukuru sana kupata nafasi. Thank you so much.
Nani hajaongea? Banada ametoka kidogo. Nani hajaongea? Kama hujaongea, who is it?
Wasike.
Wasike, cheza kaa wewe.
Sawa, asante sana kwa kunipatia hii muda. Nataka ku advise marafiki zetu hawa wenye wako UDA bado, maana kuna vitu ambavyo lazima wajue. Kwanza ningependa kuambia rekodi yenye President Uhuru amejaribu kufanya hii mwaka ambayo Ruto ameshindwa kufanya for the last 10 years. Tarehe 9 Uhuru alifungua, tarehe 9 leo amefungua kituo cha cancer ya kutreat cancer. Tarehe 2 alifungua Eldoret Regional Hospital. Tarehe 6 Mei alifungua Expressway. Tarehe 23 June alirudisha safari rally, na hii safari rally itakuwa Naivasha every year for 5 years. Na ukiangalia hizo ni rekodi chache tu ambayo Uhuru amefanya in the last 3 months. Sasa ile ningependa kuambia the Kalenjins, sababu hao ndo bado wanafuata Ruto. Na unajua wanafuata Ruto sababu ni kijana yao, na hiyo inaeleweka. Lakini turudi tuangalie tuseme huyu jamaa amefanya nini? Amefanyia Wakalenjin nini for the last 10 years? Hakuna project yoyote ambayo Ruto anaweza simama kwamba mimi nimefungua hii project. Yes. Okay, pole, labda nime explain vibaya, lakini najaribu kusema kwa the last 10 years Ruto hajafungua project yoyote.
Wasike.
Yes.
Banada kuna shida kidogo hapa hivi. I think Electoral anajaribu kukuambia hiyo mziki iko nyuma, unaweza punguza tafadhali?
Oh ya, naweza ipunguza pole. Iko sawa?
Not only that, Wasike, there are no Kalenjins that are following William Ruto. He has followers, not tribes.
Okay, sawa.
Okay.
Aya, pole.
You refer to them as people who are still following, not the Kalenjin who have in fact the majority of Baba supporters are in the Kalenjin nation. So don't group them with the Udaku movement. Thank you. Samahani, Wasike, umekwama ama ni kwangu? Pole, lakini I think you come back later.
Ni kazi yako Bernard, ni kazi yako ndio amekwama.
Samahani, tutaangalia. Nafikiria bado kwa hiyo sehemu ya Ojamong. Na unajua Ojamong hakufanya maendeleo for 10 years. Ni wale watu nitaanza kucollect rent after 9th. Ojamong is among them. Owiti, Ojamong, this other one, Rasanga. Wale watu wa kufanya kazi. Si Ruto peke yake, hata magovernors. Wale ulilala Kingi. Au kujenga hospitali au kutengeneza barabara, lakini wamekuwa kwa 10 years. Rent yao tunachukua pia. So msione tu ati hii ni kitu ni against UDA. Tunataka maendeleo ya nchi. Na kama unapewa jukumu, tunataka kuona performance. Hapana kwenda kulala kwa ofisi na kukula breakfast at umeenda benchmarking. You benchmark what? Before you ask for a job, you should know what to do with the job. Unaendanga interview ati unataka kuwa daktari wa hospitali kabla uende kwa shule ya udaktari. usijaribu kuwa governor kama ujui what is governance. After that mnachukua group yako ma MCA ati mnaenda South Africa benchmarking. Usiulize kazi ambayo hujui. Na Wakenya msipatie mtu ambaye ajue kazi. Samahani, leo naongea kama atuoli. Ni unajua ni kuka yangu so ni vile niko karibu kuondoka so naomba nimalizie tu hapo. Leo natoka mapema, nimeshinda church and then tomorrow is church and unfortunately my pastor had an accident, so he's not able to and he will not be able to be part of the service for a while. And so niko na kazi mingi sana. I will have to handle all the services tomorrow, and that means I have to leave the studio mapema leo. Tutaonana baadaye. So I'm waiting for Njiru to come in and then take over. Alafu mimi nitangatuka. But in the meantime, naomba tufanye hiyo campaign, wale watu wetu wa Facebook tuwalete YouTube. Okay? Kumbusha kama wale your friends wale wako wanakuulizia kwa wherever what is it, for WhatsApp, kwa Facebook, just inform them. There are those who are calling me literally why we are not on air. We cannot call Facebook live. Please inform them. Usi relax. I'm happy yesterday we did very well. We had almost the same number of views that we have when we are doing both Facebook and YouTube. So let's keep it up. Let's keep the push so that everybody comes and nobody misses out on what is happening. Before I was thrown out, Lydia was making submission akahang. Wasika akakuja akaanza submission pia akahang. Inaonekana bado wana adjust. Ni either Chiloba ama Chirichiri. Wanaocheza na internet. Lakini wacheze tu leo. Tarehe 9 mtu akijaribu kucheza na internet, the kind of lightning and thunderstorm that will hit them, they will recover tarehe 9 2026. So cheza sahi, but that day everything must work seamlessly without any interference. But all in all, let's focus. So Lydia ulikuwa umemaliza, unajua sasa imekuwa nusu. Lydia naomba ukamilishe, ukimaliza and then Wasika kuja akamilishe, then by that time Njiru atakuwa amefika. I'm happy that we are all, lakini tuendelee na campaign. Unajua sasa tunafanya channel moja, tunafanyanga 3. Tunataka campaign watu wote wahamie YouTube ili wa watch. Wasike, it's against the law to go behind the curtain while you are on the screen. You ask permission, tunakutupa nje kwanza, alafu unangatuka unaenda kule unataka kwenda. Ni muhimu hivyo, so that the quality of the video remains the same. Thank you very much. Okay. Lydia, endelea tafadhali.
Yes, nilikuwa sijui kama network ndio ilileta shida kidogo, but nilisema kile nilikuwa nasema ili nipate kumaliza haraka na wengine wakaongee. Mimi kitu ningeomba Wakenya wenzangu, chagua kiongozi. Msichague kabila wala usichague mtu ambaye kwa ajili ni ndugu yako ama ni jirani yako. Chagua kiongozi ambaye ana maono, anatupeleka mahali. Kenya tumelia siku nyingi, mtu anakuja anakuambia nitafanya, lakini ni kama over 30 years nikikuwa kutoka utotoni mpaka leo hii. Kila wanasema hakuna mtu amewahi timiza. Nashindwa. Hii wanasema ni nini na iko wapi? Na ni nani anastahili kutimiza? Ni nani? Kwa vile anasema nikiingia nitafanya, lakini hakuna atoon, yani ni percentage ndogo sana watu wanatimiza yale wanaahidi wananchi. Mimi kitu ningeomba tafadhali kwa Kenya wenzangu, tuwe na amani, tuchague kiongozi, na nawaomba wakati huu wacha serikali iwe ya papa na mama. Wacha iwe ya papa na mama. Let us have a change. Achana na ya mambo ya kupigiwa mdomo usiku na mchana na uoni chochote. Chagua mtu ambaye unaona ataweza kukupeleka mahali. Hata haya matusi mengi, unajua mimi nashindwa Wakenya tulipeleka wapi heshima? Mtu anaingia hata hana heshima, anasema huyu mzee. Kwani wewe uombi kuwa mzee? Unataka kufa baada ya miaka 30 years you have gone? Anasema huyu mzee haoni ameseeka. Yaani wewe uombi kuwa mzee? Ama baba yako saa hii kama yuko ufurahi kuona babako, unataka afe na miaka 20? Yo, Wakenya tumekosa heshima mahali fulani, hata nashindwa. Tuheshimu, yaani tuheshimiane. Let us have boundaries. Huyu ni mkubwa wangu, huyu ni mdogo wangu, hata kama anakuongoza kwa njia yoyote, lakini heshima. Midomo yetu tukaifunge, tutamke maneno ya baraka kama Wakristo. Kwa wale tuko sijui wale tuko Wakristo tunajua neno ni nini. Wewe ukataja one verse from the Bible na kila unasema ni kinyume na kila umetaja. Never. Wacha kusoma Biblia kama storybook. Soma ukiwa na maono, ukiwa na Holy Spirit ya kukufafanulia imesema nini. Wewe unasema Biblia inasema, okay, inasema na wewe unatenda nini? Tuombe tuwe na amani, tuwe watu watulivu. Kila tunasema kiwe ni hivyo. Na nawaomba tafadhali. Nitakuwa mfupi kwa hayo, lakini wakati huu wacha serikali iwe ya baba na mama. Ndio maombi yangu. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Lydia, tunashukuru. That's clear enough, and it's an important campaign that we will have to do. And I believe one of the things that the new government has to undertake is that deliberate aspect of instilling right values. Tulisahau kufundisha discipline, ndiposa watu wanasema chochote mahala popote to anybody. Our education system, there is a phrase I always use. I went to school when school was still school. When the teacher was holistic. It was not just 1 + 1. The attitude of answering was an issue. If you did not stand straight, was an issue. If you pocketed, it was an issue. So the teacher was holistic. Not he came, he said, he went. So we have to concentrate on that. Parenting has to be reviewed, and that has to be taken as a serious responsibility. We cannot have a solid nation that is built on no values. This runaway misbehavior cannot help this country. And so we must own up. I'm very happy that that is being brought up, and we need to ensure that. So as we sanitize our politics, we need to begin to sanitize that the new crop of politics that will come will be clean, like what Mother Karua has introduced, that has rendered Kina Moses Kuria and the other, he calls them what? Shiko calls them begeges, okay? The other begeges can go, okay, and purge their mouth and learn to behave. Politics doesn't have to be insult, doesn't have to be demeaning. If I want to, tomorrow I'll be teaching on excellence, okay? Excellence is surpassing, going above average. So, wewe ukunidunisha haikuboreshi. Lakini ukiboresha kile uko nacho kuliko changu, utakuwa mbele yangu. So you don't have to demean me so that you look better. You just need to improve yourself. You will be better. So hii story ya kuita huyu mganga, ita huyu mlevi, ita huyu useless, ndio wewe uonekane. That means you have refused to improve yourself. You want to reduce everybody else so that you look better. And that's bad, because you are making every other person stand. You stand in the door, wewe uingie na utaki wengine waingie. Umekuwa mfarisayo. So that I don't get back to preaching. Thank you very much, everyone, for sticking by. Njiru, the next person to make submission is Wasike. And please, let's watch our language. Even if I'm not here, let's watch what? Our language. No profiling of communities. William Ruto has lawyers who are supporting him. At least I know 2. The ones we have donated is Weta and Mdavat. They are lawyers. We cannot deny they are lawyers, okay? But we have donated them to go and support William Ruto. And then he has supporters Jichopevu, okay, he is also supporting him. He's not a Kalenjin. So let's not profile communities and say the Luyas are this and the Kikuyus are this and all that. We make people who are genuinely loving this country, want to do the right thing for this country, be lost in the grouping called the Kalenjin or the Luyas or the Landis. Let's talk about the Kenyans of goodwill who wants the country to move forward. They are pulling for this. And they are these other Kenyans that we are yet to convert. They are yet to see the light. They are still on the way, okay? They have taken another route. But we are the majority as far as doing good is concerned and making sure that whatever that is good for this country happens. And the opinion polls, mtakuja, Martin is here, nani atakuja baadaye, mta-analyze hizo, alafu later on when we finish our Sunday service tutaonana jioni, nikukujia sadaka ya huku, nitachukua ya kule, okay, nikimaliza nitakujia hapa, sawa sawa. Nani anakasirika? Mark the person yule anakasirika ati nitakujia sadaka, nikikuja nitakujia sadaka, sawa sawa. God bless you guys. I leave you in the able hands of Njiru, and the other crew will be joining me. But usisahau campaign. Watu wa Facebook tusiwawache nyuma, tuwabebe, tuwalete YouTube. Make sure they subscribe. So help into the campaign. I've even shared into the Mtembei TV WhatsApp group. Please help people locate the show. Kuna watu wanatafuta sahi literally where the show is. They are calling and asking. Help them locate it so that the viewership does not drop simply because we are not running the 3 channel that we usually run. So sawa. God bless you Njiru. Give to Wasike to proceed, then Martin, alafu wengine wanaanza kurudia. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Bernard, for giving us, and specifically for giving me this opportunity to help you. I know you really do an amazing job here, and thank you for being available to start this session. So I hope we are going to do an excellent job here. Hata ukitusikiliza kwa background, I know you'll be admiring what we are doing and what we are saying. So tunaweza kupumzisha sasa, sababu tunataka uende upumzike, sababu kesho ni Sunday na lazima wauminifu wahubiriwe. So it's always good you go and take rest. Thank you very much. And yes, kama uko na kitu ya kuongeza before we give Wasike.
No, let Wasike take it. I can't play a video now. All the videos are yet to be downloaded, but Makiadi and Themba will handle that. Have a great show. Please don't forget the campaign. Let everybody tune in. Bless you. See you later. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Wasike, go ahead.
Asante kwa kunipa fursa. Nilikuwa nimeanza vibaya na naomba msamaha kwa wale labda walinisikiza kwa ubaya. Lakini nilikuwa nataka ku-highlight vitu ambayo Uhuru amefanya kwa hizi miezi mitatu ambayo imepita. Ni vitu mingi ambayo kama angekuwa na deputy ambaye anamfuatilia ama anamfuatilizia kimsaidia kazi, angekuwa mbali sana. Kuna vitu ambazo amefanya ambayo ni ya muhimu sana. Inaonekana ni vitu vichache lakini ukivichunguza kwa undani unaona ni kitu ya maana sana, kama kuleta safari rally Kenya, ambayo hiyo safari rally imechangia katika economy ya Naivasha. Actually hata saizi watu wanasema tunaenda Vasha. Hawajui ni nani alileta hiyo shughuli yote ikaja Kenya. Haya, jambo lingine ni kwamba upande ule mwingine wa UDA, si ati kuna watu wabaya, sababu nimeangalia hata ukiangalia wale kina Murkomen, kina Ndindi Nyoro, ni vijana wadogo ambao wanaweza saidika kwa serikali ya baba, kwa sababu they have the brains, they know, but kitu ambayo imekuwa inawasumbua ni pesa. Kwa sababu ukiangalia mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro kule kwao amefanya kazi nyingi, hata hawezi campaign, hahitaji hata campaign, watu watampigia kura. Ukiangalia upande wa Kipchumba Murkomen pia amefanya vitu, kulingana na maneno ya sheria amesaidia sana, lakini baba na mama wakiingia, those are the brains that we need in Kenya. Bora tu zisikuwe corrupted na maneno ya pesa, because they are good boys who can do a good job. Alafu jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kuhusu IEBC na courts. Na hii jambo nilisema juzi na jana. Koti zetu za Kenya zinafaa zijue kwamba kuna watu ambao wajue kwamba election in Kenya ni kitu sensitive sana, na wasipo work hand in hand na zile commission ambazo zimewekwa pale, IEBC in particular, kutakuwa na quagmire ambayo inaweza leta shida wakati wa election. Unanipata? So koti zetu nilikuwa nataka kuwahimiza kwamba kama kuna kesi ambayo ina affect voting hiyo ya tarehe 9, inafaa wa dispense as fast as possible, kwa sababu angalia sasa confusion yenye imeletwa. Makaratasi yameprintiwa, makaratasi yamefika Kenya, lakini kuna kesi kotini ambayo ina affect zile printed ballots, na ule mwenye ameprint ballots kule ni mwanakandarasi pia, anakwambia wewe nimefanya chenye uliniitisha, sasa mimi siwezi rudisha hizi makaratasi, unaona? Kwa hivyo hapo naye koti zetu lafaa ziwe very very careful about elections in Kenya. Alafu leo nilikuwa nimeona Ruto ameenda West Pokot na ameenda Turkana. Kule Turkana na West Pokot naona Ruto atagawanya kura na baba labda 50 kwa 50, kwa sababu mimi mwenyewe nimekulia West Pokot na tarehe 6 mimi naenda kupigia Lonyangapo kura. So naona pale Ruto pale amefikia sasa, anajaribu kuokota zile kura ndogo ndogo ambazo anaweza claim kwamba ako na ushawishi naye, lakini kufikia sasa I think it's very clear that Ruto is going to lose, and is going to lose kwa sababu ya double speak. Mtu ambaye haizi sema ukweli, hata akikwambia asubuhi, akikusalimia asubuhi, wewe jua ni jioni, kwa sababu ni mwongo. Jana nimemwona akikuwa kwa KTN Town Hall, anaulizwa kuhusu maneno ya railway. Wakamuuliza vizuri sana, hii railway inaenda paka Naivasha, na kulingana na economist wake mwenyewe David D alikuwa anasema hii railway it's not profitable. Wakamuuliza bado unasimama na maneno ya David D? Akashindwa kabisa kueleza, kwa sababu yeye mwenyewe amekuwa akiongea hii port hatuitaki, hii railway hatuitaki, na alikuwa serikalini. Ile nataka kuwahimiza wa Kenya wachunguze uongozi unavyoenda, kwa sababu ile roho iliguza Uhuru mpaka akasema wacha ni support ndugu yangu Raila. It's a very rare thing in the world kupata leader ambaye ana support the opposition. Inamaanisha huyu leader ameangalia opposition na akaangalia beyond the opposition, akaangalia huyu mtu he has Kenya at heart. Afadhali nichague huyu mtu hata kama anani oppose mimi, lakini kuna ideas ndani ya huyu mtu ambaye inaweza saidia Kenya iende mbele. That's what we want to see. Alafu Uhuru amekuja Uhuru juzi ameita pastors kutoka Central, akawaambia kinagaubaga kile kitu ambayo ilimfanya yeye achague kumfuata baba na mama, na aliwaambia vizuri sana yeye hangetaka kuona bloodshed ikikuwa wapi, Nairobi na Kenya nzima, kwa sababu ilikuwa ishaanza tayari. Na yeye Ruto alikuwa anasema lazima tukalie kiti, of which ukiangalia kiti na uangalie maisha ya watu, unaona? So Uhuru alikuwa anaangalia maisha ya watu na Ruto anaangalia kiti, anaangalia power. This is a person who is power hungry. Yeye hataki kujali so long as amepata ile power. So wa Kenya tusijaribu kufanya mistake, tuweke mtu ambaye yeye kazi yake ni kuangalia power. He just after power. Na ukiangalia hao watu wote ambao Ruto amesaraundiwa na Ruto, wengine wana makesi, na wale ambao wana akili wote wamekuwa compromised. Unaona kama Ndindi Nyoro yeye amekuwa compromised na maneno ya shares ya KPLC. Murkomen haizi tembea huko kwao kwa sababu gani? Amekuwa akifuata Ruto. Ukiangalia mtu kama Oscar Sudi is not a learned person. Hata chenye anaongea it's just insightful. Yani akiongea tu ana insight. So tuangalie the type, na huo wanasema mtu mwenye watu ambao wanakusurround, hao ndo watu tunaweza gauge. Tell me your friends and I tell you who you are. So Wakenya, mimi nawaomba tarehe 9 tuamke tuchague mtu ambaye ametujali miaka zote. Na hii inaendea vijana kwa sababu vijana wamechanganyikiwa, hawajui wapi ni wapi watapiga kura. Unajua vijana ni rahisi sana wakuwa convinced na maneno ya huyu amevaa suti mzuri, anatoa speech vizuri. Angalia substance, achana kuangalia huyu amevaa vizuri nini na nini. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa na bado niko kwa show. Asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bwana Wasike. Nilikuwa nataka tu kuongeza tu kitu moja. Kuna pahali umesema that elections are very sensitive in Kenya. I just wanted maybe to tell you that in Kenya we have so many things which are sensitive. So it is not only the election alone. So leadership is also something which is sensitive in Kenya. Our issues of courts, they are also things which are sensitive in Kenya. So I think maybe on that you can expand your thinking in terms of sensitivity in Kenya. We have so many things which are sensitive, so not only that. But anyway, your contribution was good. That was the only addition I wanted to add in your contribution. Thank you, and we admire your participation. Martin Deto.
Vipi mtu wangu?
Tuko hapa kabisa. Na ni aje leo hujavaa yellow? Yuko hapa.
Nilifunzwa ile singine niambiwa niende nikachange bwana. Mliniingilia.
Hata reflector ni ya yellow.
Ai, mlinichapa bwana, ikabidi niende nikabadilishe.
Unajua hata kama ni rangi yenyu, hiyo rangi mulikubali iende.
Sasa nyinyi mnavaa yellow badala muangalie mimi ni Mkamba, nyinyi mnaangalia UDA. Ala.
Ulidonate rangi yenyu, sasa rangi yenyu imeenda. Haya, karibu.
Asante sana. Nice to see you sir. Ile kitu tu nitaongezea nani Wasike ameenda na leo amevunja kuvunja. Bernard angekuwa hapa ameenda backstage, but shughulikia hiyo hiyo nitakuachia ndo uko usukani, alafu mwambie achungange watoto akikuja. Unajua we always say hii channel ni kubwa na watoto hawafai kusikika, lakini ameenda backstage. Hiyo nitakuachia, si yangu, siko kwa hiyo kiti yako. Wewe ndio baba yetu leo. Actually, Njiru, to tell you the truth, hata ile kitu imenileta sana leo, because I have a lot of things to do today, but I've been sitting here kidogo. Bernard alikuwa anateseka kidogo, so my biggest question is, let's jakuja na
just 1 minute kuna watu wameenda curtain. We have Wasike and World View. In 30 seconds you will be dropped if you are not going to be on video. Thank you.
Yeah. So mimi hata leo sijakuja in a point of authority. Today nimekam actually to seek advice. And the reason I'm seeking this advice is this thing of I know kuna watu wameongelea, lakini nilikuja maybe isha answer, but maybe the people that here can answer me if anybody has authority on how to tell me about this one. I've been wondering, okay, so the papers, ballot papers, they've been delivered. Are these ballot papers blank, or do they have candidates in them? Why I'm asking this? Even us in AZIMIO, and even some in UDA, they haven't chosen which one is going to be on the ballot. So easy ballot is a presidential, is the sixth, the whole thing that we have. Who is on those ballot papers? Is Sakaja there? Is Sonko there? Is Kina Lynette there? Who's on these ballot papers that have been delivered? Or are they just blank so that now we come and fill the candidates? Because even us in Azimio, there are places where we're still telling people, okay, hii wachia nini waipa, hii wachia ule, hii fanya hivi. We are not even decided yet. So who is in this, and when were they decided to be that these are the people who are going to be? What's on this? I mean, can we have what do you call this? Can we have a sample to see what names are there? You know, what is this? If anybody knows, because this is my biggest thing this week, when I saw that the ballot papers have been delivered, and I know we're still negotiating with some people and whatever, and how we're going to do this, we are not even there yet. And again, I am so saddened to see a whole country that had pen paper importing ballot papers. Really? Is this a country? Where are we? We can't print our own ballot papers and trust them? Which country are we running? We still import even toothpicks even today. Na tuko na miti zote huko. Anyways, ukachukua ukagrind ka toothpick na ukakaset vizuri kwa dini, kwa kakikombe na plastic tunaweza pata huko. Zimejaa kila mahali, takataka. And put them. Which country are we in? What are we doing? Where are we going? Sometimes I look at it and even our money we import, at least it gets printed somewhere else. Whose money is it? Is it Kenyan money or is it the other country? Kwanza mna import kutoka Greece ballot papers for real? Na zinakuja very well packaged. Inakuwa an event. Even the leader of that IEBC does not know anajua the previous day. So who was doing this? Is Chebukati on this thing, or who was doing this thing? Like, I get so mad. And especially after living in different countries where we can make everything on ourselves. Something is not that much. Some of them start their businesses under, on the garage. The printing. I used to work for a printing company, a big printing company in a place. But the owner started in the basement of his, in his basement. Really, guys, are we so behind? And we're trying to get into a first world country. And we are so respected as a Kenya. Because now we're the hub of East Africa, which is growing. We just said Congo come in. What are we doing as youths? And that's what I'm saying. Njiro, I thank you so much for giving me that opportunity. I also think there's a point that we're going to have to change our constitution and take it back, especially when it comes to deputy. Because we just played with fire, and now the fire is coming to hit us. And that's why the guy is running and calling the president and this and co-presidency. We can never have a co-presidency again in our life. So, and even this thing of being tied by the show, by the what is you can't fire somebody. I was against the thing that Moi would fire his deputy on the roadside, but I'm again going back to that we need a deputy that can be capped, because this guy held Uhuru hostage for the first time. The second time Uhuru knew that that's hata ukifanya, there's nothing, So, and I think Uhuru is a good man. I never liked him. I've never voted for him. I was against him. Actually, there was a time, when we wanted to secede, I was actually for it. I was like, let's secede. This is just an abusive marriage. Tulikuwa tumesema tutafungia Central na Kale hapo, alafu tuweke country yetu huko, na watu wakiruka wanakuja na passport, bado ni wetu, South and North Sudan. So basically, why did I go through that route? Is because I'm telling Kenyans, yes, we already know who's going to win. And this is going to be Yamadarao. I think at this point, I'm going almost to 80% with authority on that one. Itakuwa Yamadarao, but we realize what just happened to us. Unajua, we were brushed. Hivi, tulipitana tu na Satan. But we will be fine. Now, people, I was talking somewhere in Jiro yesterday, and someone was telling me, why isn't Uhuru campaigning for Raila then, if he's supporting him? And I told them, sometimes campaigning for somebody is not standing on the rooftop of a car. You can do it psychologically. If you listen, Uhuru is actually campaigning for Raila very badly, sana. You realize that every time he says, even what he talks today, what he's saying, and he will not mention names, but he will say something. But the people, the Kinanjiros of this world, understand what he just said. So he's doing that campaign on the older guys that they understand what he's saying without saying it. And if you remember, your parents sometimes will tell you something without having to say it or elaborate it or put it right there. So he's really campaigning for RUTO psychologically. But I think it's next week or something, Jiro will tell us. He has a meeting coming soon. I know something is going to happen. He has a meeting with the Kikuyu guys, and I think, Jiro, you will tell us. I think you know about it. He has a meeting, I think it's next week or the next week after that. And I also know soon he might be going, Palikenda Kuisha, he will be going to Bondo with one man, Raila Odinga. And as I finish, I want to wish Raila Odinga and Mother Karua a good governance, and may they change our country, because we know they are going to be. As Kenyans, please, let's understand now we have a chance to change our Kenya forever and put it where it needs to be in the maps of this world. So mwenye wanatusikiza, kama bado uko ile side ingine, tafadhali anza kugeuka. Kama uko katikati, anza kugeuka. Kujeni tuende si wote. Inaitwa AZIMIO la Umoja, the Declaration of Unity. We become one Kenya, we move as one Kenya. And then we don't have to export our people again to other worlds. We can make our own world in Kenya, by Kenya, made by Kenya, and make our industries even export to the US things that are made in Kenya. So thank you guys. I appreciate you, listeners, and the guys that are here. Nitakuwa hapa for a while, Njiru. Kama kuna mtu akona rebut, akona question, nitakaa hapa hivi, maybe I'll be here for another 10 minutes if anybody wants to ask me anything. And then I'll probably take off, and then I'll come back again. I have a couple of errands to do. It's a weekend. I never get this chance. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Bwana Martin. I don't know if you can allow me to attempt some of your questions, even if I know they are difficult, because I also like challenging questions. Kama hizo umeturushia hapa, if you can allow me, maybe as part of my presentation today, I try to attempt your questions. I would be happy before we also open the platform, because nafikiria karibu kila mtu ameongea. Sasa sijui Joshua umeongea? Maybe to say, Joshua, have you spoken?
Nimeongea.
Okay, so that now we do another round. Just
but Boniface bado.
Oh, Boniface. Well, okay, Boniface Kabita. Okay, sawa. So Boniface, we will have you, but allow me do this attempt. Okay, Bwana Martin, question number 1. Why are ballot papers being printed outside the country? It's simple. One thing which I will tell you is that there are so many, and I want to talk in generality, and the people should not say I've said something bad. In inefficiencies, I will just use the word inefficiencies. How many vital things in our country have we done in a deadline we need to do them? Let's take an example. A company X owned by Martin Deto, company Y owned by maybe Joseph somewhere. We need over, because it is not on. So you see, like we have, let's say we have 20 million voters, and every voter needs 6 ballots. Those are over 120 120 million ballots with some excesses, let's say 150 million ballots, maybe probably, with the security features, and without disappearing within the country, without a box you are printing in Nairobi, and maybe one box to disappear to Kitui, another box for councillor, mtu mwingine azinunue, they disappear in Longayani. I want you to start visualizing that one. So I'm not saying if they are printed outside the country, the same issues cannot happen. But we as Kenyans, have we been effective? For so long, we had even tried to build roads in Kenya. We could hardly finish them. And the issue was not money. So what I want to say is that even if you give that 3 billion to a Kenyan company, are you sure by election date all the ballot papers will be in over 40,000 polling stations? That is the question we need to ask here. And my question is no. We need to see Kenyans being effective. We want to see Kenyans who have companies delivering on some short issues so that we can task them on a very crucial activity of a country election. At the moment, I do not see a company in Kenya which can consistently, effectively, and faithfully handle that task. Number 2, you know what happens with the international contracts, kickbacks, so many other things. Could it be also it is a concept of the people who are giving those jobs outside? Maybe they want the job to be more expensive because they want it to become international. It's just a question. Then the other thing is, if that printing is done in Kenya, are we assured of the quality? The people involved, are they going to deliver the job, deliver it faithfully? So what I'm saying is that in Kenya, it is still work in progress to develop the level of trust whereby I can participate in an election which materials have been supplied by a Kenyan. We have to start building trust in other areas. You can imagine we are still struggling with identifying whether a degree is true or fake. At the moment, we are struggling we need an institution, we need to hire lawyers, we pay them millions of money to decide whether a degree is good or bad. And whereas we know that degrees are watermarked and given in universities. I want you to think about that. We can't say this degree is fake or not. What about a ballot paper? I can tell you 100,000 ballot papers will appear in a certain polling station, and when you ask the people who have brought to identify true and good ballot papers, I don't know if they will be able to identify. Just imagine, we can't identify a ballot in a degree certificate. People have fake degrees, and the courts are still in limbo. They don't know whether it is. I don't know. I don't want to go to that. So the other issue, you are talking about Uhuru campaign. Let me tell you, in politics, we have what we call direct campaign and supportive campaign. And they depend with the status of the somebody you want to support. Raila Odinga, the status of Raila Odinga is not a political infant. So you don't expect when you want to support Raila or you want to give Raila support, you start giving him direct support. It will not work. So if you want to support Raila Odinga in a status as somebody who has been in Kenyan politics as early as 1997, when people like Uhuru had not even gotten a political seat at the time, you cannot do direct campaigns for them. It will not work. The only thing you can do is a supportive campaign, whereby you indicate the intent that I feel this person is good, but you will not directly try to show that you are marshalling resources and finances for that person. You have only to do a supportive campaign, which Uhuru Kenyatta is doing it very effectively. This week alone, the amount of campaign which Uhuru Kenyatta has done is extreme. Today, if you have listened to Uhuru today, amesema, and I want to say in a statement, hata nikienda nyumbani, kuna wengine wanaenda nyumbani pamoja na mimi. Listen about that. He did not mention about somebody, but alisema nini hapo? So if you can intellectually internalize that, you can know that is a big political statement. You don't even need to make another gathering in Kitui or in Kiambu. That statement alone, it is a circular statement which will flow from Turkana all the way to Mombasa. I hope you can you can try to visualize that. Another thing is the way he tried to isolate his character and the character of the other person. So the way Uhuru is doing it is the most effective methodology. And there's ideas where we want Uhuru to do direct campaigns. In fact, it will not build the momentum we want. So this underground momentum is very key. And Uhuru is actually 95% effective with a 95% confidence limit statistically. The way he is doing it, he doesn't need to do anything. It's effective and working. And if you have realized, every time Uhuru says a statement, the other camp has to start on building on something and start to build rise and other things. So that's what I wanted you to start analyzing. Lastly, because I think I'm also starting to admire Uhuru politics. I've not been supporting him, but I think I would like to become a student of his politics. I think he is designing a new wave of African politics, the way we have never seen them. And I think if somebody is keen to look at Uhuru, his script is applicable for the next 50 years without fail. I think their failure in 2002 has made him to realize how to maturely become a politician. And he is doing it very effectively. And I do not think Uhuru is ready for another mistake. They did a very big mistake in 2002. So people need to understand that Uhuru is not just following a script ignorantly. He is following a script with a marking sheet because he has been in the same predicament before, whereby even people tried to even label him as a project and other things. But you cannot label Raila Odinga a project because Raila Odinga is his own man. Raila Odinga has experience. He is not being introduced to Kenyans. A project, you introduce it. You introduce a project like if I'm doing a project, I will be coming here and be saying, I'm doing this is what I'm doing this and this. You cannot introduce Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga is a vehicle on move. How do you introduce it? So Bwana Ndeto, Uhuru is doing it effectively, and the last meeting ile ambayo anafanya huko Mount Kenya, it will just be a concealment. It is just a concealment meeting. That will be the last stroke on the back of the camel. Hiyo sasa itakuwa ya kuvunja milima. I rest my case. So Kavita, ingia. Kavita, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Njiru.
Kavita, kabla kuja dakika moja tu.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Njiru, thank you so much for what you've said. We really appreciate you. Na ameenda sasa, huyo nilikuwa nataka kumuongelesha. Okay, Kavita, endelea kabla. Amekuja.
Amerudi.
Njiru, thank you what you've just said. I really appreciate that, and I hope we've spoken to Kenyans. Ile tu mali tu Umesema na nikataka kurewind on that one. Ni ya companies, no Kenyan companies, hakuna mtu ana trust company ya Kenya to print these things, nini. I want that to be, I accept, I agree what you're saying, but as the Kenyans that are listening to us, and people who are even outside the country and people who have this ability to do these things, people on the here and on the chats and out there, whoever is listening, I want you to take that as a challenge, not as a weakness of Kenya hatuwezi hatunini. I want us to take it as a challenge. We've been challenged. Na ati sijui hakuna company tunaweza trust, hakuna sijui nini, oh we can do this. I want us to take it as a challenge, not a deterrence. Thank you. That's all I wanted to say, Njiru. Thank you, sir. Kavita, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, good night, everyone. And I think some of the points I was going to bring, Mr. Njiro has addressed too. But still, I love to submit what I have. You know, I said I'm not in Kenya, but I always follow the politics of Kenya. And I know from where we are at the moment as a country and as a international communities, I think everybody's watching the country of Kenya. And by now, I think we know what we want as Kenyan citizens. And I've been watching the characters of our politicians, to be specific, and deputy president of Kenya. And one thing I want to agree to is that I think somebody yesterday on this platform, he spoke and said that he thinks something is wrong with his head. Maybe he has some issue with his head, you know, which I would want also to support. He might be suffering from psychological issues. And because I wonder, how comes you say one thing 1 minute and next minute you say you deny that, you know? And I wonder if you can deny this before we give you the responsibility of leading the country. What will happen when you give it to this office of carrying the 55 million Kenyans? How will you carry them? How will you drive them? You know, that's one of my questions that I have. And things that you deny, we have evidence. We can always replay them back, you know, but you deny. But one thing I was thinking is that whoever is guiding the deputy president, I don't know, is also playing with psychology of Kenyans, which I don't know how many take him serious. Right now, from last week, I don't take that man seriously. Whatever he says, I don't take our deputy president serious anymore. I used to, but I don't take him serious anymore. Because one of the things that I'm looking, you know, and my grandfather used to tell me when somebody's dying, he or she loses the hope and he speaks anything they want to say. They don't care what they say. They can insult, they can say anything. They don't care what are the consequences after my speech and whatever I say. And I can see these to happening to our vice president, you know. I see this. It is obvious. It's giving up, but it's still prayed a man. It's actually as a man, which again, it's right to do. But where we are as Kenyans, to educate our Kenyan population to open their eyes, because our deputy president says one, and then like the other day was talking about when he was trying to sell the bottom up of a constitution and leadership. He was talking about it, say yes, we are going to do the bottom up economy, and the Prime Minister Raila Odinga was against this. He was talking about we have to start up, going down. We cannot start down, going up, which I support. We cannot support start from down, going up. We have to start from up, going down in terms of economy. That's how it works. And the other day was asking, barabara I think was asking about barabara na uchumi. No, it was asking about yeah, let me remember it very well. Yeah, it was asking about in infrastructure. It was also talking about the positions and the economy of the Hazara nation. He was trying to compare the two. But one thing I think we should need to look at where we are at the moment is the peace of the country. Already we know what we want. We know how to choose. We have made our minds already. The two players, they try to sell their football game, and we know who to go to. No? We know who to go to. Some like people who score. Some like myself. I don't like people who score. I like people who know how to keep ball possession. You know, I enjoy ball possession than scoring, because anybody can score, but not anybody can keep the ball possession. So my point is that we have to open our mind, our eyes. And I'm so happy to see many of these gatherings of AZIMIO. I see how people open up. Like today, I was looking the meeting in Kakamega, and the whole Kakamega has spoken. So I don't want to say more about that, because I can see where we are going. But what we need to do is that let us educate our people to open their eyes, their minds, and let us not be led astray by the few who have been bought already. Like, I don't want to call the names, but there are some who have been bought, and right now they're under pressure. Why? Because I gave you some money, and you say to me you're going to deliver to me this and this, and it's not happening. And therefore, I have to act a man, because I know I have to pay you something. And if I don't, I will be furnished. I would think so. Because if someone was given money by Deputy President to deliver and you are not, you have, no matter what, you have to act, and you have to, you have to make sure that you pay me back, and you don't. I don't want to say more about that, because we know how it goes in Kenya or in the world. So for me, is to call upon our Kenyan and people who are listening to me at this time, open up your mind, open up your eyes, open up your heart, and get to feel what is happening around you, within you, and see the Kenya of tomorrow. Don't see it for today. See the Kenya of tomorrow. It's what our president was talking about when he was saying the guy, he almost surrender. When the other guy was saying he almost loved the president. Our president would say, yes, I was willing to, because he valued the lives of the Kenyans more than this chair we are sitting on. I have a question. If you sit on that chair, nobody to lead, who are you going to lead? Yeah? Oh, nobody. So we want Kenyans. And we are the people who give these guys jobs. And when they get up there, they forget us. But I can tell you, from where I sit, we have seen Raila Odinga in the first delivering to the Kenyans. I have seen RUTO for the last 10 years or 9 years, if you want, he has failed to deliver. And thank God for Raila Odinga, who came in the head to the handshake to support Uhuru Kenyatta. Otherwise, I don't know where the Kenya could be as we speak. And I pray and ask you, we have children, we have our parents, we have our families. Even if we are not in Kenya, we have our people there. And anything that can happen to them, it happens to me and to you as well, wherever you are. So let us not just play cheap politics with the lives of the people. Let us not do that. For me, the Deputy President of Kenya, William Ruto, he cannot deliver to Kenyans, and I have seen that, but he will try to fight. And the other thing, I will thank God for the President, Kenyatta, who every weekend he gives assignment to Kenya Kwisha. Today, he dropped a bombshell, and I'm also happy because from tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, they'll be talking about that. And next week, you drop another one. I keep them busy. So maybe that is his own strategy to confront what, and it's a good thing because for me, it strikes and awakens the enemy to know that maybe he has some intelligence who try to get some information from somewhere and feed in him. So in that way, we know something is happening and things happening around. So not to talk too much. For me, whoever is listening to me, I can tell you, Kenyatta and Mama, they can deliver to us. They have been there before. They have spoken. We have seen their records. And I think they can still do it for us. Let us trust them and give them our ports. Let us educate our guys, those who are at home, no matter how ignorant they are. Talk to them. Let them wake up. Even if they can't respond to you under the influence of alcohol or money, whatever money that is given to them, please talk to them day and night. And let us elect Baba and Mama. Thank you. That is my submission. Any question or correction, I stand to be corrected. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Kavita. I think you have decided to give a summary, which is okay. I think there are some issues you have not touched, but it's okay. I've not heard you talking about the IBC. I've not heard you maybe talking about the KKA campaign. But anyway, I wanted to mention something which you have made me to...
Mr. Chiro, sorry. I was there yesterday, and I want to repeat things. Yesterday, it was all about IEBC. I don't want to repeat it again. That's how you spoke about the whole thing. So I don't like going back and back again.
I understand. It's only that today the comment of, I'm listening to you. It's only that today is a bit complex because what IBC said today is like they are making people to leave things to undecided. Like they are saying they can stop some elections in some places. You have heard like what Martin has said here. How do those ballots look like? So there are so many things to talk about IBC, I don't deny. But maybe I wanted to comment something. Maybe those people who are following KKA campaign, they need to tell me. Some time back, when they denied Kindiki, the Tarakanidi guy, who used to be a majority senator, a majority leader, before he, I think he lost the seat because of insubordination. There was a wave that he might become a deputy president. But suddenly he was defeated. And he came and gave a presser where he said that he is not available for the deputy president campaign and he is not available for appointment. The question which I'm asking myself is, what is the swift turn of the event? I think 2 months down the line or so, Mr. Kindiki seems to be actively in politics again. Whereas he said that he wanted to, today I saw him in Embu, he was saying all the manner of things. Why this sudden turn of event whereby people cannot, and this is what makes me a little bit get worried with the KKA team. Because I expect if somebody says, I want a sabbatical leave or I want to leave politics for a period of 6 months, respect that. At least respect your own ideologies, even if you are not respecting ideologies of others. So what does that one tell you in terms of some of the people we are seeing in the politics? If they cannot trust their own ideologies, can we trust their policies on a national platform? That's a question to think about. The other question which I was also asking myself is this issue of IBC. I, I think this issue of IBC is a bit complex. yes, maybe to answer Martin a little bit, although I know some seats we have not decided who is going to vie. And whereas I know IBC will not show us a sample ballot papers. But one thing which I know is that even if we have ballot papers with the names of everyone who is vying as per now, and maybe at a particular time, some of those people, maybe they shelve their ambition and they don't vie. Because I know even in other previous cases, we used to have those events where even people step down one day to election, or maybe 1 week to election when the ballot papers are already ready. I think our parties will be able to communicate with the people effectively, and even if we have the names of those people in the ballots, I still believe there will be enough communication whereby we can talk to our supporters and we can be able to tell them the people who are not in the ballot. The only problem with that is that it might increase the number of damaged votes, especially maybe if that person was maybe a little bit strong. It might destroy some votes maybe on your side, and maybe your opponent might get an advantage. But I do not think if somebody bows down anytime within the election, it will affect the final tally, because the information will always be clear. Those people will vote AZIMIO will still vote AZIMIO. Those people who want to vote KKA will still vote KKA. I think that's why I didn't want us to fear too much of what will be in the ballot. No matter who is in the ballot, AZIMIO votes will be accumulated. KKA votes will be accumulated. So that is the confidence we wanted to have. But if we can have people who can be able to bow down quickly, and that's why it's always good at times to listen to your captains. So sometimes, although I know people are saying it is my democratic right to vie wherever I want, there are some people who, as early as February, opinion polls and all the measurements were showing that they were behind, that they were trailing behind. And those people have been convinced, or people have been convincing them they leave the seats, but they were not able to leave the seats. Now, those are some of the people who might make our coalitions suffer. So that is the challenge which I have. That's why at least it's always good to listen to, because what we want is to consolidate our votes and vote people who have popularity, so that we don't risk giving seats to our opponents. But I'm not worried in places where AZIMIO is very high in popularity. Anyone can vie there. But in places in Nairobi where we have those split vote, we have to have a strong candidate being fronted and endorsed as areas now, so that we can start now suppressing others who don't want to leave the seats, and they might pose a danger of destroying our tickets and not get enough MPs or senators, which is also a risk to governance, because you cannot govern without a majority in either upper and the lower house. So maybe for AZIMIO, because AZIMIO is the real coalition, the other one is a conglomeration of both people. In AZIMIO, we have to decide as high as now the popular people, and we give them airtime so that we don't destroy our majority, and it has to happen as highly as now. Mr. Tom, welcome. You can give your presentation so that we can now allow an open discussion from the others who have already presented. Tom, I think you are the one who you have not presented. Can you hear me? Tom, Tom, Jakadete. Tom Jakadete. You can unmute and say.
Mr. Njiru, I can hear you, but a moment, let our colleague, somebody else continue. I will be back in a short while.
Okay, so I think everybody who is here has contributed. So maybe as we wait for new people, let me open an open discussion now to discuss about those issues of IBC specifically. And the issue, I just want to open it in terms of the questions which Martin and asked us. The issue of IBC and the issue of what is in the ballot paper. If we can be able to discuss that among other issues, it would be good. So can we start with Sally? Mama Selina, can we start with you? Can you open for us that discussion?
Yes, thank you so much. But for me, I want to talk about the 1 million women that they launch. Our deputy president, not the speeches that she gave out today in Nairobi. And if you listen to that speeches, alikuwa na Mama Aida Odinga and a lot of women, 1 million votes for women. So I want to thank her and the women of Kenya. This is our chance. Hii ni wakati yetu kina mama. And she told us something very important. Jamii ni mama. We need to take care of the community na jamii yetu. Na alielezea na hiyo trust ya IEBC that we don't trust them and they don't even trust each other. Na akasema hiyo ndiyo kitu tunataka kurudisha kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya, trust na kuchagua viongozi, elect good leaders. How do we know people are good leaders? We know by their behaviors. Na mama alisema, unaona hata kwa jamii, mama ataserve kila mtu mpaka alale njaa, but she cannot complain. Ataserve watoto na bado ataserve mzee. So amesema Wakenya tuamuke. Kina mama tuamuke, watoto yetu tuamuke, wazee wetu tuamuke na tuchunge Kenya. And we protect our votes.
Yeah, Mama Selina, can I ask you a question in terms of
Yes.
Mother Karua as you speak? She also has doubts with IEBC. That's why I also wanted us to also wonder, do you believe Mother Karua is having a point in terms of the way she said the IEBC cannot be trusted? That was a statement. Can you try
Yes,
to...
because how anasema the only why kwa nini IEBC wanaenda chini chini. You know, they need, if IEBC wanatuambia, they need to be open. Wanataka kuweka vitu kwa mesa. You know, anasema ukiuliza swali, wanatapatapa. You know, ukiambia mtu nataka kwenda Karen, kama ajui njia ya Karen, haezi kuambia sijui unapita wapi, sijui unapita wapi. You say, I don't know, so that another person can show you the way. So Martha Karua anasema yes. Na ile shida pia, hata IEBC wenyewe waaminiani. So it has been 10 years or long years, sisi tukichukua China IEBC, bila kujua individuals. This is the right time kurekebisha. China IEBC as institution mzuri, lakini wale wanafanya kazi ndani. And that is why, how could you believe on them? Kama sasa naona munalalamika, ballot box imekuja. Tumeambiwa ni some places. Which are those places? Nimesikia Martin akisema, well, kuna watu wanataka kuachiana wengine. But how? Hatujakubaliana. Lakini still pia tunasema, okay, majina ya watu yote 4 wanaweza toka, wakubaliane wawachiane, and then we have only 2 people. But kama jina yangu itakuwa kwa ballot box, na mimi already nimewachia King, my supporters definitely wataenda kuangalia jina yangu na wapige kura. So one, IEBC imepoteza pesa yetu. Why do you put all those names na watu wanaenda kuachiana? Hiyo ndio kitu moja swali Martha Karua anauliza. Hatuwezi amini hii watu because walichukua kasi, and we have failed, all of us. Tumefail kama Kenyans. Sisi wote. Ndiye amesema, wewe clerk, wewe agent, wewe everybody, stand for your right, stand for your country. Ukiwa clerk, fanya kazi yako. na alitaja especially the teachers at the returning officers and the other people. Can this time somebody do right thing for our country? Because this IEBC, if anything goes wrong, Kenya will be in a bad shape. Hata hatuwezi ongea. Because already, na baba tangu alilaunch campaign yake na mother, 10-point agenda, they are always going and telling us, can you tell me, UDA, today is another story, tomorrow is another story, 20 farmers. Baba amesema 2 million families watapata 6,000. Amekuja na story ya kusema 2 million farmers sijui watapata nini. So we need to really talk in these 30 days. For me, I really need to know, kwa sababu our strength ni tufuate what will assist us as for now. Other discussion, we may come back after election. But what is really needed now is how can we know that AZIMIO wako na agents in every polling station? How do we take care of those agents? Tunataka kujua, because everybody will be running for their seats. So have we continued with our MCS, our members of parliament, our governors and the women reps and the senators, and the president, of course, because wametuambia it is only one agent per person. So tutakuwa na agent 6. As AZIMIO, hata ingawa tunasema AZIMIO, it may be Njeru, Selina, and King. King is from ODM, Selina is from Jubilee, and Njiru is from Wiper, for example. So we have 3 candidates, and every candidate has an agent. Can our agents work together to look for the votes of our AZIMIO? Or kama mimi ni mtu ya Jubilee, sitaki kuangalia kura ya mtu ingine. So those are the things now, Njiru, we need to educate our people. We need to know how many people do we have. Baba na mama wako na enough 40,000 polling station. Do we have agents in all that? Then these are the things we are talking about, because Chebukati leo ama jana tumesikia akisema kila kitu itakuwa in polling station. Amekubali this time round kulete watu ya makaseti, of which we have those cassettes. Tunajua kuna wale watu watakuwa genuine, and we hope we don't get results like AZIMIO itasema another number, and then the watu ya makaseti they say another number, and then IPC they say another number, and our agents. So I think for these 30 days, let us do civic education, kwa sababu tuna watu wengi wanatusikiza. As things come out, tusiende nje. Like now, UDA, they know already they have lost the presidential campaign. They are looking for the governors, trying to get the members of parliament. And the way our April President Uhuru Kenyatta is talking, na kuna hiyo rumors, tunasikia by next week, a lot of UDA members of parliament ama ile watu wamekuwa wakifuata RUTO, maybe there is a turning back or there is something discussion. So as for now, we need to concentrate on how Baba, sehemu kama Rift Valley. I know Central is okay. Now we want to talk a place like Rift Valley. Can the police and those people who are there, do we have agents in those all polling stations of the Rift Valley, the Kalenjin community? And how safe are our agents? Are the police going to protect everybody's agents? I think that is what I want to talk in Jeru. I don't want to go on all these other things. tuliona Bukhungu as well, tukaona Marakwet, tukaona the yellows has come back in Turkana, because you get a t-shirt, you get 500, you wear my t-shirt. We don't want to waste the time of that, because saa hii ni wakati ya real. Kama uko na watu 10, wote wamekuamini. Kama utakuwa na 5, yote ni yako. You cannot get anybody else from now. Si rahisi sana kupatilisha watu milioni 1. If you win, it is not even 200, because people have already decided. So let us prepare our house. Let us prepare our neighbors and our agents, because I know hiyo ni kitu moja watu wengi wanaweza sahau. I have been there before. I have been
Mama
there.
Selina, unaweza niruhusu nikuulize swali even as you speak, please? Sasa umeongea historia 1 million vote initiative ya Martha Karua, which is very good. Just like in 1 or 2 minutes, so that we can also open the discussion to other people. Can you try to explain to me how a 1 million women for Martha Karua, who are they? Will they be the working class? Are they the young girl? Are they the women from the marginalized location? Are they the women from Central Kenya? Can you try to explain to us, ama tuambie hawa mama ni akina nani?
Walikuwa na mkutano. 1, there is maendeleo ya wanawake. 2nd, there is working class women. That a mother, tulisema mama, kura ya mama, it doesn't say aisemi wewe ni msomi na mimi si msomi. 1 million votes walikuwa wasichana kwa hiyo mkutano, walikuwa wamama wale wa kadiri, na walikuwa wamama kama Sibora Kitony, those are our grandmothers, mama ya bibi ya Raila. So walikuwa wamama yote, na ndiye tunasema mama, wewe mama. Ukiniambia kama ni Central, no. Kenyan women wa mama. Unajua tutaki kuweka ati kuna class ya wamama wana support mother, no. Wale wamama ya chini, wale wasichana ya chini, the single mothers, the married mothers, kila mtu ule anafaa 18 years na kuenda juu. So tunakava wasichana yetu, and they were in the meeting. Tulikuwa na wamama wale wanawake ni wale batu ni mabibi, and then tulikuwa na wamama wale wamekoma. So all women were coming from different parts of the country. Wale wa Rift Valley wanaenda kuamusha wamama wenzao. Wale wametoka Western, wale wametoka Mombasa, wale wametoka everywhere. It was a calling, wake up call for women. Ya kwamba kina mama, AZIMIO wametupatia kiti ya deputy president. We have it on our hands.
Okay, Mama Selina.
Ile chama ingine inaambia wamama we will give you 50-50, ya kwamba we don't know even if they have one.
Nilikuwa nataka tu kukuuliza, hebu niambie sasa, kuna hawa mama wengine KKO wanaitanga mama mboga na wamama wengine. Hebu niambie Martha Karua hawa mama anawaleta aje? Hebu kuna hawa mama wanaitwa mama mboga, wako wapi?
They were in there. Sisi hatuna mama mboga, hatuna mama ya ofisi. Mama ni mama. Trace. Nimekwambia tulikuwa na wasichana. Those wasichanas ni wale wasichana over 18 years, wale wametosha kupiga kura. Kuna wamama, there is no way unaweza kuniita mama mboga, because after I sell mboga, I'm a mother. Baada ya kumaliza kufanya biashara yangu, niko na jamii, niko na watoto, na niko na bwana. So 1 million votes for women wa mama ya Kenya. Hatuna ile sisi ya kusema nyinyi wa mama ya mboga. Wakati Martha alisema serikali ya baba ikasema atakuja kusaidia wamama wale wako na watoto, wamama wale mabwana sao wamekufa, wale wamama wamesaa na wajaolewa, wale kuna hiyo category, lakini hatuna mama mboga, hatuna mama ya ofisi. Na nikakwambia Sibora Kitony, group ya kina Sibora Kitony, our mothers. So we heard from the Sibora Kitony's na Mama Aida to the youngest woman. So Mother Karua hana ya kusema kukawanya. Mama ula anasaidia jamii is a mother. We have a responsible as mothers of Kenya. Kwa njia yote mama mboga unauza jioni unarudi kwako. Ukirudi kwako uko na watoto, uko na bwana. Kama hauna bwana uko na watoto. Kama hauna watoto uko na mama yako na wasasi wako. So we don't have that. Mama ni mama.
Okay.
Sijui kama nimekueleza vizuri.
Very good. That unajua mimi umenielezea vizuri sababu sijaipata mtu wa kunielezea mama mboga ni akina nani. Sasa ndio umeniambia sasa, sababu mimi nasikianga watu wakisema mama mboga so hata sasa nikashindwa. In Kenya have we started grouping women? So that's why I wanted somebody to come out clear and tell me how a mama mboga and because kwa wazee sijasikia ati kwa wazee ati people are being classified mostly according to what they do sana sana. I think that point was very clear. Thank you, Mama Serena. So, Tom, do you want to contribute or we still pass you and go to another person? Tom Jakadete?
Just pass me still, please.
Okay, power. So, I think I now have the viewer and the tirades, but what wasike contribute then before I bring these two guys?
Hapo kwa kuongezea kuhusu mama mboga, nadhani Ruto amekuja akashtuka very late wakati Matakarua ameingia kwa race. Na sasa wamama wakaona kwamba hata kama unatuita mama mboga na sijui kina nani, lakini tuko na mama pale ambaye ni deputy president. Yeye alikuwa na chance ya kutafuta running mate mzuri, mama mwenye ako na integrity, lakini alikosa. Alienda kwa pesa kwa sababu Rigathi alimshurutisha kwamba asipompatia hiyo UDP basi urafiki yao inaisha, unaona. Lakini sasa pale baba kumchagua mama ilikuwa tisho kubwa sana kwa Ruto, na mpaka saizi bado inampiga chenga kwa sababu ameshindwa. Sasa hii kampeni yangu ya mama mboga na bodaboda upande wa mama imempiga chenga kabisa, na nadhani hapo sasa ndo ana kizungumkuti kwa sababu wamama wakiona mwenzao yuko pale, hakuna vile wataruka mwenzao waende wapigie Rigathi Gachagua na Ruto, kwa sababu Raila is living what he confesses, but Ruto is living a lie. Unaona, hata juzi alikuwa anasema ati women charter. Kwa ile women charter anaambia wanawake atawapatia 50% of the government, lakini ukiangalia hata hiyo mrengo yao ya Kenya Kwanza hakuna principle yoyote mama. Sasa if you are having a charter with women na hawana hata representative mmoja hata pale, inamaanisha nini? You are not living what you are confessing. Unaona? Yani it's just with Ruto everything is double speak. Hakuna kitu yenye anasema ya ukweli. Na that's what nilisema hapo awali kwamba Ruto hakuna chochote Ruto anasema ya ukweli. So pale kwa women pia hapo I think women are going to vote for baba. Kwa sababu ukiangalia kitu ya kwanza baba amechampion women rights, na hata wakati walianzisha hii maneno ya affirmative action ya kina mama, kwamba kina mama pia wakuwe na seats, hii women reps, watu hawajui ilianzia wapi, na historia ilipeanwa na Ngilu na Matakarua kwamba baba na Anyona na Matakarua na Ngilu hao ndo walipeleka mswada bungeni kwamba wanawake wahusishwe kwa maneno ya uongozi, na watu wengi walipinga. Hata Ruto mwenyewe pia alipinga hii katiba, na hii katiba ndio imepatiana women reps. Unaona? So is a person who is living a lie. Na hiyo yote itajulikana tarehe 9 because najua wamama hawawezi piga kelele kama sisi wazee, lakini huwa wakienda kupiga kura wanajua watapigia nani, na hiyo kura yao itakuwa ya baba.
Okay, thank you Bwana Wasike because of that. Maybe to expand the discussion further and also to allow the new people to contribute. So I think we can start with the world viewer, then we go to tirade. So world viewer, sijui kama unanisikia? I see ni kama you are tirade, go ahead please. Tirade, go ahead.
Unanisikia? Okay, mimi najua uchaguzi ulishaisha, tunangoja kuapishwa tu peke yake. Wakati Karua aliingia, so mimi nangoja kuapishwa, lakini sasa kuna kitu yenye nimesikia mkiongea kuhusu hizo ballot papers. Na jana kuna kitu lilicho gazettement ya hii historia ya Chebukati kuleta makaratasi before gazettement. Kuna mtu anaweza nielezea what is going on, because hapo sijashika chochote.
Say again.
Kuhusu hii mambo ya Chebukati kuleta makaratasi before gazettement. Iko na issue, iko na implication.
Okay, maybe because I know other people might also want to contribute about that. That's why this issue of IBC is becoming. Yes, we say IBC is an independent body, but I think this is the high time IBC needs to be guided. I think we need an institution which should be advising IBC. IBC, in my own view, seem like to be reacting on issues. I don't know, maybe they have lawyers who advise them, but gazettement, receiving of ballot papers, I wish they came out clear, they explain to people the procedure. Like they tell people, we need to print by this time, we need to gazette people by this time. I wish they can be able to bring out this issue clear, because I don't know why I see it's kind of, if IBC is not careful, they could be managing a crisis without knowing. They could be on a path of managing a crisis which they might not be able to get out of it. And it will be very expensive to waste 40 billion and then we start investing another 40 billion because our election was not conclusive. Remember, if we are going to do an election which is not conclusive, we have to repeat it again. So that is the worry which I have. And if you see people in AZIMIO who are having lawyers, educated people who can understand the constitution, not trying to not being able to understand what IBC is doing, I think we need to start asking ourselves, is IBC properly advised? Are they advised? Are they ready for the outcome? Are they ready for what they are going to give Kenyans, good or bad? Are they ready for it? That is the question which Chebukati should be talking about. And maybe to mention a few, today Chebukati was talking and he said that IBC is representative and for everyone. He lied to the community. We know very well that IBC is skewed to specific tribes in Kenya, and he was unable to mention that clearly. We know for the returning officers, it was mentioned that there were some communities which had produced people in a bigger percentage than their national contribution to the population, close to a double. And again, he jumped that one, if I use that one in quotation, Ariruka hiyo. But that is the truth. So you can see he is already lying on the distribution of labor in IBC. It was an issue which was raised by, I think, the chief agent of AZIMIO. Because that is the truth. We know it is not easy to have an homogeneous system whereby you have people from every community. I understand, because of interest and other things. But at least it should not be extreme, whereby like you see like a community should have like a minimum of 10, they have 20 or 30, there is a problem. I think the best thing which Chebukati needed to do, he needed to own up that issue. Sio kila kitu mtu uka. So maybe trying to tell you in short, the only hope we have in Kenya is we vote in range numbers, so that IBC has no room to do, even in their errors, even in their unpreparedness, they will be unable to do any monkey business if they are going to do it. But this idea of just doing unusual voting, like the one which we did in 17 and 13, we are subject to calamities, whereby even Ruto himself can take Raila Odinga to the Supreme Court for a determination there. We do not want to waste our time there and the money there. So, to be conclusive, we just create a euphoria. And that is the only safety, and that is the only confidence which we can draw from our side as AZIMIO. But wholesomely, depending on Chebukati, that is a weapon for failure. Chebukati is a weapon for failure. You see, there are so many things which are not clear. And then he also seems to be an attack person for somebody. So those are, yes, he can work for whoever you want to work, if you want to, but he should not show it. He should not show it. At least he should give people a neutral system. That's what we want. The system should be neutral. I don't think AZIMIO is interested in not having a good election or even to be helped to steal a vote. All what we want is a system which will be conclusive, not a system which, you know very well, 2017, we never concluded our election. 2013, we did not conclude our election. And Chebukati cannot afford to give us an inconclusive election this year. Mimi hivyo ndivyo nilikuwa nataka kukuongeza tu. So, Tyred, Chebukati, he is just confused, unfortunately.
Sababu yangu ya kuuliza hiyo sasa ni kwa sababu sasa kama kuna issues, kama kuna hiyo mambo ya makaratasi na kuweka watu who are not vying kama kina Kingi na wale watu wengine, don't you see that hata elections ikiisha tutakuwa na makesi ambazo haziishi? That is a challenge. We are headed on a very volatile situation.
Okay.
Kama kuna IEBC saa hizi, they need to handle it fast. Hata hili uchaguzi kwanza isimame, they handle it. They clear that house. Because I see a situation by tunaongea hiyo 40 billion tunaweza irudia tena. Because if people start going back to court again, tutajipata tumefanya uchaguzi, baba ameshinda. Lakini kote tena kuna issues nyingi sana very legal ambazo nilikuwa naongea for example, mtu amevote for Kingi. Hiyo inakuwa wasted vote. Kwa sababu kuna mtu anaweza enda pale vote Kingi. Mwingine vote mwenye asimami.
Okay.
So what will happen to those votes?
Tyred, you will continue. Sababu uliuliza swali and maybe kuna watu wanaweza kuwa na another opinion so that you make a conclusion. Let me arouse some other two comments. Wacha Wasike aseme, then you will come and conclude based on what. Sababu ni swali uliuliza. Maybe Wasike you can contribute. World viewer kama ako tayari ata contribute Tomu Wajakedete and maybe Sedi. Just
na swali kwa sababu there was where I was headed to. Nilikuwa naona I'm seeing now we have an issue at ABC. We have a team that will win. But the challenge is now what will protect us. Nikaona kuanzia hapo.
Okay, I agree. You will talk, you will talk, but wacha tu watu contribute to your question, then you come and talk, because you know it's fair to give all the people, because you ask a question and maybe they might have an opinion which might shape your talk. Please.
Kwa hiyo issue ya gazettement ilikuwa Chebukati alikuwa anafaa kugazette majina ya watu ambao wako kwa ballot, unaona? Lakini sasa mistake yenye amefanya ni zile ballot zimeshaprintiwa na majina ambazo zingine ziko kotini. Kuna kesi ambazo ziko kotini. Kuna kesi ya Sakaja, kuna kesi ya Malala, ambayo kwa kesi ya Malala kuna court order imesema kwamba isiprintiwe kwanza kwa sababu bado wako na kesi ya kujibu pale Kakamega. Sasa I think Chebukati ame go ahead kwa sababu kama angegazette hizo majina lawyers wangeenda kotini waseme jina ya huyu bado kesi iko hapa nini na nini na nini, so that printing ikifanyika tunajua ni contestant yupi ambaye hana shida yoyote. So unaona ni kazi mara mbili, kwa sababu hawezi peleka hizo majina zenye zishaandikwa na kuna watu wako na kesi. Sasa ikitokea kama kesi zao ziko inconclusive, inamaanisha ile contract ambao walipea ile kampuni Lycos itakuwa unfulfilled, kwa sababu yule atasema nyinyi mlinipatia majina ya watu ambao wanafaa wakuwe printed kwa hizi ballot, na mimi nishafanya hiyo, nishamaliza kazi zangu, so mimi nataka unilipe, of which ashalipwa tayari, unaona. Lakini enye wame deliver they are not sio things zenye zinafaa zikwe delivered, unaona. But I think kulingana na ile determination ya 2017, walikuwa wanasema an election is a process, unaona. Na hizi mashida zote ambayo Chebukati anaweka, it is a way of bungling the election, kwa sababu wamesema election is a process, unaona. Na yeye na nini zake wenzake wanaendelea kufanya mistakes after mistakes. The first mistake ni kama hiyo ya Sakaja, that is a mistake, na hiyo mimi najua kama kutakuwa na any contestation kwa Supreme Court, hiyo itakuwa cited kama one of the cases, kwa sababu CUE imepeana recommendation ya kusema kwamba huyu jamaa hana degree, lakini Chebukati amemkubalia. That is one of the contestation, na italetwa kwa court. Where I'm seeing this, I think tarehe 10 tutatangaziwa baba ameshinda, lakini kutakuwa na so many inconsistencies kwa hii process in such a way that lazima hii kesi iende ishughulikiwe na Supreme Court, na zile reasoning yenye zitaletwa ni zile reasoning zenye zinafanyika sasa hivi. Whatever Chebukati is doing, hiyo contestations zote zitaletwa kwa Supreme Court. That is what I'm seeing.
Sawa. Mwingine akona kitu ya kuongeza before Biden makes his conclusion? Tom, you want to add? Joshua?
Yes, I just want to add your IBC. I think IBC is being used by some quarters of political divide. Either, to me, my analysis, I know IBC inatumika na UDA, especially this man Chebukati. The way Wasike amesema, wanataka they should have so many loopholes so that hata Raila akishinda, it's very easy for Ruto kwenda kwa koti na hii election isemekani rudiliwe, so that they can push this thing, because already right now ukiangalia Ruto tayari asha lose ground. Asha lose ground now, anabaki anapambana na propaganda. Like today, Livondo alikuja na another dossier, ambaye hiyo dossier tomorrow, I don't know how he's going to react mambo ya bunduki. Livondo alikuwa Kakamega, anakuja mambo ya bunduki, kuwa Ruto na bunduki ambaye anataka kutumia, and then pia akaconfirm kuwa the day Ruto wanted to slap Uhuru, he was there. So those are now coming and Ruto anataka kupigana dossier mpaka dakika ya mwisho. So Chebukati is being used by Ruto so that they can have so many loopholes, so that Raila, in any case Raila ameshinda, now they can bring those issues like this issue of gazettement. Sheria inasemekana kuwa before wachapishe any ballot paper lazima kuwe na gazettement, but unfortunately haikufanyika. But Chebukati anasema kuwa the government press ilikuwa busy. Don't know what the problem with the government press, so he just went ahead and akachapisha. So to me, I'm seeing IBC, they have already known that they cannot win this election. Now IBC is being used so that they can create so many loopholes. Ikifika wakati wa election, waende kotini, the election will be nullified, to go back for another election, so that they can be used this process, so that they can confuse Kenyans about this election. So IBC is not doing the right thing.
Who else has a contribution to that? What is your ama bado? Wanakani? Okay. Mama Selina, did you want to contribute to Tide? Sama sasa Tide na contribution yake sasa.
Yes, Njeri, what did you say?
Ulisikia swali ya Tide. Tide wanted to, alikuwa anauliza story ya Chebukati. He wanted to know if Chebukati is not going to do the right thing. Is he not prepared in Kenya for unending court cases na vitu zingine?
Yeah, we are saying this. Chebukati has been cornered. The other time, in 2017, Chebukati, you know, he was with the government. And then now, Chebukati with the new commissioners, you know, we have 4 other commissioners. And then Martha Karua came here, and because of the election in Keshogo, so there were 3 returning officers. He sued them. And that is why when he was in IEBC, he said, we are coming for individual. So Chebukati is so worried because one thing, this is the last time for Chebukati to earn election because he will be living in March or January. That is end of the term. So Chebukati is now a worried man. He has to deliver because nobody trusts Chebukati. He may have something with Kenya Kwanza or Kenya Kwisha because they say him and Wetangula, they are Bukusus. And he came and said they come from one village or maybe one wherever. So Chebukati has no time to play with this. That is why he's telling us today they want media houses, they want the agents, they want everybody who can capture the results at the polling station. And he allowed people to have their tallying center. There at a time, the police will not allow you to go to the polling station with a camera. So this time round, he's trying to put things like, okay, I don't want to carry the cross. So the only thing we need to do as Kenyans, and especially as AZIMIO, we need to have our agents, and they need to have a smartphone. And the way Baba say, when they fought, we want a young man to stay in the polling station, because from polling station to the tallying center, wherever they will be in Nairobi. So the polling station is the final results. But we have to continue pushing Chebukati. We have to continue and tell Chebukati, if you are not going to deliver, it will face the Kenyans, not even jail the way other people are saying. Chebukati, we cannot do this 3 times of one man that he make Kenya to die. So I think Wasike, we need to work on that. Otherwise, even though Martha Karua, that is why she say, we are not trusting Chebukati, but we want to let him, we are seeing you, you know. I don't want to eat your food because I don't know what you put your food in kitchen, you know. But still, I have to look at you. I cannot just come to your house and eat. I don't know what you prepare with that food. So that is why she is telling them, and you IPCs, the commissioners are not trusting each other because everybody now is worried. The staff. So everybody wants to make the right thing. And the right thing is, let us have free and fair election. So we don't want to dwell on Chebukati. The only thing we need to dwell now is how our agents and how we can get our people to go and vote in your village, what you can do for today. And mother say, you are teacher, because we know teachers are always the returning officers and the clerks. And that is why he said, if you are chosen as a Kenyan to be a returning officer or to be that clerk, do the right thing. What is the right thing? Make sure there is no rigging. And back, we will get our community in the right track. So that is what I want to say for these 30 days. We need to educate our people to understand the value of me being an agent, for me being an agent, for me being a returning officer, for me being a clerk, an observer. Let's do the right thing for the first time in this country. I think that is what I can say in Cheru.
Okay, so before I bring the other, so Tidens, you can finish your presentation. I know now you now have a view of people's opinion. Now you can finish your presentation now with that in mind.
No, I'm looking at this situation as if you are going for a surgery, and the doctor is supposed to operate you is your enemy. Why should you go ahead with that surgery? We already have an issue with IEBC. We don't trust it on both parties. Why should we proceed with elections when we are sure that the person who is leading the elections, we only have 30 days, so we are not guaranteed we'll get a free and fair election.
Chebukati is not the only person. My brother, we have 9 commissioners. We have all these institutions. We don't trust Chebukati for what he has done before. But if our votes are not stolen in the polling station, we cannot postpone the election because of Chebukati. And again, maybe if Chebukati will not play well, he may step aside. You know, we have deputy commissioners, but we cannot do that because we cut Chebukati with the right, wherever he has done. So he's a afraid man. We don't have to postpone our election. No. You know, if you are a thief, and I say in our village, Njeru, last night people did not sleep because they suspect the thieves were outside. Then did the thief come in the house? No. Did you see them? No. But still, because you are afraid, you have to say that. So we want to alert and say, Chebukati, we know what you can do, but we are watching on you.
Selena, let you. They had a conference yesterday, and the lady.
Who is speaking? Tidens?
Yes, I wanted to say this because there's a conference that was yesterday about when the ballot papers came and how they were called, and everybody and all those commissioners confirmed. What happens if, assuming 60% of the commissioners are compromised? How sure are we that that team is what we need? I think we need to deal with IEBC before anything else, because a lot of things are happening. At the end of it, even if the elections proceed, we end up being in that court.
Okay, Tyrant. Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. What if IEBC is creatively, is a scenario I'm giving you. What if IEBC is creatively and just deliberately wanting to waste our time so that we don't concentrate with the campaigns? Think about it. How sure are you that what Chebukati wants is to derail AZIMIO and maybe Raila Odinga to only just talk about elections? So it is not a thing which we can just put it squarely on and make it as a monodialogue. Yeah, even as we are trying to see what Chebukati is doing, remember that our enemies would want to concentrate with the Chebukati as much as possible, so that we refuse or we get away from the agenda and concentrate with winning and consolidating our people. Let's also get it as a trap. It could be a trap, which they want maybe AZIMIO to get in. I don't say it is true, but let's view it broadly and know that we are in an election season and any trap counts.
Okay, yeah, so I understood that one. The other thing is about those issues of those years that are coming out of guns and everything. I don't think this is the right time of maybe I like looking at things objectively. Now when someone talks about guns, that one is war. Hiyo ni vita mtu anajaribu kuongea. You do not know how the recipient will take the information. I think as for the wonder what he did the right thing but the wrong thing at the same time. You'd have talked about other things, but when he correlated to war because I've been a victim several times, I don't feel that what he did was right, and this is not the right time of kusema because kuna watu wataumia, and now that we have an issue of IBC and other people are talking about guns and everything.
Okay,
then
Tyrone,
I see
I
danger
just
ahead.
want you know. Okay, 1 minute. You know, I always like to interrogate a statement. Okay, you are saying what Rivondo said is not good. Okay, let's look at on the other side of the sheet. I don't know it, but I'm just asking you, suggestively. Let's assume, what if Rivondo is talking the truth? Can you try to analyze? We don't know, but let's take it. What if Rivondo, whatever Rivondo is saying is the truth? Can you analyze it? Tirades, you have gone away. Okay, Joshua, you can comment.
Yes, I think you know in politics, we have propaganda. At the same time, in politics, you can also speak the truth. You remember 5 months ago, Livondo came with the issue that president was supposed to be assassinated. He said it during the homecoming party for Moses Kuria. And after that, hiyo issue ilienda hivi ikapotea hivyo hivyo. Now 30 days to an election, Livondo anakuja na another dose about mambo ya guns. To me, Livondo ni mtu ana information, intelligent information. This information ambayo anakuja nazo sio information ambazo you can just speak it like that. He knows what he's speaking about and we know very well. And Livondo is speaking broadly.
Joshua,
so what?
Yes? My question was very clear. I understand what you're saying. Maybe before Tirades come, the question which I was asking is, we don't know it, but what if what Rivondo is saying is the truth? Is that information not justifully and rightfully needed to be told to Kenyans as a part of a deterrent mechanism? Because remember, sometimes when you want to kill somebody and that information is leaked outside there, it has an element of deterrent, making you that you start knowing that people know what I was planning and maybe you stop it. Don't you think it can be a deterrent measure if it is the truth?
Okay, it could be okay, if it is a truth, it can be a deterrent measure. I'm looking at it as this angle. I remember in 1992, before the clashes started, there was a story that came in and they started saying that there are some arrows coming from Korea. A few months later, it's true, people started fighting. As much as he has the truth, he should have left that thing to the investigative department to do that thing. Because now there are people on the ground who may be taking that information negatively or positively. After the elections, people might start arming themselves. What will happen if we go back to the situation of 2007, 1992? Because of a simple statement because it's a reckless. To me, it's reckless because now there was that story in 1992 that started. It started that some arrows are being brought from South Korea, and people believed it was a lie. After some time, the war erupted in Mozambique and Molo. That's how it started.
Okay, Joshua.
As much as this guy has the information, he should have let that information come from the right person after it has been proved.
Okay, Joshua, I get you, but why Rivondo? Why Rivondo? That is my question. Why Rivondo?
Now Rivondo has a history. Rivondo has a history. He's also a culprit. Rivondo is a culprit and he has the information. I don't mind him giving the information. My worry is the implication of the information towards the public. As much as now unajua sasa watu wataanza kuanza kufikiria, people might buy the information. People, some of them will start defending themselves, wengine wataanza kupotea, and there are some people who have been victims like me.
Okay.
So
okay, I understand. I don't want us to go to that thing very much, and I want Tyrant to make his conclusion. But the bottom line is, in Kenya and in our situation of polarity, the way we have been polarized, and our situation where we have been unable to solve many issues, it is better for that information to be outside there for caution. It's better for that information to be outside there. You know what is outside there. Then at least it is better than things to happen. Then we'll be saying that why couldn't one or two people speak about it? We have some institutions which have at times they didn't help us when we needed their help. But that information from Rivondo, it's very important outside there, and I support it. So, Tyrant, you can conclude.
Let me conclude by saying this. As much as we want to trust that we can do the elections and IEBC will do a favor, I feel I'm afraid that we need to when kuna mtu amesema watu waende na simu, they do everything, they protect their vote. But we also need to be prepared and after the elections, whatever may the outcome of the election, we also need to be prepared. Unanisikiza? All of us, we prepare ourselves, we vote, and we make sure Baba wins. After the elections, we also need to be prepared for the aftermath of the elections, because things may change after the elections. We are not talking about the elections of our 9th. We also need to talk after the elections, what will happen after the elections. So my submission is, let us make sure that we get as much votes as we can, like somebody else said there. But after that, we tell the people that is not the end. Until our president is sworn in, that's when we'll have known that the elections are over.
Okay, fine. So, Richard Okemwa, I can see you want to ask a question. So, I will allow to ask you a question. Before now, I bring a lady for some gender equality. Before I bring kuna mtu naona anaitwa Koreana. So, Koreana, stay on standby. We are bringing you. Wacha kwanza Richard aongee. So, maybe before Richard you speak. Tom, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, you are ready. Okay,
Yes.
wacha basi Richard aongee, then hukuje.
Okay, sawa. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Njiru. It is not really a question, but it is an advice to enterprise. Please, it is remaining 29 days to elections. Do not doubt anything. From where I sit, I'm telling you about security in Kenya. Security from the government is very stable. There is nothing which is going to happen. These small crutches which you are seeing, those are very small. There is no fighting in Kenya anymore. I'm very sure. That one I can assure you. Again, don't doubt anything that now the Jebukati is going to steal. You know, when you hear Papa talking, he wants to scare Jebukati and the group. In case they have any intention of doing that, they get scared and they leave it. So don't fear anything. Now, at this time, for the remaining days, what we are encouraging our people, especially the AZIMIO, and those people who are supporting UDA, we are supposed to tell them what is supposed to happen after the elections. What AZIMIO is going to do for us and for the children and the grandchildren to come. But this time, we are not supposed to be doubting, oh, what will happen, oh, what will go this. No. There is nothing like war in Kenya again. I can assure you that one. So it is just a comment, it's not a question. But I'm trying to tell you there is no war in Kenya anymore. Everything will go like now. We are almost 10 in the panel. If all of us fought, we fought now, we say we are 14. If 9 of us vote for AZIMIO, and 1 of us vote for UDA, when Chebukati is stealing, how can Chebukati steal 9 votes? Surely. What is important now is the AZIMIO people to go in large numbers wherever you are. Some of us, we are outside, we are not in Kenya. If you are registered, go and vote so that we win at a landslide, more than 15 million. Even if they want to steal, they will not steal anything. They will steal, but they will not reach. So please, let us not be scared in stealing. Let us vote in a large number. Thank you, Mr. Njiru.
Okay, sawa. Tom, go ahead. Okay, Nani, Bwana Joshua, please relax.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Njiru.
Okay, sawa. Tom, go ahead. Okay, Nani, Bwana Joshua, please relax. Tom, your connection is not good.
Okay. Bwana Njiru, na kupata kwa njia nzuri. Nimefurahi sana kusikia maoni ya wenzangu wana AZIMIO. Nimekaa nimesikiza kwa kila moja. Sasa tukiendelea kwa upande yangu kama mtu wa AZIMIO, the comments za pande ya Bwana Chebukati, our comments, for me, I can urge my colleagues that nothing will happen, just the same way Richard has just shared with you, because we are many. And as you can see, baba ukisikia ameongea, si ati akona woga. Ukitaka kushika samaki, unatupa chakula yake mahali anaishi, utaona samaki kitoka hivi. So baba is just trying to weigh shida iko wapi, kuna shida ama kuna shida. Saa hii tayari amejua tuko wapi na tunaelekea wapi. So maneno ya Bwana Tirade, tutakuwa na cases after election, that will not be there. 100% because our colleagues are ready to vote. And ukiona hata vile mama aliongea, you know, our people as politicians, they have, you know, they can talk anything, but at the end of the day, kila kitu wamesema, at the back of their mind, they know what will happen. Already, we have few days left, na vile tuko ni kura ndio tuweke vizuri. Hakuna mwenye atapiga mwenzake. Wewe utapiga nani sasa? So with the security saa hii as we talk iko juu sana, hakuna mchezo, and that is why hata utaona wanatolewa kwa maizo ma trainings, wako sawa, vijana wako tayari kabisa. They are ready to handle this minor cases. I call them minor because we are the majority. Propaganda ya our colleagues, hiyo tumezoea, tumekuwa tukisikia. Hizo ni propaganda because you cannot predict of being the president tomorrow and you put billions of shillings in your government. That is just nonsense. Hakuna kitu itakuja. Wewe hizo billions utatoa wapi? So Kenyans wako tayari na hawana neno pande ya security. Wamedanganywa ya kutosha, hakuna mwenye atakubali kudanganywa tena. So mimi kama mwananchi, mwana Kenya, nina hakika security iko sawa, kura tutapiga vizuri na tutatoka kwa wingi. Tutaenda kwa kila polling station, tutavote na tutarudi nyumbani na tutaangalia kwa screens venye hizo kura zimehesabiwa. Chebukati kama ako na nia ingine tofauti, he is cornered. Bwana Chebukati kama ako na nia ingine tofauti, he is cornered. Hakuna kitu anaweza fanya sahihi. Hata hizo maneno ya ballot papers zenye zimekuja hizo hatuna, tuta sensitize our people. We will tell them, ukifika kwa polling station ukiona jina fulani, forget hiyo jina ya wale wako pale, ndio mtaona. I think no, watatueleza. Hakuna mjinga ataingia kwa polling station akose kuona mtu wake, hata kama hizo majina ziko pale. Wataangalia sisi kama wanazimio tuko wapi, si ndio? Hiyo unaweka tiki yako, unajaza hiyo ni vizuri. Kama ujui kusoma, unaweka hiyo kidole pale kwa njia mzuri, na hesabu ifanywe vizuri. Hizo margins watatueleza, watatusaidia kabisa, watasaidia wamama mzee, wakina wazee wale wakongwe, wale hawaelewi maneno, unaona, wataelimishwa. So mimi kwa upande yangu kila kitu itakuwa sawa. Hata nina furaha sana, unaona vile niko na furaha. So nyinyi kama wenzangu msiwe na wasiwasi bana, hii kitu inaingia tena, itaingia mapema na itaingia na tutaingia hapo na furaha. Na hata tukimaliza kesho yake tunasherekea tu, tutachukua mama wetu ule madamu wetu wa Kongo yule, atatumbuiza sisi, tutasherekea kabisa na tutakula nyama, tutafurahi. So kila kitu itakuwa sawa my friend. So mimi kwa upande yangu mimi nasema uoga tuweke kando. Hakuna cases zitakuwa kwa hiyo kwa Supreme Court. Hizo hata kama zitakuwa tutaziita petty issues, ndio zitapelekwa huko, na sisi tutaendelea na mambo yetu kama kawaida. Our president will be sworn in. Tutaendelea na shughuli zetu kama Kenyans na tutakuwa na hiyo furaha, unaona. So mimi najua hiyo tukimaliza, Madam Mbilia Bell ndio atatumbuiza sisi, tutaendelea na kudance vizuri na shughuli zote zitaanza kwa government offices, kila kitu kitakuwa sawa. So in short, bwana anaitwa nani, bwana Tered, usiwe na wasiwasi ndugu yangu, kila kitu kitakuwa. Nataka uwe na furaha, sababu naona bado unaniangalia ukiwa una wasiwasi. Usiwe na wasiwasi, nataka unafurahi, unacheka. So bwana Njiru, mimi sijamaliza, lakini ilikuwa najaribu tu kuweka some moral kwa bwana Tered, asiwe na wasiwasi kwa upande wa uchaguzi. Asante.
Sawa, thank you. Sawa kabisa. Let's keep the conversation going. Wacha kwanza madama present kidogo, Brian utakuja baadaye tafadhali. I request so that at least the conversation can go. I humbly request, let's push them. So Koriana, kindly go ahead. Koriana
Hello everyone. I want to thank God first that He's taken us this far, and I want to thank you as a team. I'm happy to be here again, and I can see everyone happy and smiling. I know God is going to work for us and for the good of our country. I'm going to start with Chebukati because I saw like it didn't involve people with the ballot papers, which is very wrong. As they work as a team, it should have involved everyone unless there's something is hiding. You know, when you are hiding something is when you don't want other people to know. But thank God that it has come out, and whatever he was intending to do is going to change. About the security of Kenya, I think at this time, the country is aware and the government of the day is pretty sure where there is going to be chaos, and they've put policies and procedures in place. The other day I was seeing Sudi complaining that they should get out excess police officers from Eldoret and Rift Valley, but I don't think politicians should be dictating what the government should be doing. That means that they know where there is going to be problems, and they've put people and the security officers so that they can protect the common man. Our people live there and they are scared, and they were being told every time people from wherever Rift Valley, they say, oh, it's going to be okay, it's going to be okay. But we can't trust them. So the government has put more police officers and security officers in that place. Another thing I can talk about, the way Enterprise was saying, like Livondo should not be talking about, sometimes these rumors, they come to be true. So maybe Livondo has heard it from a friend and he was just making it public so that if the government doesn't know, they can take precautions and they can investigate about this rumor. Livondo cannot come from anywhere and start talking about guns. So I'm happy, even if you are scared, don't be scared. Everything will be taken into place, and we shall have a peaceful election and thereafter. And another thing I can talk about, it's only 30 days to go. The only thing is, as we sit here, we are not there in Kenya, but we can tell our family members, there are some young boys and young girls who are still in UDA. As for my family, I know the young ones who are saying they will only vote the president for AZIMIO and they can vote UDA. But we are working hard to convince them that this is their life, it's not my life. So I can assure you, Mtembei, everyone is watching you. We are still telling our people to watch Mtembei, and they will spread the gospel. Above all, we'll keep on praying for our country. Thank you.
Okay. Amemalizia na kutoka tu. Okay, sawa. Brian, you can make your comment. I don't think it is still your time for presentation. Maybe I'm just giving you a small comment and appear on the viewer before I bring the next part. I think the next person should be Richard. Need to comment to Richard and no, not Richard, Brian, and all the viewer. You can make your comment. The next in line is Richard. I don't know, Joshua, you also want to make a comment? No, ni kama mkono yako iko juu.
I want to make a comment, but let Brian finish first.
Okay, wacha Brian na waduvi wamalizie. So go ahead.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Okay, mine is just very, maybe like one minute. Yeah? I just wanted to encourage Tyrants Enterprise. That this time we don't need to be worried like the other election we having, the past elections. What Baba is trying to play is like a script, because at this for the last 1 week, RUTO had been campaigning using the high cost of living and associating Baba with it. So he had to come out with what we call reverse psychology to change that perception from the people. When he came out, when he started complaining about IBC, he want to steal from me, at least the electorate could see that he is not a project as it is being portrayed by RUTO. So when he came out with those allegations, he was a little bit playing what we call reverse psychology. And at the same time, RUTO has been in government for since 2013. And Uhuru trusted RUTO so much that he gave him a lot of mandate to handle during that, from 2013 to 2017. So when it comes to IEBC, he had a very big stake when it comes to recruitment and everything. So I find a lot of the issue we are complaining about, maybe the skewed workforce in IEBC. So for him, he wanted also to set a warning to Chebukati that whatever that he is doing and whatever is happening in IEBC, they know. So that if Chebukati is planning of anything, he should just stop, because they already know whatever is happening there. So it was just a little bit of a warning. We know whatever you are doing, and all we need is a credible election. So you should not be scared about that. About whatever is happening at this time, we have like 3 weeks. And in these 3 weeks, I don't know how RUTO is, because RUTO has been responding to every allegation that is brought out. But now whatever the strategy we have is one, every day we'll be releasing one dossier. As he continues responding on it, he forgets about his manifesto. Like today, instead of selling his manifesto in Turkana, he shifted. Now he's insulting Raila, that he's scared of election. That's a way of diverting from selling his manifesto. So this dossier will continue for the next 2-3 weeks. That's how he's being confused, and he's just landing on anything can use to lure votes. Like today in where there is started was during I don't know how he's going to respond on that. Maybe he'll take like another 3 days, 4 days to respond. And as he continues responding to those, days are running. About IEBC, no, there's nothing you can do at this time, because whatever they are doing have a timeline. And about the paper, maybe I can continue listening. Thank you, Mr. Njiro. It's all about.
Okay, sawa. World viewer. World viewer.
Yes. Unanisikia?
Yes, you had a comment, 1-2 minutes, please, so that we get others.
Yeah. Yes, kitu ya kwanza mimi nawasalimia nyinyi wote. Jamboni. Okay. Jambo ya kwanza naongea juu ya hiyo comment ya Livondo. Hiyo comment ya Livondo mimi naona ikiwa positive. Because vile Livondo amesema hiyo ni kuonesha wananchi the kind of person we are supposed to vote in. Sababu hiyo comment kama mtu ni mbaya, afadhali tuseme mbaya. So hiyo comment ya Livondo mimi nasema iko positive. So jambo lingine ni about IEBC. Mimi naona wakati yako na mambo something ikaenda pate kona ile kitu iko amefikisha kona ile kitu, naambia wananchi tukame na tukuje kwa nguvu yani turnout ikue juu, so that hata wakijaribu nani anajaribu itawazi. Shukrani sana. Anakujua ni kama nishai kuona mahali.
Ni Richard ama nani unasema unajua?
Sawa, shukran.
Okay.
Network yangu.
Okay, sawa.
Ni kama tulikuwa naye mahali Njiru.
Nani mimi? Unasema story yangu? Okay.
Njiru mwenyewe.
Nimeona.
Unanikumbuka?
Hiyo ni kweli, sawa. Okay, sawa. Kumbe hii Mutembei ni kubwa
Hiyo
weka namba hapo kwa nini? Kwa private chat Nitatafuta wewe.
Okay, nitakuwekea namba.
Okay, sawa. So Bwana Richard Okemwa, go ahead.
Sawa, na mwingine na
Okay, thank you again. Let me give you 2 submissions. One, I'll start commenting on the meeting which Madam Karua was having with other women in Nairobi. In fact, for those people who have known the truth, for those people who are in UDA, I have friends here like a Black, they should have, before you go to vote, just compare Gachagua, compare Martha Karua. Compare these people, what they are talking. Are they talking about me as an individual? Don't even take that you are people or anybody. Look at yourself. Does Gachagua talking that is going to represent me? Is he thinking about me? Is Karua, when she is talking, is she talking about me, my life and my life and the life of my children or the life of my brothers and sisters? That is how you can vote the right person. Look at RUTO and look at Raila. Ask yourself, when Raila is talking, is he talking about the leadership of the country? Is he after the people of Kenya or is after himself? Like now, if you compare, when Uhuru was talking, he was saying, for the sake of the people of Kenya, and I didn't want more blood, I was to leave the government. That is absolutely very, very keen person. The person who takes the government or the country as his own. He has mercy. That is why he came to agree that let us shake hands. But when you get somebody, when he says no, is no. He will not come back. He will not think about the people. That kind of leaders, we don't want them. If I come to the rally which was in Kakamega, I'm very, very happy with the Western people because on 2013, I fought in Mumias, but the way now I see Western, it is very, very good. It is not like 2013 because 2013, people were divided. But this round, I'm very happy. And this thing that Baba has talked with the investor who is going to open the factory of Mumias, that is a very big boost for the Western people. And that one, I know Raila is going to be a president, and all the factories which are in Western, God willing, all they will work. From there, when I come to these people, they were at Kirinyaga, this UDA. In fact, there is a very big confusion in UDA now. The reason is that they are not selling their manifesto now. They are talking about Uhuru. You are the one who met you a president. They are talking about Papa, Yoweri Muganga. Such a kind of things are derogatory their thoughts. But to us, we are happy. We are happy. So, to finish, what I normally tell people, we were created in this world so that we can do the right thing. God loves Kenya. God loves the people of Kenya. And we love God as the people of Kenya. We don't want divisions. We don't want war. We want to go for elections in a peaceful way. We finish it. We get the right leaders, and all of us, we enjoy the fruits of independence. That is all what we want. And you see some of us, we have suffered for so many years. We have suffered for so many years. So when somebody talks about that I'm a hustler, who has never moved from even Kenya to go even to any other place and stay there. He was born in Kenya. In his own homeland, he schooled there. He finished school. He was in the university. He was just picked. He was given something to do. He started. He's a billionaire now. He's telling people he's a hustler. And the people follow him. Really, hustlers follow him. Think twice. This person told you the same thing 10 years ago. You have not gained anything from that person. How sure are you are going to gain something when he becomes the president? Please, Kenyans, let us open our eyes. Let us pray that God give us knowledge and the wisdom to think twice. When we are going to vote on 9th, let us make a change. If you see our leaders of AZIMIO, look at Raila, look at Martha Karua. The biggest thing we have got, and which I'm happy of, is that now for the first time in history, we are going to have a woman, a vice president of Kenya. Not only a woman, a leader who has been fighting for us for a long time. I really salute that lady. Because even the words, the way she puts her thing, the words, the way she encourages people, it is the right way. And what she is saying, we are not forcing you to vote for us, but to vote for the right person. I wish people enter inside me. I'm a Kenyan, a patriot, and I'm telling you people, those UDA people, please think twice. Vote wisely. Let us have the right people who are going to transform Kenya, so that some of us can have that opportunity to come in Kenya, invest and do something which can be helpful in Kenya and the other people. Thank you, Mr. Njiru and the other panelists.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Richard. Two things coming from your talk today. I want to involve you a little bit. You know, sometimes natakanga mtu anieleze vitu vizuri. Vitu mbili nimeshika kutoka kwako is you have said that there is person who is claiming that he made another one a president. I want you to explain to me what is the process of making a president, and can one person be determinative in you becoming a president? And in that, can you try to help me understand the contribution of Mr. Ruto in Uhuru becoming a president? That is one thing I wanted you to help me understand. Then the other one is I wanted to make a small correction. You said that all of us want good things. I tend to disagree with that. There are some of us who don't know what they want. There are some of us who they are ready for anything. There are some of us who even want bad things. It's only that they don't know. So that's why you see people falling in each or in any of the factions. So we have to keep on telling people what our direction is. But I can tell you with authority not everybody wants good things as we may think. Others want even bad things. But you can tell me the process of making a president.
Okay. For one, you see, when these people come or somebody wants to stand for election and they want, we have the process. And the people who are now, like now, let's say we have RUTO, we have Raila. You see what they are doing? They are campaigning. They are telling people what they can do for them. That is a process. Nobody, no one person can make somebody a president. Above all, you know, we human beings, we can be talking anything. But the only person who knows who is going to be the president of Kenya is only God. God uses people to elect somebody to be a leader. Like now, this process which we are talking is that people have come, they want this thing as a leader. We go for elections. IEBC, they do their work. We select that person. The majority gets their way. That is how the process is going. So there is no way one person can make somebody a leader, especially in the elections, unless and otherwise. That one I don't think, because as I understand, 2013, the reason why Uhuru and Ruto came together, in fact, sincerely speaking, it is because of age. If they came together to bring peace, that peace could have continued up to now. They could have finished in a peaceful way. That is what I think. I'm ready to be corrected if it is like that. Because if it was really genuine to bring peace, that peace could have lasted for the last 10 years and finish like that. And now Uhuru could have been supporting Ruto. But because of the intention they had at the first was different. Uhuru's intention was different. Ruto's intention was different. Uhuru was in the intention of bringing the Kenyans together. But Ruto's intention was, I want this person to support me in the future. So that is why you can see now there is a separation. That one I finish like that. Another one you were asking about, please remind me the other one.
No, the other one was just a comment. It's okay, I think you have added what I wanted to get. The other one was just a comment. You don't need to worry about it. So what I wanted you to explain to me was about the process of making a president, because I can see some people claiming birthright, which I don't think is right. Maybe let me just add a comment. Maybe you can be able to expound it further before we bring another person. You see, what happens in Kenyan elections in the modern history, so that you win, you have to form like a form of an arrangement. You have to come together, especially the people who have some influence from somewhere. We can call them like community bargainers, if I may say, the people who bargain on behalf of a community. So Mr. Ruto came with his group. Mr. Uhuru came with his group. But remember, this presidency was being wedged around, or it was being stitched around Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta. So the person who, maybe, I don't know, but maybe I also start to be corrected. Once Uhuru was able to convince Ruto to support his bid, and maybe probably even did a promise to him, including in quotes, even buying him, sorry for that, including in quotes, even buying him, because we don't know. They are coalitions of convenience. Maybe Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta was the highest bidder. Maybe if another person could have been willing maybe to produce some several billions. Maybe the system could have been altered in another way. So what I'm trying to say is that when we are talking of assembling an election team which can win, that team is usually stitched around the president. The president is the one who says, now I need the, let's talk to these people, let's talk to these people. Like if you can see like the way AZIMIO is, there is a lot of input from Raila Odinga, even as much as others have also brought their ideas. But AZIMIO has everything to do with Raila Odinga in terms of the concept, the belief, the philosophy, and bringing people together. So it's a shared item, which, yes, people can claim ownership, but constituent members have no right to claim full ownership of that thing. Like right now, Raila Odinga can claim ownership of AZIMIO, but a constituent member within AZIMIO cannot claim its ownership because they have arrangement, they have agreement, but we don't know the forces which brought them together. We don't know. It might be convenience, it might be what, we don't know. We don't know the reason why this person is there. So, and that's why I also want people to understand there are bigger forces which made RUTO to support Uhuru Kenyatta apart from The Hague. And that's what I want people to understand. And he should not tell us that it was his commitment to make Uhuru Kenyatta a president. It might have been a concept for auction. He should also tell people that. He should be clear on that. Because sometimes when money is involved, we are not able to know whether if I'm somewhere, if it is money which has taken me there, if it is philosophy, if it is idea. So Mr. Ruto has no audacity to claim that he's made Uhuru Kenyatta the president. And I think if he was able to make Uhuru Kenyatta the president, then let me see him coming up with a team which can also make himself a president, which I doubt he cannot make. So the presidency is heaved around a president. Right now, it is like Musalia Mudavadi coming and telling us that he is making Ruto a president. It's a lie. We support people who have support. So, like for example, if I want to come and become your presidential running mate, I will first of all monitor you have more support than me. It's a natural role. That's how the natural role operates. So the fact that Mr. Ruto agreed to deputize Kenyatta, it was on a concept that this person has a bigger block than me. That one goes without saying. And he agreed on his political philosophy and his political will and his political thinking. So this rise, which we are saying that one made the other president, it was a symbiotic relationship which had to actualize with other people on board. And no one can wholesomely claim made the other a president. So it's just a naive statement, and it's not a statement which we need to analyze here. It's a symbiotic relationship, but even if he was not available, others could have been available. That is also one thing which we also need. He is not the only person with a voter block in Kenya. We also have equivalent people who have voter blocks, and maybe in that time they could have played as a better role and even become more loyal and play their deputy roles better than maybe what he is doing. So I get it being a bit egocentric and kupiga kifua when you claim that you are the person who made things work. I think it's a high, and this is how we need to analyze our deputy president. It is the high time he also needs to give other people's value for their contribution, instead of portraying yourself as the Mr. Make It All Happen. So that's one of the aspects which I don't like. As much as he contributed, his support was inclusive of a system where he cannot isolate his support from the support of others. This thing was done from everywhere. There were people from TURKANA, There were people from Western, even we saw even Western people giving Jubilee votes. There were people from other areas. So this guy, I think he should stop telling us that he made somebody a president. It is unfair. Kenyans made Uhuru Kenyatta a president, and no one can claim makes another one. It's a system. The question which he should be telling us is how much money he was paid. If there was a payment, that one I can understand. Richard ilikuwa nyongeza tu, maybe pengine kama uongeze ili tuende kwa mtu mwingine before we go to Joshua.
Okay, let me add something there. You see, what Ruto is claiming is in fact baseless, because, by the way, if they agreed that let us join together for the sake of the people of Kenya, so that we serve the people, after 10 years, I support you. Yes. Why is it that Ruto reached on the way and left? He took all the MPs from parliament and they gang against Uhuru. If we could have behaved the good way he was behaving before when they joined the hands, they could have gone up to the last minute. Then he said, my brother, I supported you. Now, can you please support me? Now we could have not been talking about Ruto here. Uhuru could have joined the Ruto and support him. But now, they started the government together, Jubilee government. He has reached where he has ran away. The Jubilee government has done some things good, we appreciate, but there are some things which they have done wrong. He disassociates himself from those things which have gone wrong. When it comes to those things which are okay, he says, I'm one of them who made this government, and I am the one who put my effort to do this one. So if he is the right person, he should appreciate that where we have failed, we have failed. Where we have gained, we have gained. Now let us pull together and go. But now he should not claim that he's the one who made Uhuru the president. People from Central, they are very good people and they are very hard-working people. Their faults are many. If they were to join with the others, without Ruto, Uhuru could have won the election. So Ruto should not claim that he's the one who made Uhuru the president. Okay, thank you.
Okay, to summarize your comment, I wanted to say this, so that now I bring Joshua. To summarize your comment, it is this way. Relationships and friendships are not a variable. They are a variable. They are not a constant. If I'm your friend today, it doesn't mean I'm your friend tomorrow. And if I'm your friend today, and I promised you something today, and I'm not your friend tomorrow, the promise has also died. It's that simple. So, continuity, even if there was a promise, I don't know, continuity depends with the relationship. Like, for example, I might have a girlfriend, in quotes. I promised my girlfriend so many things. Then after 1 week, maybe I had promised my girlfriend the vehicle which I drive, from next week you'll be using it. Then next week, we are not in a relationship. Am I going to deliver my vehicle to her? That's a question. Another thing, when we are in employment, we always receive our employment letters, maybe those who are in permanent and pensionable. But does it mean that if you lose your job midway, you are going to receive all your benefits which you are to receive when you reach your 60th year? So these ideas of Kenyans wanting to say that one person can inherit another one, it is subject to how the relationship is. And if the relationship collapses, the agreement collapses. It is that simple. So, in fact, Mr. Ruto is having a lot of favor if he is still in the job. Actually, if the deputy president was not a bit protected in the constitution, sahi tungekuwa na mwingine hapo. It is that simple. Joshua.
Yeah, I just want to react over the comment hiyo umeongelea saizi. You said that the relationship was a symbiotic, but me I refuse. The relationship was a parasitic. Ruto was a parasite. Without Uhuru, Ruto could not be a vice president. I mean deputy president. Because he do claim that is the one who imposed Uhuru to be a president. Sometimes he say that is the one who made Raila to be a prime minister. And by that time, when Raila, when they were forming ODM, Ruto was in Kanu. Ruto was just picked by Raila. There was just picked by Raila and brought to ODM. So sometimes I normally wonder how Ruto is behaving, saying that is the one who made Ruto to be president, who made Raila to be a prime minister. Ruto is a parasite. Without Uhuru, Ruto could not be a deputy president. That is a fact and that is a reality. Assume 2013, the way things were moving, they wanted to pick Mudavadi as the president when they want to go. They wanted to were being taken to Hague. Mudavadi could not pick Ruto to be his deputy. So I don't agree with the symbiotic. To me, that is a parasitic mode of nutrition, and it remained like that. Even when the time they were in ODM, he was just a parasite. Anapewa kazi, yeye anafyonza, yeye ananyonya tu. Like now, yes, amekula kila kitu, amekula damu, amekula kila kitu. So Ruto is a parasite, and that is a fact. Now let's now move to the issue of rigging of election in IEBC. People should not even be worried about rigging. Hakuna mambo ya rigging this time. I'm even I don't know why people are worried about rigging. There's nothing like rigging. When Raila is bringing a claim about staffing, there's nothing like staffing. You cannot stuff 200 ballot paper in 10,000 polling station. It's not easy. That is very difficult. Kwa sababu for you to come with those ballot paper ukaingiza pale kwa box, and we have agents in 10,000 polling station. Those are just things that Raila was saying, at least to wake IEBC on toes. But stuffing 200 ballot papers, I don't agree with that. The way they wanted to put Ruto on toes so that Ruto can have an agenda to discuss. Right now, it's almost 4 days since Raila claimed that issue. Raila spoke in that issue. Amenyamaza nayo. Ruto bado anapanganga anaongea mambo ya rigging of election, and now he's saying that Raila should just quit election. So Ruto has so many things to fight with, and that's why AZIMIO are very smart. They are bringing an issue, wanamwacha anaongea. Ruto has an issue, he has to fight with Gachagua. Gachagua anang'ana nayo saizi baada mambo yake baada ya maliza. He want to defend Gachagua, he want to cover Gachagua. Ruto has a claim na anapigana na president wake. Right now, the issue that came out, mambo slapping. Ruto, instead of just keeping quiet as somebody who is mature, he wanted to react over the issue. He admitted, this dossier, I'd say that this dossier, it was something that Uhuru had planned, and he wanted to expose Ruto. But Ruto was just trapped in that dossier because I'm sure Uhuru knew very well that Ruto has said very well that he wanted to slap him during that time. Now Uhuru told one of the people that, can you take that dossier out so that I can trap Ruto. But Ruto, being that's not wise, he admitted that it's better a friend who slap you than an enemy who kiss you. Already has admitted. And then Uhuru now come back and now give people that the real character of Ruto, that this man whom you're seeing we are working with, he's angry of power, he's ready to kill. He's ready people to die for him just to get power. So Ruto is fighting with this president. Ruto is fighting with Raila. Ruto is fighting the issue of Gachagua. Ruto is fighting with the issue of scandal that is surrounding him. So Ruto is fighting so many things, and I'm sure that those are going to come out each and every time. Today there's a dossier about the issue of Livondo. When Livondo came with this issue, Livondo is being used either, I don't know, there's some sort of corner that is using Livondo. The time he said the issue, the time he said about president being assassinated, that is around March, when we were, they were doing a farewell for, I mean, homecoming for this MP, huyu MP wa Gatundu. That time hata wakati huo Livondo akwa any party. Livondo ni kama alikuwa 50-50 between Kenya Kwanza na AZIMIO. But today Livondo appeared in a rally ya AZIMIO. And today he came, the first thing alipokuja na anasema niseme nitoboe. And then he just hit at what Uhuru has been saying. Mambo ya slapping, akasema kuwa the day he wanted to slap Uhuru, I was there. Kwa maanisha kuwa Livondo alikuwa assistant wa Uhuru. So Livondo is anatumika polepole saizi. So right now Ruto, if he's not careful, is going to lose massively, because when people are now seeing the real character of Ruto, that this is the real man, the person who is just busy to get power, whether people are dying, whether people are suffering, for him afadhali apate kitu na achukue kitu. And the same thing, that's what Livondo said today. Well, that's what Uhuru said yesterday. Livondo alisema kuwa 2017 yeye alikuwa tayari ameleta bunduki na Uhuru alikuwa ameenda Addis Ababa. So yeye aliporudi anapata Ruto ashaleta bunduki, and Ruto was ready, alikuwa tayari wachukue kitu, whether by which means. So Livondo anasema anajaribu confirm what Uhuru said yesterday, kuwa Ruto is just there to take powers, whether people are dying or people are suffering. So to me, Ruto is trying to lose massively, and is losing massively each and every time, each and every day, and lose. And by the end of these 30 days, atakuwa amepoteza. And then when you compare now Martha and Gachagua, Martha already outshone Gachagua even in Central. Gachagua cannot even campaign alone in Central. Just walking alone in Central, he can't do that. While Martha can even walk in other part of the country, Gachagua can only walk in Central and partly part of Rift Valley. Hapo ndo mahali Gachagua ameshinda peke yake since he was given a running mate. So to me, I'm seeing AZIMIO is winning this election with a huge margin. And I want to confirm to watu wa AZIMIO kuwa we thought that maybe Central itakuwa nusu. Central si nusu. Central, Raila is beating Ruto. Right now, Raila anasha climb anaenda 60%. Asha climb. By the end of these 30 days, Raila atakuwa amefika 70%. The way Mama Sele alisema, the only thing that we need to do is we have our agent who are strict, because rigging inafanyika in a polling station. So if our agents are strict and they can look everything that is taking place, and I'm very happy that this time around Raila is very lucky, because in Central hakuna ile wildness the way it was there 2017. The only place that can little bit wild ni hapa South Rift, hapa Bomet, Kericho, Nandi. Hapo ndo paliza kwa well with our agents. But in Central, we are going to find a soft land, because there we have our supporters. So our agent watakuwa na nguvu ya kuangalia what's going on. But mali kama North Rift, South Rift, like the other time unapata kuwa agent wa the other time NASA, there are some police stations that they could not allow to stay there. But now in Central, I'm sure our agents are going to be safe. Western, they're going to be safe. Nyanza, they're going to be safe. Coast, they're going to be safe. Northeastern, they're safe. The only place ambayo watapata some problem ni hapa South East, hapa Bomet, Nandi, Kericho. Not even Shinigishu. Shinigishu, we are a little bit. We have some supporters there, but it's only those 4 counties ambayo kuna problem. So rigging will only take place in a polling station. If we have sincere returning officers and our agent are strict, hii mambo ya staffing ambaye Junet alisema hiyo ilikuwa propaganda tu. Hakuna election ambayo hakuna vile election itaibiwa hapa Kenya this time around. This time around Raila is winning this thing 70% to 30%. Ruto is going home. So to me, I want to give the hope. Let's come out in large number. Kila mtu atoke apige kura. Such that hata kama Chebukati anajaribu kufanya mchezo yake, itakuwa kama 202. People came out in a large number. Even there's nothing Moi could have done that time because people voted. So this time can people come out in large number tupige kura, hata kama kutakuwa na mchezo ambaye anachezwa kidogo hapa na hapa, already tutakuwa tumeenda juu. So the issue hii Raila alisema hili just trying to play psychology ya watu kuwa aone what will happen, what will the reaction, and then we realize that Raila alipoongea kitu mara moja hajaongelea hiyo kitu tena. Ameacha Ruto anapayuka nao each and every time mala anaenda anaongea. So to me, I want to give our my fellow Azimio members, let's come out in a large number. Tutoe hata wale wagonjwa. Let's bring them out. They should go and vote so that you can win this thing a first round in a landslide. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that is good. I think we have new entrants in the room. We will give them an opportunity to contribute as we push the conversation. So, Bob, then Raban.
Yes, habari yako Njiro, studio. Haya, mimi leo ningeanza na submission ingawa nimechelewa kidogo. Sijui kama mnanisikiza vizuri.
Yeah, nakusikia lakini you have invited but ni sawa.
Haya, sasa mimi
Bob, mimi nataka kama ulisikia hiyo. Ama ni mimi niongee vibaya. I think it was Bob time, eh?
Hapana, sio long time.
Mimi nimeongoja lakini naona huyu bwana ameingia kifua hivyo.
Haya, sasa nakubali hiyo kifua hapa.
Hapa mahali nimekaa bana, kuna joto ingine saizi inachezea 47 48, so lazima hiyo kifua ikae hivyo, lakini usijali, hakuna wasiwasi.
Okay, sawa. Next time just try to explain yourself for courtesy.
Yeah.
We understand. So can you give your small apology to Bob alafu uendelee?
Bado sijakusikia vizuri.
Just tell Bob to excuse you, eh? I know maybe unaweza kuwa, just tell Bob to excuse you. It is
Yeah, sasa wacha niende moja kwa moja kwa hii mambo ya coffee. Unajua imekuwa ndio kitu ambayo tulikuwa tunaongelea sana. Unajua inashangaza sana wakati unasikia watu wanasema eti afadhali rafiki mwananya anakujali akikupiga kofi na alikuwa anakusaidia. Lakini mwenye anaambiwa hivyo anajibu kwa njia tofauti kidogo. Eti angenipiga ningempatia shafu lingine. Hiyo ni jibu ambayo ni very simple. Lakini bado unaona hapo chini wanaendelea kusema eti tuache na tumeshinda. Inamaanisha hata kama watu watakufa haina shida. Hata kama damu itakuwa inamwagika na watu wanaanguka kwa barabara, wewe uko na haja na umeshinda, so haujali mambo ya wananchi. Lakini ukija hapa rais anatoa jibu ambayo ni rahisi sana kwamba eti mimi nilikuwa tayari kuenda nyumbani but niwache nchi kama haina shida yoyote, kama ingekuwa ndio sababu. Najua haya mambo ni kitu ambacho hatutawacha kuongelea leo, kwa sababu huyu ni mtu ambaye imekuja wakati mzuri na amejieleza yeye ni kiongozi wa aina gani. Ni kiongozi mwenye hawezi kujali kwa sababu yeye bora ameshinda. So angepiga mtu ndio wakae, lakini hata kama mambo ingekuwa imeharibika kabisa. So yeye alikuwa anahaja na mambo ya uongozi. So mimi kwanza ningetaka kuambia Wakenya, huyu ni mtu ambaye anatakiwa kusimamishwa kwa njia yoyote. Haijalishi ni njia gani itatumika, lakini kwa sababu tarehe 9 watu watatumia, wananchi wa Kenya watatumia ballot, wapige kura kwa fujo, na in fact hata ile margin isiwe kidogo, iwe margin ambayo italeta ya hasira, ndio huyu jamaa asimamishwe kwa njia hiyo. Hiyo nguvu alikuwa anataka kutumia kuingia kwa uongozi ama kupatia uongozi itasuluhishwa na Wakenya, na Wakenya wenyewe ndio watafanya hiyo uamuzi, kwa sababu ametoa majibu ambayo yako hapo open kwa Wakenya kujadili na kuona ni nini inaendelea. Lakini muhimu kabisa figures ambazo zitatokea hapo ni zile watu wengine hawataamini, and especially Kirinyaga County. Mimi nataka ku expect kitu ambayo itakuwa over 60% kufikia kwa sasa hivi. Tuachane na hizi counties zingine, Kirinyaga itakuwa isolated. Nafikiria nitawachia hapo kwa sasa, nimekuwa very brief namna hiyo kwa leo.
Okay, Bwana Raban, kidogo kuna kitu sijakuelewa. Ukisema hizo kaunti zingine ziachanwa nazo tukae na Kirinyaga peke yake, unamaanisha namna gani? Can you be clear?
Sijasema kwamba eti siwachwe peke yake. Mimi nimesingle out Kirinyaga nikisema amongst the counties za Central Kenya ambazo siko Mount Kenya, sijui ni West, kwa sababu East tunajua hiyo haina shida. Hizi zingine kama Nyeri, Kiambu, na Kiambu ni cosmopolitan of course, hiyo we are assured of. Naongelea Nyeri, Murang'a. Lakini hizo ingawa sio eti hatutapata less than 30, ni 30 plus, lakini Kirinyaga nimeisingle out kwa sababu hiyo ndio mama ya Mother Karua.
Anyway, just to confirm to you, Baba is even doing better in Murang'a even than Kirinyaga, for your information. So Murang'a things are good. Kirinyaga things are getting better. Embu things are getting better. Meru, hiyo ni Azimio. Let's not even talk about it. Tharaka-Nithi, that one is a split. So mukate miti tu roho safi. Bob, endelea. Bob, go ahead. So Bwana Raban, I think you have given your presentation. Unaweza jichunga kwa hiyo temperature ya 40. Umesema uko kwa temperature ya 40 na tuwezi taka uumie sana. I think if you don't have anything else, you can go and take shelter, please. Thank you. Bob, go ahead. Bob.
Ya, Njiru, jambo, habari zenu? Wasalimia nyote, Mama Sally, Selina, Tom, and Joshua. Yeah, quite a number of events caught my eye today. And more importantly, and most interestingly, are 2 events, or rather 3. And Uhuru Kenyatta made a pledge to Kenyans that he will be going home with his full package. Full package meaning anybody who came with him in 2013 in the presidency will be joining him for retirement. And that looks like a resolve that Uhuru Kenyatta has made to ensure that AZIMIO carries the day. There are things that Uhuru Kenyatta talked about, and One of them is that siri ni ya watu wawili. And he clearly looks very upset with his deputy because, you know, there are matters that cannot be discussed out there because of a number of issues, which we may not know. But I want to believe that one of the things that has upset the president, which is likely to make him go all out war on the deputy president, is matters security. You know, when the deputy president comes on live television and tells us that the chief of national what do you call it, NIS, national NIS or something like that, intelligence security, you know, it doesn't go down well because there are things that you cannot just come out and talk about because they can tilt the scales in terms of peace, cohesiveness, and those are things that you can resolve internally. If you indeed have of you as president and deputy president have the goodwill to solve matters, and also the good intention of serving Kenyans without a bias. But it looks like the deputy president has got his own issues that he cannot afford to, you know, he has some sense of entitlement. He feels like he's more superior, and he imagines every other time he talks about yeye ndiye alimfanya sijui Raila prime minister, yeye ndiye alimfanya Uhuru Kenyatta president, which as a matter of fact, you know, if you are to look at the mathematics, you realize that Uhuru Kenyatta initially came in with almost 4.5 million votes to 5 million votes. And if you look at the Rift Valley block, if you just go to you can Google from the IEBC records. RUTO actually came with about 2 million votes. If that is what he wants to say, that he brought much more on board, which I don't think that is true, because the only thing that RUTO wants to demonstrate to the Kenyan people is that he is some kind of superior fellow who can make things work. You know, for instance, when today he says that he tells Raila that I will take you to Bondo in the next 3 weeks. You know, that kind of chest thumping and bravado will not take him anywhere as a politician who intends to rule this country at one time, because there is that you need to be composed. You need to show the people that you are slow to anger. But for him, he's so jittery. He feels is entitled, and the country owes him more than he owes the country. So for me, I want to say that Uhuru Kenyatta is doing the right thing. You know, sometimes you need to just maybe make one statement and Kenya Kwanza goes helter-skelter. They are all over the place now, concentrating on the Uhuru and the Mzee wa Vitendawili instead of focusing on selling their manifesto. And that does not do them any good, but it is our advantage to as AZIMIO, the AZIMIO nation. So we want that kind of tempo to be sustained so that they lose focus. Yeah, and with regard to the IEBC, I don't know whether Chebukati is really serious. You know, when Chebukati makes a statement that he might postpone a few elections of a few either constituencies or counties that have issues. What is he trying to tell the Kenyans? Is he actually admitting that he's not prepared for this election? Because you see, you cannot, if you want to postpone elections of certain areas, that is likely to affect the president, the vote in terms of the presidential vote. You cannot just start making such statements until you're sure that there is no any other way that you can sort out the matter. So Chebukati, every other day, he pretends to be confident that he's going to deliver, but for me, the guy is not up to the job, and he needs to just take a rest. And he should never be allowed anywhere near public office because he's so indecisive. He's operating like a one-man show. When commissioners are already, talking in different languages prior to an election, that alone does not inspire confidence in Kenyans. So Chebukati is somebody who needs serious prayers. I don't know. He needs some redemption. He's really doing a lot of damage, and we really do not want that because most people who would want to exercise their right are probably losing faith in this process. And that does not augur so well for this nation. AZIMIO in BUKHUNGU Stadium, that was quite a show. I managed to watch the whole rally, and there were a few issues that that came up there, and apart from one stray one from Livondo, the rest, I think they were sending the message, and it was bare knuckles this time because they did not spare the deputy president. And particularly Joho made it very clear and gave the difference, clear differences between Raila Amolo Odinga and William Ruto in terms of trust issues, corruption issues, and I thought it was spot on. But one thing I learned is that apparently in Njiru, I don't know whether you are aware that Rigathi Gachagua was actually sacked because of stealing relief food. I didn't know that. Junet managed to educate us, and he told us that access to information, of which that one is guaranteed in the Constitution, they managed to get information that Rigathi actually stole relief food. And when you have stolen relief food and you are dismissed from office on such an account, that is not somebody that Kenyans should even put trust in him. That already itself tells you that he's not fit to lead. But there are people who are so blind as to assume such a thing, because when you start stealing from hungry Kenyans, then what will you do when you're in a position of power? So that was a really bad revelation, and any sensible Kenyan would not put his vote in that kind of basket. Yeah, and on the climax of it, there is the women, Mama Selina's comrades. They were doing so well today, and it makes me feel very proud of Martha Karua, because Martha Karua is self-made. She's exhibiting all the qualities of a leader that can bring people together. Not only from the women side, but generally, even from her own campaigns, she's very articulate, and she gives a lot of confidence to many Kenyans who probably have had lost their hope in this country, and we are really proud of her as the AZIMIO running mate to Raila Odinga. And as well, she's very energetic, because in the mornings when she was being embraced by the women of this country, and there shortly after she had to join her principal Raila Odinga in Kakamega. So in general, I can say AZIMIO, we are on the right track. We are spreading the message, not only in Western today, but also different parts of the country. There was so much activity, and the selling of the AZIMIO candidates as well as the manifesto. Lastly, let me just mention something about the KK. I also managed to watch a few clips for KK in Turkana, and it was very sad, very, very sad that somebody like Nanok, what he was telling his own people in Turkana was very shocking. He was telling people about wheelbarrows, and that to me it doesn't go down well, because the gentleman has been well funded, especially in this the last 10 years. Is received, I think, is the counties that have received the most money among the counties that have received the most allocation. But the place does not look like a place that has seen development that much. And he goes ahead to tell us that, to tell the Turkana people that the wheelbarrow is and Mamamboga, those are not issues that the people of Turkana really want to hear, because they have much more pressing issues which can be addressed other than wheelbarrows and issues of Mamamboga. In any case, Turkana, where would you find Mamamboga in Turkana? That was really low of them. Meanwhile, I'll leave it at that. Njiru, I'll hand it back over to you as we continue to discuss.
I have some clarification and 2 questions from you. First of all, I would like you to, when you hear somebody like this regarding Gachagua, who I think have not seen his impact on RUTO campaign apart from downfall. I've not seen people coming together for him. I've not seen. Anyway, I don't know what informed that choice, but it's up to them. You said he has he's totally full. I wanted to know why was that information hidden to the limelight for so long, and we had to only know it in a campaign rally. Don't we have institutions here which could have at least? I know Rigathi Gachagua has issues. Rigathi Gachagua has court cases which are pending. Why shouldn't we be also having an additional court case on this issue of the relief food? It's just a question for you. Just you can tell me. Then the other thing which I wanted you maybe to also explain to me is maybe because we have talked about the AZIMIO rally which was in Kakamega, and the impact which has happened there, and the other one for the Kenya Kwanza which was in Turkana. Now, can you tell me, because there is spontaneous development because Turkana became a county, spontaneous development, the one which investors go there, is it possible for somebody like Nanok, who is the governor, to quantify what the county has done and what other development agencies have done? And we try to see, because sometimes these people hide in the spontaneous development. you realize that there are some institutions which went to the county because it has become a county. There is something which has happened, and so you realize that in Turkana, there are some of the counties where people might hide because we have so many NGOs there which are also trying, like maybe to do pipe water, to do what. Can Nanok be able to separate what he has done for the county, what the national government has also done, and maybe what the spontaneous development from individual investors have also done? Can we be able to see is development in that county? That is my question, because I'm unable to judge where 13 billion per year is going. Is it prudent? That is my question, because he is on a serious, he is having a very, because that is what they were using, that he is holding a very big post in the campaign of Mr. William Ruto, and Turkana people need to consider him because of that post, or because he is the engine of that politics. But as a governor, can we see him? Can we separate his job with what NGOs are doing, with what the national government are doing? Can we see 13 billion in him? I don't know, maybe you might not have information, but maybe somebody from Turkana in the future can come and tell us that, but you can comment about it.
You know, if you are keen on current affairs of the country, you realize that despite the, you know, for me, there are primary challenges that Nanok should have addressed, and they should have never even ever featured after devolution. And one of them is water, clean water. Access to clean water in Turkana is still a very big challenge. And, you know, with the support of investors and NGOs, there are so many NGOs in that county doing a lot of charity work. He should have at least ensured that that primary concern was addressed. But 10 years later, recently there was, I think, a documentary I watched on one of the local media stations. They still have challenges in access to clean water. So those are some of the things, you know. If a primary challenge like clean water is not addressed, then it tells you that the governor has got either his priorities wrong or he's not doing his job. So I really do not want to talk much because I don't have enough information. But it doesn't seem well to me. And if you are to look at even the political influence of that rally in Turkana, you realize that the supporters are all donned in the yellow shirts. Clearly, those are people who may not have gone there out of their own volition, but they had to be enticed, because we all know that is a vast area, and getting people to come together must be a very big challenge. So I'll not want to comment so much about Nanok, but his development record is not up to scale.
Regarding the Gachagua issue, I asked you, why didn't we hear it early enough? I wanted you to separate me. Where is the issue documented? You know, it's also good we interrogate, and why have some of these things to come during a campaign rally? It's also important we try to know.
You know, for something like that one of regarding Gachagua, you know, this is the time that these last few weeks to the election, there are going to be a lot of revelations, and at the moment, each camp will be trying to dig deep on what the lives of Rigathi and his boss have, you know, and his boss, the deputy president, it has been all out there. Any scandals they have, maybe we are yet to know some, but as it is, we know quite a lot, or quite a bit. But regarding Gachagua, it appears that he has a lot of skeletons in the closet. And you know, a few weeks ago, he was denying the fact that he ever worked in Molo. So I was wondering, was it that the newspapers, from the newspaper cuttings, there was a time he was being accused of collecting bribes around the places of entertainment in Molo. He was like taxing them. So I was wondering, is it true that he never worked in Molo? Because could it be another Rigathi? But it looks like he has tried to cover his tracks. And you know, having worked in OP, Office of the President, there is a likelihood that he was trying to conceal his role or his work at the OP. So there are a lot of skeletons that we are yet to know. But it, you know, with the record that he has, the recent record that he has for the last 10 years, it is clear that fellow is not a straight fellow. Absolutely, he must be extremely corrupt for him to have so many cases and so many, you know, skeletons in the closet. And besides that, there's also a gentleman. There's also a gentleman who said, who has been talking to him when he was posted in Molo, and he used his office, he abused his office, and they refused to pay him. And yet this gentleman, I think, was just a simple chief. The guy, I don't think is fit to lead, absolutely. And
Okay,
Kenyans theory of him.
Okay.
And okay, yeah.
I understand you. The question which I'm having, because I think as Kenyans we are failing. Why? Why and regarding Gachagua issues had to be hidden, or maybe because maybe he might have been using the system, or maybe why had we to have somebody like Rigathi Gachagua who is having all that criminality, and the person to rise to the level of even deputizing one of the major candidates in our election, only to start and adding some of his doings now? Why is it that we couldn't do these things early enough? Why have we to allow criminals thrive in our system? Yes, I know sometimes when people are seeking for higher posts, that is when you want we start knowing their life. But why is our system allowing criminals to thrive? That is my question. Why is our system allowing criminals to thrive? They are criminals, and they are almost taking the government, and they are criminals. Yet along the way, we don't have a way of weeding them out, so that when people are coming to seek for presidency post, we know that we have the best creek on top there. Why is our system so porous and allowing criminals to reach that stage? I hope, Bob, you understand me.
Yeah, I do understand, and I agree with you. But you see, if you look at the how they adopted the strategy they adopted, is that they went for radicalization and indoctrination. And I don't want to blame the president, but you see, the president had, for me, I think he had very good intentions and had a lot of faith in his deputy, such that he allowed him free movement and engagement with the people of the mountain, his own backyard, because he believed in him. But his intention was not to work for the good of the country. His intention was to look for support by all means, whether demonizing the president or weeding out the loyalists of the president so that he can put his own. And the truth be told, these people did not join him because he is a very good guy. They must have joined him, especially the politicians from the mountain. They joined him because he was funding their lifestyles, basically. So you Kenyans, there I must say that we have let ourselves down, and we should do better, because you know, the deputy president ran away with that. Once he ensured that he has a good following at the mountain, he now spread his tentacles to other parts of the country. And I cannot.
Bob, you know, I want you to, as you discuss, I want to add to you something. Yeah? You know, what I'm not understanding is that we have so many leaders in Kenya holding present office or previous office who have criminality. The question which I'm having is, why is it that these people, they still seem very favorable even to speak some offices? You remember the other day what Matiang'i said, a very profound statement. If we are going to joke, there is a likelihood that wash people might get political positions in Kenya. Very profound statement. Who is a wash person? In simplicity, he is a criminal. So the question which I want us to understand, what is the problem with us Kenyans, that we have affinity and we are attracted to people with criminality record, even when we know them? Like the question which I'm asking you, these issues of regarding Gachagua, close to 90%, it is true. Why is he thriving in the political Kenyan system to the extent that he is deputizing a major player in Kenyan politics? What is wrong with us? What is wrong with our political system of picking leaders? Is our system heaved or stitched in a method only criminals, or maybe sometimes people who do not have character will still access higher offices in Kenya? Why is it that we are still struggling with the criminals wanting to become, even some people who are even impeached the other day, still Kenyans want them? What is the problem? That's what I wanted you to help me, because I don't understand somebody who was impeached, another county want him. I don't understand somebody who is having money issues, he has done rounded, he has stolen, he has court cases, people are coming out because of the issues of character and moral. He is still becoming, becoming a deputy president of a major political player in Kenya. What is wrong? That's the question I wanted you to answer for me, because it's unbelievable.
You know, Njiru, you must realize that corruption is the root cause. And Kenyans have reached levels, very high levels of desperation, that it is now survival for the fittest. And anything you get and put in your pocket at the end of the day, nobody really cares how you got it. Everybody is happy that he's got food on the table at the end of the day, regardless of how you got it. This is the culture that has made the Kenyan people so desperate that they are willing to overlook those very fundamental issues like integrity, and are ready to elect thieves and criminals. Because if you look at, take for instance, or hypothetically speaking, you just try and look at the kind of money, or try to calculate the kind of money that the deputy president has spent for the last 4 years, because he has been campaigning for the last 4 years. He has literally not only his. And if you were to ask him where he has gotten this money, he really cannot explain, because the last time there was that wealth, he claimed that he was 170. He has assets, cash and assets of 175 million. And yet this is somebody who spends 5 million shillings or more in a day campaigning. So you can see he really bought his allegiance. He bought it. And if you a few weeks ago, if I'm not wrong, Rigathi insinuated that the people of the mountain love the money of the deputy president. He was very clear. And he was telling the people of Rift Valley that he'll teach them how to handle money. So that kind of culture is so deep rooted in our society that we are willing to embrace thieves. For instance, you know, in the African, the Kenyan domestic household, the person who is most appreciated even by parents is the daughter or son who brings in most money in the household. You know, Jiru, your younger brother could come with treat your parents to goodies more than you can do, because probably his work. The way he gets his money is not conventional, and you who gets your money conventional through conventional means, you will not be appreciated as such. So we have turned a blind eye on some, morals, and there are things that we've lost it somewhere, and me, I attribute it to corruption. Let me leave it at that.
Yeah, your internet is not working very well. Naona nyumba ni kama anakusalimia. Your internet is not working well, please. Let me allow. Okay, before I bring Julius then Nyomba, there is something I want to do a little bit. Mama Serena, umetulia sana. Can you stay a comment in 2 minutes? Then I bring others, please.
Let them talk, because they just come. I want to listen.
Thank you. Needed to. I didn't want to keep you on. So, Bwana Nyomba, ni salamu ama ni nini?
I want to comment on your question, please. If you don't mind, I'll lose it if you give Julius. Okay. It's not my statement, but I want to comment on the question you raised. Okay. And the one that Bob was answering, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, Bwana I have an answer. Oh, no. Sally, how are you, Madam? Honorable Sally? Chep? You are not answering. Bob, how are you, sir? Big Julius, I salute you, Bwana You're not lost. It's great, all of you. And the others who are not on the screen, that is, yeah. Now, Njiro, let me answer your question very briefly. In 1973, something unique in Sweden happened. Sweden is here, one of the European countries. Some bank robbers took hostage of 4 people, bankers, and the robbers actually were seized within the bank. They didn't move out of the bank, and they took the 4 hostages. They stayed there for some days, and within time, the robbers and the hostages, they became friends somehow. Okay, these you are captives. Then you become friends to your captives. Captives and captives. I don't know English. So even when the police came to rescue the hostages were protecting the abductors from the police. 1973, in a city called Stockholm. Stockholm is the headquarters of Sweden, okay?
Stockholm Syndrome, go ahead.
Has it? I've answered you. Yeah, these people, they have punished us, they have taken us until now we are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. I've answered. I can't go further than that. That's what we are suffering from. That syndrome, Stockholm syndrome.
You need to explain Stockholm Syndrome in 1 minute. You have just said it, but try to make somebody understand it. Yes, I understand it. It's Stockholm Syndrome, where you tend to identify with the people who are doing harm to you. You tend to become friendly to them.
That's what has happened to us Kenyans. The robbers, the thieves, the corruption guys, bad leaders, they have been punishing us and we have become friends to them. And then we are suffering from that Stockholm syndrome for so many years. Moi's rule, misrule, and now RUTO, economy going bad, and theft all over, in and outside, until the president is declaring that we are losing, is it 2 billion per day, whatever, and he has nothing he can do about it. Now, we are suffering from Stockholm syndrome. I've answered within 1 minute.
Okay, Bwana Nyomba, during your presentation, itu nataka tu you keep just for your thinking. During your presentation, ebu utuletee dawa ya Stockholm syndrome. That is your assignment. Utuletee dawa yake.
Bwana Njiro, syndrome haikuwagi na dawa kwa sababu hata hatuelewi, ndio tunaita syndrome. Haikuwagi na dawa, lakini nitajaribu. I'll try. Thank you. I'll try.
Ama tutumie ile concept ya Wajakoya ya kunyonga. Okay, it's just for you. Okay, Julius.
Yes, Njiru. Habari ya Bwana Njiru, Seli, Papa na Nyoba. Na wasalimia habari yenu. Hiyo topic kidogo ni ngumu. Unajua Kenya, ile shida Kenya iko ni sijui wanafuata Biblia mahali imesema aliye naye anaongezewa na mwenye hana ananyang'anywa. You know, at times unapata hata kijana mdogo kama ako na mali anaheshimika kuliko wazee wakubwa, because people value vitu za machama mali kuliko binadamu wa kawaida. But I don't want to talk about that, because that when we go there, we behave like that. That means we are going in a wrong way, because for example, in my culture, chief akichaguliwa wa kuongoza rika fulani, huyo chief anaangaliwa, anatazamwa ni how is this man, amefanya nini, anakuaga aje, ni mkorofi, ni mtu anapenda vita, yani wanachuja, they look a lot of things. Ndiye anachaguliwa akiwa ni jamaa ako very organized, hana story mbaya behind him. So the problem we have in Kenya, actually, I want to talk about maybe serikali ya Kibaki na serikali ya Uhuru. I think for me, I blame the presidency. I blame the presidency because when, for example, when unajua uongozi, tuseme kama mambo ya kupigana na ufisadi, we need that goodwill from the top of the country, like the judiciary and the anti-corruption, DCI and whatever. They really need a big support from the presidency. For me, I always feel like akuja kuwa na goodwill. Mostly, for example, the Uhuruto, Kenyan people had a lot of expectation of something that going to, to be different from other governments. But it went back more than hata imeshinda hata ya Moi. Uhuruto government ilikuja ikawa mbaya zaidi hata kuliko ya Moi, because impunity was the thing. and that is where we went wrong. And but I think we can still do something. We can still do something. For example, if for the presidency, if we do elections, with me, I was with this idea, like.
Julius, can I ask you a question, please? As you go ahead.
Yeah.
When we talk of impunity in Uhuruto, is it Uhuruto A or Uhuruto B or Uhuruto throughout? I think we need to be conservative
throughout the 10 years of Uhuruto. It has kidogo up at the end imekuja ikawa different, almost at the end of the Uhuruto government. But at the beginning, you remember the security laws that they changed in parliament. Now that security laws is the one now biting and hitting hard kina UDA, and they are complaining about it, and they are the one who made those laws. You see, so at times unajua zingine mtu anatangazaga anachimba shimo kuingisha mtu mwingine mwenyewe anaingia. So that comes to the words of Orengo, like your government will hit you hard more than me. So I think the government of Uhuruto they started little bit well, but wakapoteza njia. And I remember even Raila asking Uhuru that in Africa culture, when you go wrong or you miss your way, you ask somebody on the way, hii ndio njia ya kwenda mahali fulani, and you will be, it is not a shame to ask the way. And so I think because we lazima to how can I say?
Okay, Julius, my question is this. I just want us just to engage sorry kwa kukukata kidogo. So najiuliza, if Uhuruto government has been that catastrophic as you say, then why should we have Mr. Ruto even vying for the first place? He has been part of that government, and in your own analysis, I don't want to dispute it because that's your view. Then why should we have a portion of it claiming good from it and distancing themselves from what is bad? And also, in that note, can you try to tell me which scandals do you know which have happened in Uhuruto government, and to what level of association can you put them on the owners of the government? I think that one would be better, just instead of putting a blank sheet. You are mute.
Okay, sorry. The scandals of Uhuruto, we cannot even count them. We cannot count them. For example, let us talk about NYS. Even before we talk about NYS, let us talk about Eurobond. Let us talk about expressway, railway. So when those things happened, they were twisted. And for example, what Mr. Njiri, you are saying, mbona Ruto alikubaliwa ku nini? It's now very difficult because, for example, the Iebc 2017 walikubalia watu wale walikuwa na hizo mambo zote wakavai. So it is very difficult for now because hata ukienda kotini wataulizwa mbona 2017 these guys they had the same problem and you allowing them you allowed them. So it has been the rot since the Uhuruto government started. Because if you see, for example, NYS a scandal, the Waiguru thing. The other hand, they said when Raila talked about it, they said Uhuru and Ruto said that kazi yenu ni kupiga kelele, mpigeni kelele na kazi inaendelea. Hakuna pesa imepotea. Kidogo wakati Waiguru alikuja akanini, Ruto mwenyewe akasema ati someone is catwalking na anabeba pesa kwa gunia. You see, so these things started early, and I think the goodwill let me say the goodwill of the presidency. If the president supports the institutions that are given the mandate to fight that kind of things, it will be easier. But at times, you know, personally, let me tell you, I blame President Uhuru Kenyatta, because I don't know, his advisors did not see all these things happening. Because
Okay.
RUTO...
Bwana Julius, I still have a problem with that. Let me ask you a question, and I would also request you follow the talk line, so that we don't divert you so much. But the question which I have, to what extent is the president responsible of a corruption scandal if that corruption scandal has been identified with a cabinet secretary or his deputy? So I just wanted you to, is it possible for you to tell me, yes, and you don't have evidence that the president was involved in that scandal? So to what extent? Because, you know, I think even if people in the government, they can still, even without the happening of the president having to know. That's why once you realize there is a scandal, you sack them. So watu wanaweza ama they go and negotiate things which you are not aware. Maybe simama tu dakika tu moja, wacha nipe Nyumba, just Nyumba a comment, then you go ahead. Nyumba, you can comment.
Thank you, Bwana Njiro. My comment in similar lines with yours. Me, I've worked in government for 20 years. And actually, I've said here often, quite a number of times, that the planner, the big man of a scandal or a corruption case, you can't catch him. There's no way you can catch him. He works by remote control. The small guys of Kimarel, Arol, and any other are the ones who get caught. And the big man is the one who takes all the chunk of the big corruption benefits. Are you getting it, Big Julius? So I'm supporting Njiro. You can't just say Uhuru, because your statement when the deputy or any other cabinet secretary is in corruption, it need not be the president who knows. Me, I've been head of a department and I know how things work. Some things of course, you say the buck stops with the president. Not always. You can't accuse him when other guys are doing bad things. So let's not summarize by taking it as one unit, the whole of it. No. And I think the difference from 2018, things have been different when now the president took charge. Now, secondly, Bwana Big Julius, there's no way Uhuru would have avoided RUTO. This was political. In fact, them coming back was because of the ICC issue. And these guys would not have won. In fact, they won because the ICC, the sympathy. Our sons are being jailed. That's how they won. So them coming together was not, they were their friends. This was for mutual benefit to run away from the ICC.
You know, I think you're not getting what I said. I said, and I will repeat again, let me repeat so that you'll understand. I said, you know, the president doesn't work as himself. He has a lot of people who work under him, a lot. And he has a lot of brains under him who works for him, because he cannot do all things without those brains. What I said that those people who are advising the president did not see all these things happening. Because, you know one thing, for example, what RUTO did, RUTO was organizing the government, pole. You want to tell me that these advisors of Uhuru did not see? He was advised,
let me comment, Big Julius, some things, they gain their own momentum, and you can't prevent them from going to fruition. Let me give you only one example, Julius. The 1982 coup against Moi. They knew, the system knew, the intelligence knew, but an issue gets its own momentum that you can't stop it. Yeah? So let me rest there. Yeah? Some things you even know. Okay, and that's why maybe you could see the detention laws way back. They were not good. But we could know that Big Julius is doing something very bad to undermine the government, to overturn the government. But we can't catch evidence with him. So the easiest was to detain him. Are you getting it? You are so clever that you are doing some things, even the government, they know you are doing it. But even if they took you to court, they will not prove their case. So the easiest was to detain you. So I'm saying some things, they have their own life, and they go to their own life and they die out. When their time comes to die out, they die out.
Okay, yeah, Nyumba, maybe before Julius, you continue. Then you see, that's why when you see like even in some advanced governments, like you have seen the Prime Minister of UK has resigned. And there are still people within his own political party, and some of the people who are serving in his, who are serving him as cabinet secretary. Some of them they are still in the government, although there will be some shaking here and there. So the question which I wanted to confirm to you is that, to me, I still believe corruption is individual. Why? There is a possibility of a president getting involved in a scandal and cabinet secretaries don't know. And there is also a possibility of a cabinet secretary getting into a scandal and the president and some other clique don't know. And there is also a possibility of a deputy president getting into a corruption scandal and some other clique doesn't know. Why? Because every responsibility has its own mandate. Like, for example, the deputy president might be sent in a certain country. Maybe he can go to China, he can go to Rwanda or wherever, or even to Cuba. He can be sent there by his leader. But you cannot control and curtail the interaction which he will make with some of the people who he is going to get in those meetings. And that is the reason why even along the way we were able to get people like Hayadin. We cannot blame Uhuru because of somebody like Hayadin. There might be a possibility that maybe Ruto met with Hayadin in a certain consultative meeting which Uhuru was not involved. So that's why I'm saying at times it boils down to somebody getting down to his own responsibility and bearing the cross if you get caught in a corruption scandal. So that's why I'm saying Kenya, we have to reach to a level whereby we have to. Why is it even during Moi time, people like Biwott and somebody like, I don't know if it was Ngenga, they were being blamed too much on corruption. Yes, I don't deny they might have been conduit, but we have to individualize corruption. But this idea where we say that it's because simply so and so is a president and money has been stolen, that government is very corrupt, it is wrong. What I want us to do, and maybe it is in future, let's weed out. Let's say so and so are stolen, so and so are stolen, so and so are stolen, and we clean our government. But we cannot criminalize the whole government, and I still believe there is a clique of people doing the right thing. I think, Julius, it would be a bit fair if you try to separate instead of just criminalizing the whole government. I wish it would be fair if you isolated individuals or people. That's my take, though.
Well, you know, the reason. Let us talk about Eurobond. Eurobond was an international whatever. It was not local. And when those monies disappeared, because those money went missing, did the government know? Was that not a high people in the government? They were, of course they were. So my point is that I'm not saying that the president has a scandal. There is not even a single scandal that directly involved the president is involved. Hakuna. There is no one, nothing. But the goodwill that I'm talking about is like, for example, that scandal, Eurobond. Who took the money of Eurobond? Who misused the money of Eurobond? So because that was in the public domain, everybody knows who spent the money. That the reason why people always say the president, because there is no any other bigger office than the presidency. There is hakuna office ingine iko juu yake. So
Biggs, can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a honest question. Money has been stolen in Kenya. It's true. Can you try to simulate for me, or you tell me, because I know, let me deal with the people who are in the race. let's say Mr. Ruto has been mentioned in a corruption scandal. It is very clear, and we want the court, the Kenyan court, to prove that he has stolen so that he can be jailed in his capacity, maybe 1 year or 2 years ago, or the time when the Kimwarer issues came on board. Can you try to simulate to me and you tell me if Mr. Ruto, in his capacity as a deputy president, he was arrested and taken to court? Tell me what could have happened to Kenya in terms of security, in terms of integration, in terms of what we are doing. Tell me what would happen, because maybe they might have been involved in scandals, but tell me what would happen if Mr. Ruto is taken to court today.
Now that's how we think badly, because at that time, leave alone now, because now we are in election year time, and the people will say he's being victimized because of election. If those issues were solved before election, it could because when, for example, Kimwere Dam, they said it was 6 billion, and Ruto 20-something, 21. Ruto says it's only 7 billion. So he knows it's 7 million which was lost. Why don't, how did he know that 7 billion lost? How? That means it's true. So anyway, my point here, my point I wanted to drive is that, for example, the problem now we see between the executive and judiciary is because also executive, there is some time they disobeyed the court. So now there is inaitwa vita baridi. Now, if we go that way, definitely the country is going in ashes, because we need the presidency, executive in Kenya. We need the courts in Kenya. But it seems like now kuna vita baridi wanapigana judiciary. Because, for example, if we talk about Sonko, it is known that he was impeached, and even Madam Koome said, if someone is impeached, it stands that he is impeached or she is impeached. But now we are dilly-dallying, and the election is 30 days, still fighting and delaying. So at times, like we need to stand for the truth, and the truth will set us free. Because, for example, mimi sahi na watoto wangu, nijue mtoto wangu kati ya kijana yangu mmoja ameingia kwa safe na akatoa bunduki akaenda kufanya naye ukora. Akatoa bunduki yake anaenda kuiba, ama kuna mtu alikosana naye anaenda kumtishia maisha. Alafu nikuje nigundue ni nyamaze. Sio kijana atasoea, atakuwa anachukua hiyo bunduki na atakuja kuua naye mtu. Bwana Njiru, that's a very same example. So we have to be very careful as we look forward the Baba and Mama government in the future. We have all level must be given their playing their free playing ground. Yani, kama when judiciary stick to your lines. Kama when DCI stick to your lines. Kama vita sahi DCI and DPP. Those are things that we don't need in Kenya, because they delay justices for Kenyans. Hizo vita na this is ni kama national parliament na senate walikuwa wanapigana who is upper house. Surely how can an MP become a upper house na amechaguliwa in a constituency, na senator amechaguliwa in a county? Senator is a county, was elected as a county. So there are a lot of issues that actually, I think Baba and Mama, they have a big thing to do. They have a big job. Wako na kazi kubwa sana. But I'm happy because he has a very bright heads who will help two of them to, But at first we have to give like all institutions they are free to work. So tukiachilia kila department ya DCIO, ya DPP, courts zote, things will be smooth. Lakini sasa mimi nikiingilia, mimi nikiwa upande wa security naingilia sijui the courts, it will not work because I'm interfering with the courts cases. I have to stick with my line. Courts stick with their justice. I mean, because justice is for everyone. Because even then they will go in that court. What will happen if they are not given enough justice for them? So I think for me, ni ile tu serikali ya baba na mama ikiingia, wajaribu juu chini kupatia kila department, kila sehemu iwe free ya kujifanyia kazi na ifanye kazi kwa haki, kwa sababu hii maneno ya upendeleo ndio imeleta shida Kenya. Na maneno ya Wakenya, unajua Kenya na ubaya wa Kenya, vile uliuliza Bwana Njiru, why do we like that kind of people like Sonko? Because Wakenya wa siku hizi, mostly these young people, if you try to look at that, au si watu wakubwa. Huwezi pata mtu kama mimi, naona mtu akona tabia mbaya na msupport. Siwezi, hata kama ni ndugu yangu, my real brother, siwezi. I tell him you are wrong. Because I know what's good and what's bad. Lakini generation wadogo ni vijana ambao hawataki kufanya kazi. Wengi wao ni wavivu. And I'm talking, na mimi niko na vijana Bwana Njiru. Vijana wadogo wapendi kufanya kazi, wapendi kuchoka. So that's why wanapendaga hizo watu. Unajua na mtu anajua amefanya ukora, anatumia means ya kuwapea pesa. So hiyo pesa inakuwa, it changes their thinking capacity. It reduces their thinking capacity because of money. So that is the biggest thing that we have to educate our children, that they should not be waiting for something for free. They work for it. They need to work for it. The other time Bwana Njiru nilisema hapa, shule yangu primary school nilikuwa natembea 12 kilometers kutoka nyumbani. Na huko ni mustuni, kuna ndovu, kuna kifaru, kuna nyoka, kuna simba, hakuna kitu hakuna. Na lazima nifike darasani mwendo wa saa 2. So maisha ilikuwa hivyo. Mvua ilikuwa inanyesha by then very hard. Siku hizi vijana anatoka na basi. Kuna shule zimejengwa kila mahali, hata mwingine anatoka kwa kengele ikipigwa anasikia akiwa kwa nyumba. You know, the life has just changed. But I think mostly sisi wazazi pia tumelegea kuwafunza watoto wetu kuishi maisha ambaye yanastahili. Tumelegea kabisa. Mtoto akifanya makosa unampembeleza, akikwambia akifanya makosa akicomplain, asema kesho aende, unamnunulia simu iPhone 6, iPhone 7, iPhone 12, 13 kumpembeleza. That's why mtoto anaharibika hivyo. Of course watoto wanatakana kwa maisha mazuri, but we have to train them. Mimi nalaumu wazazi, tumelegea Bwana Njiru. Wacha niende kwa mada ya leo. Nimeongea outside of the mada. Maneno IEBC. Mimi IEBC hata siongei siku hizi kuhusu IEBC. I'm just disappointed many times because things are not well. I'm happy about AZIMIO in BUKHUNGU. Ilikuwa it was lit. And walisema RUTO dawe. So Bwana Njiru, wacha nifikisha hapo kwanza, tutaendelea.
Aya Nyumba, you want to react, you can react and also give your presentation. Jakedu Behai, how are you?
I'm fine.
Okay,
I'm
good.
fine.
Unakuja after Nyumba, tayarisha maongeo yako kabisa.
Asante.
Unaona wazee wamepanga line hapa, nilikuwa nimesalimia wengine. Jakedu Behai salimika, hao wengine nilikuwa nimesalimia wote. Salamu yako special peke yako tu. Unaweza kusindikiza kidogo kwa chebe. Sasa Big Julius, what you have said, in fact all the points I was feeling like reacting to them because you're talking a lot of sense. You're talking good things. Me, I used to walk 11 kilometers one way. So in a day I was doing 22 for my primary school, barefoot na shorts zenye zimetaruka huko nyuma, imeweka viraka. Okay. Na my son, last born son, okay, he's a big man, he's 22 now. Basi namchukua hapa nje ya gate. Just anatoka tu gate, basi ya shule inakuja namchukua. But when I tell him I used to go to 22 kilometers in a day barefoot, he can't understand these things. But you know, as we are saying, we parents, we spoil them. This is a topic we had a friend of mine the other day. Unasema utaki mtoto wako akae ile maisha ngumu kama ile ulikaa. You spoil them. Kila asubuhi blue band, butter na mkate na nini But you know that attitude, sitaki mtoto wangu aumie vile niliumia, I suffered. So finally we produce guys who are not thinking. Basic thinking. Tutakuwa tunafika 30 years. Basic thinking, vitu ndogo kuplan things out. So nakubaliana nawe Bwana Big Julius, na nimefurahi kukutana nawe leo. Tujai kukutana unless umeniona. Tunaona mimi ni Azimio, nikwambie.
Wewe sasa hapo wewe tumekuwa na nini kila wakati, ni jina tu nilibadilisha. Tumekuwa na
kwani wewe ni mwizi? Lazima unakaa na lakini I'm not. Wacha tuendelee na topic Julius, Big Julius. Let me go to today's matter. Now before I go to that, Bwana Njiro, with your permission, sir. Let me explain the Stockholm a bit. Some people may not understand it. You got it very fast. I say, unakuwa na adui na anakutesa sana mpaka ina change. Sasa unaanza kuwa na urafiki naye. Hiyo nilisema those bank robbers in Stockholm, Sweden, walishika bankers hostage. But the robbers could not escape. So all of them walikuwa pamoja. Wanakula pamoja, wanaongea pamoja. Na Bwana Ose, karibu na usalimike. So finally, when the police came to rescue the hostages were actually protecting the abductees. No, the abductors, that is, yeah. Now, it is known as Stockholm syndrome. Mtu anakutesa alafu nakuwa na rafiki na yeye. Hata mtu mwingine akija kukusaidia unamwambia hapana, kaa kando. Na huyu ndio mtu amekuwa akikutesa. Okay? And I answered Bwana Njiro that in Kenya we are suffering from the Stockholm syndrome. Tumeongozwa ni waizi wa mashamba, wa pesa, mpaka sasa hiyo Stockholm syndrome imetugonga. Na Njiro, pengine sasa nimefurahi sana wakati nimeona Dr. Kuseo, he'll answer that. Because Bwana Kuseo, don't talk now, but later as you present, Dr. Njiro asked me to talk about the answer of the syndrome. And to me, I told him that the syndrome has no answer, no medicine, because we don't understand it. That's why I'm calling it a syndrome. You remember even the HIV, AIDS. AIDS, unajua sasa inakuwa syndrome, hata ujui how to deal with it. Up to now, research is still being done to have a cure for it. Here to political, because tunachagua wezi, robbers, killers. In fact, we do that.
Bwana Nyumba, si nilifikiria HIV tulikuwa tunatumia ABC. Si tulikuwa tunatumia ABC kujipanga.
Hebu imagine vile tuliogopa hiyo HIV mpaka unawekwa kwa makaratasi. Hata hii ajuzi ilipokuja, hii inaitwa nini, hii corona, inaitwa kama gari za Japan. Unajua sasa everybody was running, ukipatikana na hata unajua counties wamenunua ambulance zingi, hizi Land Cruisers, every other minute siren zinalia ati umepatikana na hiyo corona. But now they're still with us. We have cooled down, we have accepted the situation, na tumechukua hizo immunization, mpaka wazee kama sisi tumechukua inaitao nini hiyo ya kuongezwa ya juu. So life is like that. So I'm saying I will not answer for the medicine of that syndrome that we are suffering. We as Kenyans, we suffered a lot. Okay, even during Kenyatta's was suffering. The suffering became even more in Moi's time. The person who saved us a little was Honorable Kibaki late. May God rest his soul in peace. And again, here comes RUTO. Again, things go bad. So we have suffered so much until this syndrome now is affecting us. Dr. Osea is going to give an answer to the medicine, how to cure that. Me, I have no answer for that. Let me go to the topics at hand very fast. Yeah. Now, this AZIMIO thing, this election, I'm saying we don't have scientific way of pushing it very fast, because I wanted to come very fast to stop talking. I like actions more than words. Tunaongea Iebc at loggerheads with the courts over elections. This is part of the syndrome, because IBC was asleep on many issues. Walikuwa nakaa hapo. Kazi yao ni kukimbiza kina Sabina Chege ati amesema hii, anaona chairman hapo leaving very important things zikae tu. These things should have sorted earlier. Kukimbiza tu ati mtu amenena hapo tu vitu ovyo ovyo, chairman yako hapo wasting time. Sorry, sinisikie. Lakini actually they relax. 5 years is a long time for you to put your house in order. And that's why the court is catching up with them. Not the court, the law, justice is catching up with them. And now they are saying they are going to disobey. And as Big Julie, as you said earlier, impunity has been our worst problem. And even a president is not immune to that impunity. Court cases, ignoring the courts. Once you do that, you become a banana republic. So what Chebakati and his group are saying, they want to defy courts. We become a real banana republic. Where is Jakendube? I gave you some homework, and this man called Kemere, I want to get out of here. Send me the ticket. He is taking too long, you guys. Yeah, because this is a banana republic. That's why even Selecheb is not here. All of you. I think I'm the only local guy here now. Jiro, confirm that. All you guys look international. You don't look like you're local guys like me. I'm just here in Naikuru. Just feeling bad about some of these things. No, allow me to...
as an international airport also.
We wait here election so that we come home. We are coming home. Leave that.
Oh, so I should cool down. I don't get out. I stay around until...
Use the express highway Uhuru has put there.
Hiyo non accident, hata matatu zimekatazwa kupita huko. Hiyo design yao kukula pesa tu. Watu wanakula pesa hapa Kenya. Wanakula mingi. Nowadays they don't eat in terms of millions. We eat in terms of billions. Unaleta Eurobond, unakula $1 billion. $1 billion is over 100 billion Kenya shillings. Unaweka mfuko. Sijui hata hii mfuko inatosha namna gani. Very wide. Sorry, but I'm not mentioning anybody. I'm just putting a general statement, so nobody should ask me anything else. Now, let me finish with the topics at hand. AZIMIO la UMOJA, BUKHUNGU, overflow. We are doing very well. And some things we need to not even talk about. Clear. There's 1 million women for Martha Karua. Very good. Finally, it will not be even 1 million. This lady has brought a lot of million votes to AZIMIO, and they will keep on flowing. Actually, this is the best that happened to AZIMIO. They made the right decision. You can see the other end where they chose Gachagua, who every time he opens his mouth, they lose 100,000 votes. Every time Gachagua opens his mouth, 100 votes, which is a plus to us. I don't complain. In fact, they should let Gachagua talk even more and make more blunders and lose more votes. They should not limit his talk, actually. Now, hii kitu ikuja haraka, ikuje tu KK in Turkana, maybe Turkana ya governor, sijui, but POKOT governor hawa wako AZIMIO. Hata Embu, they are divided. Hiyo ni sawasawa tu, hiyo kidogo kidogo. Haikosagi hiyo, tunasema kwa Kikwetu, ukiweka mashoka kwa chondo moja, itagongana kidogo. Tuachie hata badilisha msimamo. Nilisema hata Central, huko mountain, hata kigawanyika ikuwe 50-50, we are home. Because RUTO should have gotten 98%. And with a lot of what we call kumira. There's no kumira this time. Kumira is nikutokea kama suraku. Unafuatana. Sasa kuna kitu kama hiyo. So we are home. Bwana Njiro, wacha niwachie hapo. Pengine nitasaidia kidogo ni Bwana Kuseo habari ya syndrome kama kuna dawa. Mimi sijui. Thank you for listening to me, lady and gentlemen and moderator.
Okay, sawa. Thank you very much for that. Yako sifikiri kuna rebate yote. So I think you are international by default.
but wewe tungoje tu, tunakuja.
Niambia watu wote. Ngoja kidogo bwana Njiro. Julius, uko nchi gani? Baba Azimio, Sele najua ni USA, Njiro USA. Kusema hata sijui. Jakandube ni huko Europe. Mimi tu ndio Kenya hapa. Confirm that you are not right. Mimi peke yangu tu ndio Naikuru Kenya.
Don't worry. Kenya is international. Okay, Jakandube.
Asante sana. Nawasalimia wote, habari zenu. Nyumba, habari. Mama Sabina, habari, hatujaonana siku kadhaa sasa.
Unajua na kuja mapema, lakini leo nimeamka hata chai yangu inapoa hapa tu on the side. I was making tea as I was disappearing from the screen. Leo change time.
Kunywa chai sasa.
Si ndio Jiro amenikubalia nitoke kwa screen.
Wacha akamue kwanza ndio akunywe chai ya maziwa.
Nakunywa kwanza ndio nipate nguvu. Wewe daktari namna gani?
Kunywa chai ya maziwa.
Na sapita area kuna birthday ya mchukuu leo.
Tapita. Asante. Asante.
Sasa nataka kusema hata mimi nilikuwa natembea maili 14 kila siku nikienda shule, na sikulalamika wala sikuona ugumu, lakini hiyo yote ni wakati huo. Mimi hata saa hizi nilikuwa nawaambia vijana kwamba ningelipenda mimi kama tungekuwa tunapewa chaguo, ningechagua nizaliwe wakati huu, kwa sababu wakati huu kuna vitu vingi sana, au vijana wana nafasi za vitu vingi, kazi ni nyingi, biashara ni nyingi. Sisi wakati wetu tulipokuwa wadogo hatukuwa na vitu vingi, hatukuwa na vitu nyingi vile walivyo nao watu vijana wa sasa. Lakini vijana wa sasa wanapenda kulia sana, kitu kidogo tu hivi wanapiga mayowe. So mimi huwa nawaambia kwamba lazima wafanye nini, wafanye bidii, wajenge taifa, kwa sababu hii ni taifa letu sote. Nataka kwanza na kusema kwamba Azimio kule Bukhungu, ama vile wamekuwa wakifanya campaign huko upande ule, mimi nashukuru na nasema kabisa huko hakuna mambo ya, sidhani kama UDA watapata kura za kutosha huko. Kwa hiyo ni jambo ambalo mimi nalifurahia. Jambo lingine ambao mmeweka hapa kuzungumzia, lakini mimi sitaki kuzungumzia kwa sababu mimi mambo ya IEBC, mimi mtu Chebukati ni mtu si Chebukati, kwa hata akizungumza mimi sijui huyu ni mtu advocate wa namna gani. It's so dull, yeye ni dull, akisema vitu huoni kama anasema kama ni timid, kama ni mwoga, anasema kama hajui hata kitu ya kusema, hana control huyu jamaa. Hata sijui nani alimchagua. Really nashindwa, mtu wa namna hiyo ni mtu wa namna gani? Hana confidence hata akizungumza. Mimi mambo ya Chebukati inaniudhi sana. Ni mtu ambaye sitaki kuzungumzia kwa sababu ndio yuko hapo sasa, hakuna kitu tutafanya. Yuko pale. Lakini jambo ambalo nataka kuzungumzia ni jambo ambalo nimekuwa nikisema siku zote. Jambo ambalo nataka kuzungumzia, problem ambayo tunayo, Wakenya wengi hawajui, na hata vijana hawajui, na hata watu ambao ni watu wenye rika hawajui kwamba tumekuwa na problem ya namna gani tangu tupate uhuru. Tulipata uhuru, wakati wa uhuru tulifanya kazi pamoja kama Wakenya. Tulipopata uhuru tukaanza kuangaliana, huyu ni kabila gani, huyu ni watu, wakaanza hata tukaanza kuuana. Assassination zilikuja nyingi tu, watu wakina Mboya, akina JM, akina JW Pinto tulianza kuuana kwa sababu ya ukabila, kwa sababu ya ulafi. Hii kitu imetuleta mpaka leo. Kwanza mtu anaweza kusemaje? Tunawezaje kuwa na president wa kwanza anatoka Central, wa pili anatoka Central, watatu anatoka Central, yule ambaye anawachanganya anatoka Rift Valley. Hiyo jamii ya namna hiyo haiwezi kukua, haiwezekani. Mtazozana, mtakuwa na fujo, tutakuwa na fujo. Hiyo ndio maana tunashindwa kufuata mila zetu. Sisi Waafrika tulikuwa ni watu ambao tulikuwa tunaishi vizuri bila kunyang'anya mtu vitu vyake. Tulikuwa hatutaki mtu mwizi. Kwanza kusikia mtu mwizi ilikuwa ni laana, kusikia ati mtu ni mwizi. Mimi nikiwa mtoto mdogo, ilikuwa ni vigumu kusikia mtu mwizi. Ilikuwa ni ukisikia mahali imeibiwa ni kama mtu amekufa. Lakini sasa tumeacha mila yetu, tumefuata tu vurugu. Sasa watu wanaona kuiba ndio fashion. Lazima niliwaambia hapa juzi, niliwaambia wakati ule mwingine kwamba kusema uongo ndio inaleta mambo ya wizi. Ukianza kusema uongo inaleta wizi. Na hii mambo ya ukabila imetukula. Hii ndio imetuletea fujo yote hizi ambazo tunaona. Wakati tumeweka ukabila kando, tunafanya kazi vizuri. Wakati ukiangalia wakati wowote ambapo Kenya tunafanya kazi pamoja, tumeweka ukabila kidogo kando, tunafanya kazi vizuri sana. Nchi inaendelea. Kwa mfano mnaona wakati tulikuwa tunataka kubadilisha section 2A, wote wa Kenya tuliungana pamoja, tukapata suluhu. Wakati tulikuwa tunataka, wakati huo Kibaki alichaguliwa, tuliungana wote wa Kenya tukamchagua Kibaki. Lakini mimi kwa maoni yangu nasema Kibaki ni president. Kwa maoni yangu alifail kujenga taifa. Alikuwa amepewa kila kitu, watu walikuwa wamemuunga mkono. Badala ya kujenga taifa, yeye alirudi akakaa kwa ile kukuni ya ukabila na akaangalia tu kujenga nchi. Huwezi kujenga nchi bila kujenga taifa. Hata ukijenga nchi na hujajenga taifa, hiyo ni kazi bure. Na hii ni nchi nyingi katika Afrika zimesambaratika kwa sababu ya kusahau kujenga taifa. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Ukijenga watu wawe wamoja, inakuwa ni vizuri, rahisi kufanya kazi. Kila mtu anajiona kama ni Mkenya, kila mtu anajiona kama ni mwananchi wa hiyo nchi. Kwa hiyo hata kama ni security, kila mtu atafanya kazi ya kuangalia kwamba kila kitu kinaendelea vizuri. Lakini tukianza kuzozania mambo ya kikabila, mtu anafikiria kabila lake tu. Na mumeona, sio kwamba mimi nasema, mumeona kila mtu anataka kupigania kabila lake. Si vibaya, lakini haifai hiyo ukabila ikufanye usijue kwamba kuna huyo kabila nyingine ni ndugu yako. Lazima umtendee haki, lazima umpatie nafasi. Kwa hiyo nchi yetu tuko na makabila nyingi, lazima tuwe na mkakati ya kuhakikisha kwamba makabila zote wanalindwa sawasawa, na mipango yote inafanywa bila ubaguzi. Hiyo itajenga nchi yetu. Lakini tukiachilia tu kwamba demokrasi, kwamba kuna saa zingine lazima tufanye tufanye ubaguzi fulani kuweka usawa katika nchi yetu. Jambo lingine ni kwamba hii mambo ya watu kusema kwenda kotini ati mimi huyu jamaa hajapatikana na makosa. Mtu mbadhirifu, mtu ambaye hana heshima, mtu ambaye ni mfisadi, kwa sababu anaweza kuwa ni mtu anakisiwa anakuwa suspect kwamba huyu jamaa ni mtu ambaye ana tabia nzuri. Yeah? Lakini Wakenya tunataka kuchagua mtu ambaye hana tabia nzuri. Yeah? Kwa mfano sasa Wakenya wanataka kuchagua Sonko. Sonko ana tabia mbaya. Wanataka kuchagua Sakaja. Sakaja ana tabia mbaya. Hata ukiachana na mambo ukiachana na mambo ya certificate ya Sakaja, Sakaja ana tabia mbaya, hafai kuwa governor. Ana tabia mbaya. Kama mnakumbuka wakati wa COVID, huyu Sakaja alipatikana amejifungia ndani ya baa na watu wengine wakinywa pombe. Hiyo una wakati ambapo ilikuwa inatakikana kwamba kulikuwa na hiyo mambo ya ilikuwa ni saa 12 watu wanaenda nyumbani. Yeye alipatikana saa 6 ya usiku amejifungia kwa baa.
I'm not cutting you short, but all of them, sorry, Jiro away, that's interrupted. Ni nani mzuri when you are picking those hata wengine endelea, all of them, that's what I'm saying.
No, nasema kwa wale ambao wanachaguliwa, kwa sababu huyo tayari tumempata na makosa, ako na kasoro. Tunatakiwa tuanze kuchuja, lazima tuanze kuchuja. Tukiwachuja ndio tutakuwa na nani nzuri, kwa sababu yeye tunaona makosa yake sahihi. Tunaona hata wakati huo alikuwa na makosa, alikuwa fai kusimama. Prime Minister wa Uingereza ametolewa kazi sasa. Ametolewa kazi kwa sababu wakati wa COVID ilifanyika party wa Downing Street, lakini yeye hakuwa amefanya hiyo party, lakini alisema uongo kwamba hakujua. Yeye ilipochunguzwa ikapatikana kwamba hata alihudhuria hiyo party. Hiyo uongo, hiyo tu imemfukuza kazi hiyo.
Nikuulize swali Jakedube, please.
Yeah.
Wacha nikuulize tu kiendelea. Kuna kitu ningetaka nijue hapa. Character ya Boris Johnson kabla ya kuwe prime minister ilikuwa namna like what the people, because I know like in a modern country, in those advanced countries, they have like character follow up. Mtu hata kama if you want to become a president, a prime minister, they look at you and they realize that they can discuss of your character. Can you try to tell me, was Boris Johnson an acceptable person, somebody with good character before becoming a prime minister? What qualities was he having that Britain saw that he can be a good leader? Now that only that he has become a prime minister and only in 3 years they don't want him. Can the two be related?
Can I tell you, Johnson alikuwa hata mayor wa London, kwa sababu hakuwa na scandal ambayo ingeweza kumzuia kutokuwa prime minister. Hakuwa na scandal mbaya kwamba ambayo ilikuwa inamuweka, lakini kuna sehemu fulani alikuwa kuna sehemu zingine kama sehemu za Liverpool ama sehemu ambazo ni za Labour walikuwa wampendi. Hata kama Liverpool hata leo watu wamefurahi, wamesherekea kwa sababu kuna wakati mmoja alizungumza vibaya juu ya Liverpool. Watu wa Liverpool hawajamsamehe, hata aliomba msamehe wakamwambia hawajamsamehe. Lakini yeye ni kwa sababu hakuwa amepatikana na hakuwa na scandal ambayo ingeweza kumzuia. Alafu kitu ilimsaidia juzi tena ni kwa sababu ya ile Brexit. Alijitokeza kuwa ana support Brexit na watu wa Uingereza wengi ni wabaguzi. Wengi walifikiria kwamba kama Brexit ikitokea sasa weusi au wahindi au watu gani watafukuzwa. Hiyo ndio maana watu walimpatia kura nyingi, lakini baada ya yeye kukaa pale kuwa prime minister, watu wakaanza kuona makosa yake. Unaona, kwanza alipatikana na COVID, kukawa na sympathy kidogo, lakini wakati waligundua kwamba party imefanyika katika Downing Street, hapo ikamletea mgogoro na yule alikuwa advisor, alikuwa na mtu ambaye alikuwa advisor wake. Huyo jamaa ndiye alimchoma, kwa sababu huyo jamaa alisema mambo mengi sana ambayo Johnson alikuwa anafanya, na hiyo mambo haikuwapendeza watu. So ilibidi alipopatikana na kwamba hakusema ukweli kwamba kulikuwa na party na yeye alihudhuria na akasema hakuhudhuria. Hiyo ukisema uongo kwa hii nchi, you are out.
Okay. Jakedube, sikukati, kuna kitu, there's something I want to follow up here so that we can also trace it to Kenya. I think being a leader in the UK is a very tall order, because I try to look like to Tony Blair. At least Tony Blair alikaka kidogo. After Tony Blair there was Gordon Brown. Gordon Brown aliingia hapo, I think sijui akatoka. Then from I think Gordon Brown kulikuwa na huyu mama aliingia hapo. I think pia mama, she was not able to catch the steam. Then na huyu besti ametoka sahi. Can you try to tell me why is it in UK you are not assured of finishing a term, even in a high office of like a prime minister, whereas in some of our African states or maybe in Kenya, mtu anajua ni miaka 5 na pengine tunataka kumpea miaka 10. Why is it a tall order of leadership in UK that you have to keep on fighting? You have to keep on fighting for your survival every day. What can we learn?
No. Kitu tunatakiwa kulearn na Britain ni kwamba you don't lie. You don't lie. Usemi uongo ambao wakiona ni uongo, hiyo inaweza kukudhuru for a long time. Nikwambie, Tony Blair, Waingereza walikuwa wanampenda sana. Tony Blair walikuwa wanampenda sana. Walimchagua mara ngapi? Mara 3. Tony Blair. Kitu ambacho kilimharibia Tony Blair ni Iraq War. Iraq War imemharibia sifa mpaka leo, na iliharibia hata Labour sifa kwa Waingereza. Unaona, iliwafanya Labour supporters walikataa hata kupiga kura, kwa sababu wanasema Tony aliwadanganya. Tony lose completely. Hiyo ndio maana hata Gordon Brown lose, na yet Gordon Brown was yani alikuwa mfanyikazi ambao watu wake walikuwa wanamheshimu sana. Alikuwa mfanyikazi mzuri sana.
But I think vitu kama ya some international wars is or maybe some international issues, they are also intertwined with the US policy. Unaweza kuta sasa, if the US is supporting something, whichever the leadership is in the UK or Germany at that time, they are just embedded into that issue. Don't you see that you can also be a victim what the US is supporting?
Mimi nakwambia hiyo ndio ilikuwa inatakikana. Walikuwa wanataka Waingereza, kwa sababu hiyo war ya Iraq, Waingereza, watu ninyi mlikuwa muone, lakini Waingereza walidemonstrate mara nyingi sana. Walikuwa wataki hiyo war. Walikuwa wanasema wataki wanajeshi wao waende war. Lakini Tony Blair akawa convince, na alienda kwa parliament, kwa sababu hapa huwezi kwenda kwa war bila kupitia parliament. Alienda parliament, convince parliament. Lakini ilipopatikana kwamba Saddam Hussein hakuwa na weapon of mass destruction. Ilimuharibia sifa completely. Uliza Mwingereza yoyote. Tony Blair hata wakati alijaribu kukampeni, watu walikataa kumsalimia, hata kumsalimia. Mtu anamwambia mimi siwezi kusalimia, we muongo. You understand? Hapa Uingereza kusema uongo ni mwiko. Sema kama kitu ni mbaya, sema you are sorry, uliona hiyo kitu ama ilifanyika kwa bahati mbaya. Ukubali mapema, lakini usiseme sikuona alafu wagundue kwamba ulisema uongo. Wakigundua ulisema uongo, basi you are gone. Hawata kusikiza tena na hawata kuchagua kwa ofisi yoyote, you are gone. Kwa sababu hawataki mtu muongo. Na ndio maana nawaambia hii politics ndio inaweka, politics ndio inatutengenezea barabara, shule, hospitali, kila kitu. Hauwezi kuongoza na uongo. Unaona? So ni lazima ndio maana nikisema watu kama kina Sakaja, ukisha sema uongo ni kwamba wewe tabia yako si nzuri. Tabia, kwa sababu hii mambo ya kusema ati hujapatikana, unajua kupatikana na makosa na tabia ni tofauti. Kupatikana umeiba ndio court justify kwamba umeiba, saa zingine ni ngumu. Lakini tabia ukiwa na tabia mbaya, tabia lazima tuangalie watu wana tabia za namna gani. Hiyo tabia ndio inatengua kiongozi na wale tu wasema uongo. Kwa sababu jana mliona interview ya Ruto. Ruto akisema hajatusi president. Si mlimuona akisema hajatusi president, na yet unapomuita president tapeli, ukisema wewe wacha utapeli, ukimwambia president wacha utapeli, huwa maana ya utapeli ni nini?
Maybe pengine Ruto hakuelewa definition ama meaning ya the word tusi ni nini. Maybe yeye anafikiri according to him he doesn't know matusi ni nini. Kusema tu. Hapana bwana. Hapana. Ruto anasema uongo mbele yako hivi unawezaje kusema hata kwamba wewe wacha bwana, wacha utapeli, unatuletea utapeli. Kwani anaposema utapeli anamwambia nani? Si anamwambia president. Na president huyo ni bosi wako. Ukimwambia wacha utapeli, wewe unaenda kupingana na president mbele ya watu. Hiyo ni kuonyesha nini? Kwa sababu wewe kama huyu ni president, ni bosi wako na unataka hiyo kiti na amekwambia wacha, si ungoje uache. Kwa nini na kama unataka hiyo kiti, jiuzuru basi, utoke ukue sasa wewe ni opposition. Lakini uwezi kuwa wewe ni huyo unasema ni bosi wako na huku unamtusi huku, alafu unasema ati unamheshimu. Unamheshimu kama unamheshimu, mbona amekwambia mimi nataka tufuate hii barabara? Mbona unakataa hiyo barabara ambayo amekwambia? Kwa sababu ni legacy yake ndiye anataka. Mbona umfuati afanye hiyo legacy yake? Alafu wewe siku nyingine ukipata hiyo na wewe ufanye yako. Sasa wewe kama unampinga, unamwandamine, alafu unasema ati mimi nimeonewa. Hapana bwana. Lazima tujue kwamba mtu kiongozi kama Ruto is a wrong kiongozi, kwa sababu kama president alienda na handshake, lazima umsupport kwa sababu hivyo ndivyo anataka hiyo uongozi wake. Sasa wewe ukikataa, unataka sasa president afanye nini? Alafu nasikia watu wanasema ati president Uhuru hafai kuunga mkono mtu yoyote ila anataka. President ni mwanasiasa na ni yeye ndio mkubwa wa Jubilee. Yeye ni mwanasiasa. So kama yeye ni mwanasiasa, si ndio anakaa mwanasiasa,
hata wakati anapokuwa president, yeye ni president, lakini amechaguliwa na tiketi ya Jubilee. So lazima afuate kanuni za Jubilee. Hata kama yeye ni president, lazima afuate kanuni za Jubilee. Huwezi kumwambia sasa kwa sababu yeye ni president, hawezi, na hiyo ni chama chake kimemleta hapa. Lazima sisi tutofautishe hizi vitu. Sisi tunajaribu kusema ati tunafuata Amerika. Amerika si mtu ana campaign for his party. President ana campaign kwa party yake. Sio kusema eti yeye si president, ni president, lakini ako na party yake. Party yake ndio imemfanya amechaguliwa. So Uhuru yuko pale kwa sababu ya Jubilee. So hawezi sasa hawezi kujitoa kwa Jubilee. Atajitoaje kwa Jubilee? Kwa sababu nasikia wanasema ati president ati yeye ni chairman wa AZIMIO. Yeah, as a Jubilee ni kiongozi wa Jubilee. Si president. Hiyo lazima tujue. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuwa eti kwa sababu wewe ni president huna upande ambao unapenda. Lazima ajue ni upande gani anataka. So hizi mambo hawa watu wengi sana wanasema wanapotosha watu. President ana haki ya kusupport party yake. Party ile anataka. Lazima support kwa sababu hiyo party ndio ilimpatia tiketi. So kama Jubilee imeona inajiunga na AZIMIO, lazima yeye aende upande huo kwa sababu hiyo ndio party ilimsponsor. Asante sana bwana Kinyua.
Okay, sawa. Kuseo, go ahead.
Good evening. Nyumba ya Kindube, Cheb, Njiru. Bob is absent again. Jakindube, I just wanted to support you. You see, RUTO seems to be, in terms of para talking, RUTO seems to be ahead of everyone. You just remember what he did in Meru. After it turned out, he met the Mount Kenya elders. Then it turns out that he told them a story, how he got so worked up, mpaka he stormed the State House and was so annoyed, picked an argument with his boss and wanted to slap him. Now, when that matter became public, instead of being sorry, what did he do? Instead, he went to Meru, seeking public opinion in a rally. Anauliza the people that nilifanya makosa. The people were saying, no, nilikuwa nataka kumchapa, ni makosa. He asked almost 3-4 times. He did that in Tharakanithi, he did that in Meru. Then come the day he goes for that interview and started saying how he has never abused the president. He has been the most frustrated. How no one else would have done what he did. Now, what is his role? He's the deputy president. His work is to assist the president in his work, to principal assistant to the president, not co-president. He cannot have any alternative view if it is to strictly be followed. The Constitution anticipated a situation whereby this is the leader. The leader needs a helper. You help him in whatever policies he has come up with. If you disagree with those policies, you resign and go your way. You can't stick there and you can't agree with what he's doing. He's the president. He's the president. He has called the president Matapeli all over the place. Then he goes to Serena and he swears that he has never hajawahi kutukana president.
Jose, can I ask you a question? In that line, mimi kuna kitu nimekuwa nikijiuliza, especially in leadership ya presidency, yeah? Hata ukikosana na mtu, to what extent are you supposed to come and share some of those issues into public? There's a reason why I'm asking, because I know like the deputy president and the president, they have been doing a lot, maybe previously there. Now wamekosana. Hata kama wamekosana, to what extent? Because like in the interview, he said, I have been humiliated a lot as a figure and as a deputy president, and in terms of the oath of secrecy. I'm just talking of the oath of secrecy because of the positions which people hold. Is it healthy for somebody to come and talk like, because I see it like a kid talk? Are you, is the talk of the deputy president mission? Are you supposed, even if there is a problem, are you supposed to come and say such issues to Kenya?
Bwana Njiru, there are two things pale. Ruto ni a very bad, mimi nasema ni mtu mwenye tabia mbaya na yeye mwenyewe hana heshima.
Nainua mikono na wewe Jakendi unaingilia tu uchukui mkono juu.
Mimi ndio nilikuwa nasema yeye ana tabia mbaya, hana heshima na ni mtu ambaye hana naweza kusema kwamba hana hekima, hana adabu, ni mtu ambaye ni mtu ambaye ni mlafi, kwa sababu huwezi kusema, huwezi kwenda kile vile yale mambo ambayo alikuwa anasema mbele ya wale wazee. Anasema hata alisema ati nilipoenda nilimkuta president, lakini mimi ni wazee siwezi kusema. Tayari watu tayari ana-insinuate mbele ya watu kwamba nilimpata president kama ni mlevi anakunywa pombe. Unawezaje kusema kitu kama hiyo kama unamheshimu president? Unawezaje kusema kitu mbele ya watu hao watu, alafu hiyo unawaambia kwa nini? What for? Huyo ni mtu ambaye hana adabu na ni mtu ambaye hana hekima na ni kiongozi ambaye hafai hata kidogo. Alafu jambo la pili, Wakenya wengi, kuna Wakenya wengine ambao siwaelewi wao mtu anapozungumza vitu kama hayo mbele yenu, anazungumza juu ya president ambaye wewe unamuita president wako. Alafu huyu mtu unamwaminije? Unamwaminije kama anatoa mambo ambayo yamezungumzwa kwa ofisi anayaleta nje? Maana yake nini? Ni mtu ambaye hana adabu, ni mtu ambaye hana hekima, ni mtu ambaye hawezi kukulinda wewe.
Aya, sawa. So bwana Nyumba, just a 30-second addition ya hivyo tu Jakendi amesema hapo. You know, mi kuna kitu nimekuwa nikijiuliza in life. Unajua hata saa zingine hata tunakosana hata na wake zetu, na pengine tunaenda kwa wazee kushikanishwa. Nikienda kwa wazee, should I say everything ya ile mambo ambayo tumekosania? Pengine hata tulikuwa tunakosania mambo ya kitanda. So the problem which I'm seeing here, I'm seeing somebody who is not able to report and try to explain, even if the relationship is sour. The deputy president is not supposed to go into specificity for the purpose of the secrecy and oath. There is a level when you reach as a society and the respect which has been bestowed to you. Hata mukikosana, you are not supposed to speak in finality. It is wrong. Na sababu najua Nyumba ni mzee, we do not speak the way deputy president is speaking. Atuongeangi hivyo. Mimi ni kijana lakini I cannot speak that way. It is too much. Nyumba.
Asanti Bwana Kuseo, hatujatupa topic yako. In fact, we are reinforcing what you are saying. And I want to reinforce what Jakendi is saying also.
Yeah, my contribution is baadaye.
Yeah, please. Now, hii mambo ya Ruto, let's give him his worth. This guy is smart. Okay? We cannot underrate him. The guy is smart one. But he's smart in evilness. The other side. You can be smart anything. A guy who is the deputy president, very busy as deputy president, very busy campaigning. Then he earns a doctorate. This man is no joke. Amaje, and about a doctorate, getting a doctorate is not easy. I tried my master's, then
how did he get it?
I tried my master's.
Jiru, can you tell us the story? How did he get the doctorate?
Because he's very smart. The guy is very smart.
Nyomba, and he got it after when he was very busy with the campaigns za Jubilee.
Yes.
Hiyo kitu ilifanya iko mtu aliandika report hapo.
Do you remember what happened?
Do you
remember what happened?
The same thing. I'm saying, but very quietly. It's for you to understand what I'm saying. Very quietly. You don't have kutoboa hivyo na muda hiyo. Kupata doctorate si easy. I'm saying I went for my masters JKUAT huko Juja. Na nilisoma tu nini sessions. Watu wakaribu ofisi yangu nikaachana nayo. And I know how
Mzee na uende ukamaliza masomo. Uende ukamaliza masomo, uende achia hapo. Hiyo school fees.
Walikuwa na Sakaja.
No, but me I'm not claiming. I'm declaring sikumaliza. Wewe usilita Sakaja. Sakaja anasema alimaliza na hakumaliza. Mimi yangu amnatoboa hapa. Nilienda sikumaliza masters. Sasa the guy, I'm saying let's give him smart. But as Jakendube says, Mheshimiwa Ruto anaenda anasema kwa wazee wa Kikuyu sell out na wengine hata ni kazini yake huyo anaitwa Muigai captain anasema hivi ati alienda State House akakuta you know he also is a grandfather. Hizi kijana is 56 now, okay, ati akakuta rais amelewa na bado anaendelea kunywa. Uhuru anataka kuchukua mikono juu, hata hataki kupigania hii kitu. You know that's what he said alafu akamchukua akampeleka Bama Market akampatia nyama, ndio sasa hangover ikakuisha. Ona sasa hiyo ni nini? Naenda kuongea mbele ya wazee. Ovyo kabisa. Sorry. Bwana Themba, karibu. Na Themba sir, how are you? He's not listening. Nataka kutoka but I'm confirming Jakendube. This thing came out very clearly. Ati alikuta Uhuru amelewa na bado anaendelea kunywa pombe na hata amechukua mikono juu, hataki hiyo uongozi, karibu amslap, lakini sasa akamchukua akampeleka Bama Market wakakula nyama. Sasa Uhuru zao ndio hangover ikakuisha. Hebu hiyo ni nini sasa? Mbele ya wazee. Na wazee hata ni wazee. Mimi ni mzee wa Kikuyu pia, ama Kikuyu elder. Ndilo.
Usiende mpaka nijibu swali yako ya Stockholm.
Sasa asante. Hiyo kwanza ni very important. So I rest my case there, right there, please.
Okay, so allow me welcome Themba. Bwana Themba. I think kila mtu ameongea, so you are allowed to say to make his presentation, alafu na wewe uongee, then after umeongea sasa I will officially leave. Thank you. Ozeze, microphone ni yako bwana. Ama tupokonye Gachagua kwanza tukupe.
Wacha ongea habari ya Stockholm
Good
syndrome. Hiyo syndrome ana dawa.
My phone is dying. Good night, Tini. Good morning. See you tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Now, Nyumba, how are you? I'm wondering why you brought in this Stockholm thing, and I don't know whether in the architectural classes how it came about.
Read, me I'm read, hata medicine, hata nini, hata politics. Mimi I'm not a specialist, but I touch on many things.
Anyway, what happened that it is a condition which occurs when in circumstances. Research has shown that in cases of abuses, maybe rape cases, issues to do with the kidnaps or captives, when people are held hostages, research has shown that if they prolong for some time, 10% of the victims have shown that they somehow subside and tend to forget the bitterness against the captors, to an extent whereby if let's say other people or society is still pressing for punishment, you wonder why the captors now instead are more forgiving and even become friendly. Yeah, the captives become friendly and even more forgiving to the captors. Now, it happened, I think, in Stockholm, Sweden, when I think bank robbers held captive, I think 4 victims. And after doing whatever they could to have them released, and eventually they were released, they now became like friends and were resisting any punishment which was being vented on the captives. And people are wondering. So, but after some time, it turned out that in all cases where they are captives and they are abusers, I think you have seen even a number of cases in Kenya where people who are facing charges of defilement and rape, after some time, you find that the victims start behaving very strangely, and as much as the public could be ranting for their blood to punish them or even to mob justice, you'll be surprised that the victims are instead now trying to to stop or to defend them. It is something which I don't know whether it can be medically or scientifically proved, but the truth is that it exists, and research has shown that it's there. Now, I don't know whether that answers.
No, Bwana Kuseo, I reached almost the same stage like you are reaching, but Bwana Njiro wanted the medicine to cure it. Continue in case you have it. I gave up myself.
Why would you need a medicine? Remember, when people are normally taken to court and a punishment is levied.
Bwana Kuseo, sorry for people who are coming in, like Themba, and I think he's not well informed about
the topic.
And the 1973 captives at Stockholm in Sweden. Yeah, and also I have to have been a victim. A friend of mine, their daughter was raped actually, and me, I was categorical.
Just the example I've given.
Report him to the police. Take him. Let the justice say no. They cooled down and they said no, don't go that way. They are sympathizing with the situation and they never took action. But me, as a friend, I was very abrupt and very angry. No, this is a police case. Take them. The following day, they did it. So what you're saying is true. Sometimes they and to us now, Kenyans, please, Bwana Kuseo, we Kenyans, I said we have suffered so much and leadership ya nini mpaka tumekuwa na hiyo syndrome. Na sasa Njiro ameruza hiyo dawa, mpatie dawa sasa tafadhali.
So then Njiro should thank you for having learned something extra today. And I know Themba is also a good student. They keep calling this at your class of sorts, at your lecture. There's no lecture here. We are just learning from each other. Let me go to my presentation. Hey, it's about these Iebc loggerheads and loggerheads with the courts over election-related cases. You know what I can say is that Iebc should not be seen to be participating so much. It's like they have something to get out of this. This thing should be left for the contestants and the parties who are participating. Iebc's work is a referee, and the referee normally follows the rules of the game.
Jose, 1 minute. Maybe I just wanted to brief you a little bit. Maybe I saw kind of the issue of Iebc is where they are saying today. They said some elections in some places might be postponed. They are not sure if in August 9 that elections will be done everywhere in the country because of some of the prevailing cases which are there, and they give like the example of Sakanja. So that is the issue of Iebc now. You can try to handle it in that angle.
No, don't worry. I'm coming to that. What I was trying to say, the Iebc's role, they should not go into postponing elections. And who told them that they can postpone elections? They are trying to venture into grounds which is not theirs. That is not theirs. Theirs is to referee the game. You cannot say that you are going to postpone a match which has not ended. You don't know how much extra time is required. So they should not venture into areas which is not their preserve. What I'm saying is this. The rules of the game are very clear. If the courts, for whatever reason, one of the participants goes to court and comes out with a court ruling, IEBC would be obligated to observe it. But they cannot preempt the postponement. That means that they have something else they are not telling us. What interest do they have? Whose interest are they serving? To already preempt people to postpone elections. That could be very, very serious. It is
They
the players
can't.
and
They
the teams
can't
who another
postpone.
reason. Yes.
They have no right to postpone. Who are
They
they?
have no right. None of the players or the competing teams have taken an issue to ask for postponement. How can the referee themselves stand up to ask for postponement? That is not right. That is not right. That is why I said that the issue of Sakaja and Sonko, these issues are in court. And whatever the courts say is what should happen. They should not give the courts an idea that, you can suggest that let the Mombasa and Nairobi be postponed as you finish you hear the cases. That is not right. It will amount to IEBC preempting postponement of elections where they are not players. That tells us quite a lot about who the referee is. In whose interest does he want to postpone the elections? The fans the Kenyan public are the fans, and the players are the parties who are participating in the election. None of the participating parties have approached anybody that they want postponement. That is not right. Now, regarding the issue of the IEBC, the other issue which they seem to be having, I rechecked their earlier indicated time frame for starting the printing work. They said that the printing should have been on should have started on 22nd of June for 30 days. So ideally, as at 30th, when the so-called the list for gazettement was ready, they were actually like running late with the printing. They are saying that in total, they are projected to print, I think, 133 million ballot papers. And there is a contract. They have a contract arrangement with the printers. And the management is spearheaded by this the project. They call it what? The PEAK what committee? They have a project commission which is spearheading the printing of the ballot papers. Now that committee had entered into an arrangement with the printers in Greece that they are going to need 30 days to deliver the work. And that the work, according to early arrangements, which has been pushed forward, was supposed to start on June 22nd for 30 days. So if you imagine that 30th, they were still not ready, because remember, the ballot papers, the printing, the list was ready on 30th. And it is on 30th that they started printing. So far, they have only delivered a very small portion of the ballot papers anyway. But that ballot delivery is spread out, I think, for 30 days, which according to the initial agreement is supposed to end 30 days after 22nd, is like almost around 20th of this month. They should be ready with the printing of the ballot papers. Never mind that the issue of the presidential ballot papers would be the last, and that has since been pushed. Instead of 20th, 21st, it has been pushed to 29th. So to avoid any latenesses, when they delivered the list of candidates to the government printer for printing, which according to them, the list was essentially a ready thing. They did not expect that the government printer was going to have delays or to have breakdowns like they now have. At the same time, the team, I think, traveled to Greece and literally commissioned the starting of the printing. Hence, the ballot papers were printed, and according to one of the commissioners, I think they were saying that that work is entirely with the management and the committee, the Iebc committee in charge of that project, delivering that project. No. Now, when you remember when the other time when Chebukati was trying to indicate that they were called to be told that a batch of the ballot papers was ready for them to receive, everything looked like they were not in the picture. That is not true. They are saying that they are going to be airlifting. The airlifting and the packing and delivery was taking a lot of delivery time. They were calling it what? They were calling it airlifting the ballot papers. The logistics are a bit tight. I think in terms of the flights to and from Greece to Kenya. Hence, they have started their work. Their main aim of starting that delivery process is so that they don't fall off the agreed timeline, which is 30 days from 22nd of June. Now they have renegotiated, and now they have an extension of up to 29. That is, I think that is what I can say about Iebc and their work. Of course, remember that the pinning at the polling stations must be done not later than 7 days to the day of the election. You should all have the ballot papers, the voters list pinned at the polling stations, which is like on the around 1st of August. Now, just to add something on the, is it the AZIMIO BUKHUNGU Stadium? Well, as I said yesterday, me, I just see everything. The more Baba says fire, 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 every other day is just louder than the previous. Every other day is not louder than the previous. I think it is a sign of very good progress going on. It's a sign of very good progress going on. I think, thank you. I'll stop there for now, Themba. Maybe it should be your turn to do yours and then Njiru.
Yeah, good evening, Jakindu Bey, habari gani? Jakindu.
Habari yako?
Mzuri, habari gani?
Nzuri kabisa.
Habari ya nyumba?
Ni
Nyumba
mzuri.
amezimia.
Habari ni mzuri.
Baba Bob, habari gani? Papa Bob. Kwani amefunga kioo ameenda?
Ni mzuri, I can answer on his behalf. Hata yake ni mzuri on his behalf.
He has slept. Ameshalala.
Amelala. Analala, anaacha screen, akiamka anapata watu wakiongea. Unajua hapa mtu hataki kutoka kwa sababu anaweza toka ashindwe.
No, he has fallen asleep. You know, when you fall asleep, you can't even switch off the lights.
Now, there's a question that I've been asked by someone down there, and I think Jakindu Bey can respond to this one. There's a guy called RUTO. He's asking, do you really think Raila can honor the agreement between him and the outgoing president on the sharing of government? So, what do you think, Jakindu Bey?
Which agreement is that?
hiyo ni swali ambayo anashare serikali na nani? Kama president anaenda, unashare serikali na nani tena?
Hapana, Pemba, ask him what is the agreement so that we know which agreement he's talking about.
Yes, you can't answer that one without knowing which agreement. Now, which one is it really?
They seem to be having an agreement that we haven't seen. It is the deputy president who has an agreement with Mudavadi to make him the prime minister. If he brings 70% that is struggling to bring. So 70% inatafutwa kwa fujo sasa, na vile baba jana alikuwa ameenda, you know, the western kuchafua maji ya Musalia, akijaribu kutafuta 70%, baba anaenda anachafua maji, akienda kutafuta 70%, baba anaenda huko anachafua.
Demba, hakuna agreement kama mimi sijui ni agreement ya namna gani, lakini ukisema huko western mtu ambaye anajaribu huko anapoteza time na ni mtu potoshaji, kwa sababu huko nilimuona kijana mmoja ambaye amesimama chama cha Omutata, akasema yeye ana campaign lakini yeye yuko kwa Azimio, lakini akasema ukienda Vihiga kuna sehemu Vihiga si ndio kwao na Mudavadi, anasema Vihiga kabla uja campaign lazima useme wewe ni wa Azimio, wewe ni wa baba na mama, lazima hiyo useme ndio una campaign. Sasa hiyo 70 hata sijui kama watapata, sijui. Huyo kijana alisema Mudavadi hawezi kupata 70 kwa sababu yeye amesimama hapo kwao na Mudavadi, na hapo kwao Mudavadi kama usupport Raila Amolo Odinga hawakuruhusu mpaka uwe na bodi ya Raila. Sasa hiyo maswali ya hao wanauliza, hao ni wapotoshaji bwana.
Kuna watu wako na maswali anasema I think about from rally propaganda that Mudavadi and Ruto have been spreading. Yeah, najua kuna hiyo propaganda wamekuwa wakispread around that, you know, wanasiasa wetu ni wanasiasa ambao wako na deceit and conmanship. The deputy president has perfected that art. I'm surprised that Nyumba thinks that the deputy president is intelligent. You said that he's intelligent. I didn't hear you well.
I said he is gifted in many things, and gifted in things in an opposite manner.
A gifted liar.
He's gifted. Let's not deny him. It's right. He's gifted. He is an orator. This guy is an orator. He can beat Uhuru in oration. Actually, he can. So
no, anybody who lies.
I said he also got his doctorate when he was very busy campaigning and being the deputy president. He got. You can't do that. You can't do all that and achieve. He's an achiever in opposite things, in negative things.
Nyumba. The moment wakati ukisema uongo, hakuna kitu chochote unajua, hakuna kitu tunaweza kukupatia, kwa sababu ukisema uongo
watajakendube kama ni uongo sana na unaweza
swali
bwana
uongo ni gifted.
Unajua shetani yako bwana, shetani anaweza kukupatia hiyo madaraka na uwezo, na hiyo ni kipawa kutoka kwa shetani.
Nyumba, nikuulize swali. Was the devil an orator?
Yes, he convinces a lot of, he or she convinces a lot of people and they follow him.
You remember the time alikuwa anaenda you subscribe to the biblical teaching. So alipoenda kudanganya.
Where did you see the devil?
Alipoenda kudanganya Yesu. Nakumbuka alipoenda kumwambia
Ile siku 40 najua hizo dunia yote
sasa alikuwa ameongea sana, alichanganyisha ukweli na uongo hapo kidogo. Sasa alikuwa orator.
Inategemea sasa. Unajua wakati alikuwa anajaribu Yesu ni Mungu, na ndio unaona yote haingetimia, alishindwa ni Yesu. Lakini wewe small mortal like me and you, he carries us away. Ni wengi ndio unaona hata wengine tunajaribu kuongeleza wasikilizi wakuja Azimio kwa sababu wamechukuliwa through RUTO.
Alafu swali ya pili.
Yes.
Unakumbuka kitambo kuna watoto walipita sana primary school katika shule zingine.
Nilikuwa ni wizi, endelea na kusikiza.
Ngoja sasa. Swali langu bado sijaliuliza. Sasa katika zile shule ambazo walikuwa wamepita kabisa wakaongoza, wakaja sasa wakaingia campus, wakajipata wanavuta mkia. Hivi shida ilikuwa ipi?
Hakukuwa shida. Hebu nikukumbushe pia, wacha kuwa mkia, hawangeangushwa hata kupita. Kama alikuwa amechukuliwa medicine, anaenda mpaka anakuwa doctor. Fake doctor akikuja huko akikutibu unakufa, kwa sababu kama ungemwangusha kama wewe lecturer unafutwa kazi. We have seen those things. Ameingia kwa njia mbaya, hana akili kwa kichwa, na lazima angeendelea mpaka amalize hiyo medicine ama wakili ama engineer. Akidesign nini bridge inaanguka, akikutibu na kudunga sindano unakufa hapo hapo. Lakini you as a lecturer, let me finish Banathemba. Those are days we have seen them. Those guys, they were there and they entered at universities and wanakuwa madaktari, wanatoka. I'm quoting daktari because it's very dangerous with the human life. Na kama wewe ni lecturer University of Nairobi, uangushe huyo mtoto, si muangushe, aanguke. Na ukataka kumpitisha, unafutwa kazi.
Sasa swali langu ni hili. Kwa sababu huyu mtu ametumia mfano wako, you have used that as someone who has been passing. Anapass ki uongo. Do you attribute to him that yeye ni intelligent?
Huyo si intelligent. Huyo si intelligent.
Lakini si amepita na akakuja.
Hapana, hajapita. Wewe ndio unampitisha kwa sababu utafutwa kazi. Hajapita.
Amepitishwa, sio?
Anapitishwa.
Hakuna ujanja mingi
Ama the backing behind him or her, the backing lazima apite.
Sasa tunasema huenda ikawa huyu ambao unasema yuko na sijui intelligence, sijui ni nini, huenda ikawa ni environment ina encourage.
He meant in ujanja.
Bwana Themba, hata ujanja ni akili tu bado. Unajua mtu akiongea, muongee na mtu. Kama mtu hana akili, in fact it will not take you 2 minutes uone huyu mtu hata ya discussion ama mtawezana kwa sababu hapo.
Sasa hiyo swali nyingine ambayo nataka kuuliza ni hili my friend Nyumba.
Yes.
Is being an orator equivalent to being intelligent?
No, it doesn't follow. That one doesn't follow. But he's gifted in oration, kwa kuongea. He's gifted.
So it is not intelligence.
It's not a measure of intelligence. It's not.
So it is not intelligence you are measuring. It is oration.
Oration he has. He is gifted with that. In oration, you convince a lot of people, even clever people. Unawachukua, unawadanganya na unadanganyika, unaenda nao kwa shetani.
No, but you see, you are contradicting yourself.
I'm not.
If you can be an orator, but you're not intelligent, it is possible for someone to see the gaps in whatever you're saying.
Yes, not everybody will see. Some will see, some wouldn't see. Yes. And many, let me tell you, Bwana Themba, you know, on this panel, there are very clever brains that have been there. And I'm very happy. But I'm sorry, let it not be quoted that I'm talking ill of people. Majority of us Kenyans, we just get carried away. They don't think twice. Umeambiwa kitu Wacha nipatie mfano yenye si mzuri
No.
sana.
Nyumba, I don't think you are saying the truth about Kenyans, all right? Because that is one of the
Nikuulize Bwana Themba, hata kama hujaenda mbali.
Wait, Nyumba. We need to start deconstructing.
Themba chukua question.
We need to start deconstructing some.
Themba chukua question. Wacha tusikie Nyumba akona nini.
Nyumba is propagating the same deconstructed narrative that has been propagated for a long time. Nyumba, mnasema ya kwamba Kenyans don't think, yet we are the same ones.
No.
Wait. I'm quoting you. You are saying a majority of Kenyans don't think. That's what you say. I don't think it's true, because it is in this platform that you people have said that the deputy president has used his money to lower the mountain. It is in this platform that we have seen that. We have seen that he started going to Central Kenya long time ago, and he has been going there to give them money and to use his money, give money to churches. All right? And that is the reason why most of them have decided to go with him. So how do we turn again and we start saying that Kenyans don't think? Number two.
No, don't ask me. Let me answer one at a time. I'll get confused. Yeah? Now, I'll answer the first one with a question. Wakati watu wanapanga laini kwenda kuchagua Sonko, okay? Sasa, watu wanafikiria kweli. I'm sorry, I'm giving an example. Ama Itito, ama nani. Kwanza, let's Sonko. Na anachaguliwa ni sisi wa Kenya. Alafu unasema we are very clever and all that. There's a shortcoming somewhere. Na hiyo ni kwa ile tulikuwa tumesema ile syndrome ya huko inaitwa huko Stockholm.
Not really. Our problem is not lack of thinking. Our problem is an economic problem, a social economic problem. It is not a problem of cognition.
Agreed.
That social economic problem has been used. Moi used it for 24 years.
I agree. It's okay. I agree with you.
You see, hata wewe mwenyewe unajua kwamba he who feeds you
controls you. Ndio naambia bwana Jakendube hapa wanitumia hiyo tikiti nikuje huko, nitoke hapa. Sasa
hata tusikie Jakindu atasema nini.
Nasema hivi. Unajua mtu ambaye ni muongo sio clever vile mnavyosema, kwa sababu uongo huwa ina expire. Moi alitumia hiyo ika expire. Ruto ukiangalia zile vitu zote ametumia zime expire zote. So huwezi kusema huyo mtu ni clever kwa sababu hizo vitu zake zina expire. Inatakiwa
unaweza kuwa muongo na ukuwe clever.
Ngoja. Uongo ina expire. Ama hiyo ni ukweli. Uongo ina expire. Utasema uongo.
Unaweza kuwa muongo na wewe ni clever sana, lakini wewe ni muongo. But very clever, bright man.
Ndio maana nakwambia huwezi kuwa clever kama wewe ni muongo. Kwa sababu
hapana, unaweza kuwa very muongo na very clever. You can have both.
Unakuwa clever vipi? Mimi sielewi. Bwana Themba, sielewi mtu clever anaweza kuwa muongo namna gani? Kama wewe ni clever, huwezi kuwa muongo kwa sababu
unaweza kuwa muongo
na
very clever.
Hapana. Hold on. There are some words ambazo labda over time tunazichanganya, unaona? Kuna wisdom, kuna knowledge, kuna being clever. You can be knowledgeable. Alafu unatumia knowledge yako kwa ujanja. Right? Ile ujanja wa kaka Sungura. Unaelewa? Sasa kuna ile ujanja. Sasa hiyo ujanja hiyo ndio kidogo unakuwa unawaadaa watu. You take advantage of people's lack of information or the fact that they are not as knowledgeable as you, and you use it to your advantage, right? Now, the result can be many things if you're using it for your own advantage, because knowledge is power, right? The moment you may explore, ni kama my friend here, Nyumba, is a serious architect.
I'm not foolish, but I'm not foolish.
Ngojea, hata unaweza kuwa umeenda, we have educated fools, so that one is not we have educated fools. So interacting with the education does not necessarily remove the foolishness in you. So kuna Nyumba hapa. Now Nyumba anaelewa mambo ya ujenzi. But Nyumba sasa akikuja kuona Jakindu Bey, anaona Jakindu Bey amemwambia Jakindu Bey, nyumba yako itakost pesa fulani. Lakini Nyumba anajua ujanja mali anaenda kupata zile vitu za hela ndogo. Sasa anaingiza anaongeza ile pesa ya Jakindu Bey inakuwa mingi, lakini ameenda kununua vitu hafifu.
Tumia jina ingine, usitumie Nyumba kwa hiyo mfano. Jina ingine tafadhali, tuendelee.
Sasa unaona Nyumba eventually Jakindu Bey atakuwa na nyumba, atakuwa na mjengo wake, lakini yule fundi niseme mwingine ametumia ujanja wake. Unaona? Sasa hapo tunaweza sema ametumia knowledge ambayo Jakindu Bey hana. Unaelewa? Lakini akana knowledge. Uko na knowledge, ni mtu ambaye ni msomi, ako na nini vizuri, lakini anatumia ile kukosa kuelewa kwa watu, kuwahada. Sasa hiyo pia, kwa vile Nyumba amesema, the way Nyumba said, you can be educated, but again you use that in a wrong way to your own advantage, which is not right. Doesn't make you a fool. But you have people who have knowledge, but who don't have knowledge, and sasa wanangojea kufanya nini? Kuwa guided. Unaelewa? Sasa mtu kama huyo pia si foolish, ni kwamba hana knowledge. Unajua mtu fool ni yule hatumii hiyo knowledge kwa nia ya kumsaidia mwenyewe ama kuwasaidia watu. Ndio maana utaona mtu wewe mwenyewe umeenda shule, lakini hiyo shule haijakusaidia wala hujasaidia mwingine. Sasa huyo anaweza kaitwa fool. Lakini kulingana na wala wanaenda kusoma Biblia, kama Kuseo hapa ni pastor, ni padri, na Jakindu Bey pale pia ni mtu ambaye anasoma Biblia, anasema ya kwamba yule ambaye anamkataa Mungu ndio fool. Kulingana na Biblia.
It's true.
Biblia inasema wewe kama umemkataa Mungu, wewe ni fool. Naelewa? Sasa definition ya fool kwa Biblia ni tofauti kabisa. Sasa mimi ninasema hivi. Kabla sijamleta Jakindu, tuko na deputy president ambaye kwa njia moja ama nyingine amekuwa na privilege ya kuwa na information na kuwa na position. We have a deputy president who has never been in opposition in his life. And when he was in an opposition, he was opposing the things that were benefiting Kenyans. So that means what? He has been privileged to have information that many Kenyans don't have. He has been privileged to be close to the coffers. He has enriched himself from every administration that has been there in Kenya. There's no administration that the deputy president has not benefited from. Benefited from Moi, he benefited from Kibaki, he benefited from Uhuru government. Now the same person is turning back to call all these people bad, right? He's now turning back and saying that these people are the ones who have been bad and the ones who have been exposing you to this trouble that you're going through. Now we are turning back to call this person clever. We are calling him intelligent. You see, let's face it, Nyumba. We have peddled this for far too long, and we have allowed.
That was due to lack of a better word.
We have allowed these people.
Don't rub the intelligence in that sentence.
We have allowed these people to peddle for us the narrative that we have this person who is very intelligent. Yet our problem is a social economic problem. Someone who has
Don't use intelligence, please.
if
Don't
someone
use the intelligence.
if someone has made you poor, and the only thing you remain to rely on is what he's going to give you, how does it make him intelligent? It is about the need that you have at that time. It's not that the person is saying something so out of the norm. It's because over time, systematically, people are socio-economically disempowered.
I've agreed, one of them, but maybe move out of this topic. Although Jakendube also may say something. I've agreed.
Nimalize nyumba. Unajua mimi nimesikiza, sasa siwache nimalize hiyo point yangu moja.
Remember, you have hit nyumba now.
Nitarudi kwake tu bado. Then we are saying that why did Kenyans elect Sonko? Kenyans did not elect Sonko because of foolishness. It's because we have a very weak socio-economic fabric. Unakuta ya kwamba kama saizi Sonko ameenda, watu wamepata accident. Alright? Sonko ameenda mwenyewe hospitalini and it is being publicized that Sonko ameenda akawasaidia. Sonko is a governor of Nairobi, then anaanza Sonko rescue team. That is a welfare thing. But what does he do? He gives people free hair to take the body of their relatives home. So using benevolence to disempower you so that you are endured. They say that in some families where some of the most educated family members, they refuse to take others to school so that those people will be relying on them. Wakitaka kitu yendi anaambiwa tuma. So when they go home, they are the kings and heroes at home. Because you have not empowered more people. And that is what Sonko is taking advantage of.
Remember, that's a long time ago.
We need, no, I mean, hold on. I mean, I'm just making my point.
It is socio-economic, like Themba said. It's
socio-economic. It is not
long time ago. It's
not
there
right
these
now.
days.
Wait, Kuseo bana. You wait, I make my point. You wait a whole 1 hour talking. Nikiongea tu kidogo. So we need to disabuse and deconstruct the idea that are these people clever? Are Kenyans foolish? No, Kenyans are not foolish. We are just socioeconomically disadvantaged. So most of our decisions are based more on mouth and stomach. It is not about other things. If you get 100 bob, what are you likely to buy? Right now, a Kenyan is likely to go for unga. You see? So what is it? So that is what guides your decision at that time. So when you have that sense, it's likely you're not going to engage in a cognitive. Tell me, even AZIMIO released their manifesto. How many Kenyans have looked at it? RUTO released his manifesto. He's not talked about his manifesto completely. Why? Because he knows nobody cares. He knows people care more about mouth and stomach. So when we start saying that Kenyans are foolish and they're not listening, I don't think that is true.
Then, let's not belabor this issue. Let's go. We are all talking of the same thing. Even Jakendube, Jakendube, just a second.
I'm not hitting you. I'm not hitting you. Don't listen to Kuseo. Kuseo is trying to make you a victim of my statement.
Kuseo is right. Kuseo, we share so much with Kuseo, and we share with you. Kuseo, we see the same things from the same eyes. You know, then, but you don't have specs. Look me and Kuseo and Jakendube to connect me. So in short, all of us, we are talking the same thing, even Jakendube. It's only the language. Yeah? I'm not saying RUTO is clever, but I'm saying he's an orator. Being an orator does not mean you are clever, actually. And also wisdom, cleverness or education, they are different. Wisdom is a special thing from God. You may not even have gone to a class. Then you have that wisdom. Wisdom yenye inatoka ni ya Mungu, ni kipawa hicho. Si ya kwenda kusoma kwa klasi. So we are talking the same thing, and maybe we move out from this. What I wanted to say is that maybe, and we don't have to argue about this because we are tunajenga jina ya RUTO, is an orator. To me, to you, this is subjective. It's not objective. Yeah? And something, Bwana Jakendube, something subjective, you can never have an answer. And you can never win when you had, just a second, because I don't want even to argue about this. When we used even to be in a university, once you do, you are given the same brief, all of you, that of us, we are 30, same brief. Jengeni design Odaya District Hospital, okay? You have a site. All of you the same site, the same brief. All of you, 30 of you never come with the same design. 30. You're different. And then munaweka kwa ukuta, muna criticize, nyote yako ina criticize yo nini, hivyo. But I'm saying some things are subjective. And Jakendube hata tukenda mpaka asubuhi, hata sikizana kwa sababu something that is subjective, you can never have an answer to it. Something that is objective, factual, you can come to an answer. So I've agreed with what Demba you have said, and this forum is very good in that statement. Only we are talking English. This is not another language. Na napenda sana Jakendu anaongea Kiswahili. I can also be more fluent in Kikuyu. So some words in English may be mistaken of what I'm implying. So mimi nitaachia hapo tu, like Jakendu we are not differing. Sisi tunaona from the same eyes. Na ningesema tuachie hapo. Lakini ya mwisho, me I was employed in government for 20 years, in 83 to 91, no, to 2003, 20 years. When Kibaki took over, I resigned and been on practice since then, another 20, clocking 20. RUTO has never been employed by anybody. From university, you can 92, blah, blah, and you can see how rich he is. Me, hata nikanyumba tu niko nayo naishi. And I've been working privately, worked in government for 20 years. So RUTO is different. But as an individual, you can see even the late President Moi refused to see him. He tried to go and see him. He's not. Unaona Raila wasikizani walikuwa pamoja. Unaona Uhuru wamekuwa pamoja wasikizani. There's something unique about him. Let me rest my case there.
Okay, Jakindube.
Mimi sitasema chochote juu, lakini mimi nataka kuambia hivi kitu moja. Najua kitu
unaambia nani? Unaambia nyumba ama unaambia wote?
Nasema nawaambia tu wa Kenya wote wa Kenya, kitu chochote ukiweka tu uongo ndani ya hiyo kitu I succeed, kwa sababu ukitaka kujenga nyumba uweke uongo, hiyo nyumba itaanguka. Ukitaka mtihani ukiweka uongo, hiyo mtihani utafeli tu. Yani chochote ambacho unafanya ukiweka uongo ndani ya hiyo kitu ina expire. Mimi hivyo ndivyo nasema. Aina yoyote, chochote unachofanya ukiweka uongo ndani, moment umeweka uongo, ati kwa sababu wewe ni mjanja ama wewe unajua kuzungumza sana, hiyo kitu ina expire.
Agree.
Kwa sababu iko expire kwake ni kwamba either hiyo nyumba inaanguka au hiyo maneno unasema uongo mwisho watu wanagundua. Yani huwa hakuna vile unaweza kujenga nyumba juu ya uongo au chochote juu ya uongo wowote.
Kweli.
Angalia zamani kuna hawa wanaitwa CIA, wazungu walituua, walikuwa wanaua leaders wetu kwa njia ya uongo. Hiyo uongo waliweka mpaka sasa, wenyewe ndio wanasema kwamba huyu jamaa tulimuua, haikuwa kwa sababu uongo ina expire. Kitu ukifanya na ukweli inabaki ni ya ukweli, lakini ukifanya kitu kwa sababu ya uongo, no matter hiyo kitu ukifanya yoyote, hata wale waliua Yesu walikuja baadaye wakasema kweli huyo jamaa alikuwa mtu mzuri, manake walimuua na njia ya uongo. Walikuja wakajitambua kwamba huyu jamaa. Ndio maana nasema ni lazima sisi kama Wakenya tujifunze kusema ukweli. Ukweli ndio inajenga. Ukweli huo utatujengea nchi, kwa sababu moment hata ukiwa wewe ni orator, ukiwa unasema na uongo, hiyo orator yako itabomoka, kwa sababu kuna watu.
Tafadhali, let me ask you a question please. Wako waongo wana wafuasi ama wana wafuasi?
No.
Nikuuliza hata kama Hitler na
No,
inaleta damage kubwa sana.
nasema hivi kitu ambacho hujasikiliza ni kwamba utakuwa na wafuasi lakini itabomoka. Si Hitler alikuwa na wafuasi, si walibomoka? Ilibomoka kwa sababu ilikuwa ni ya uongo. Yaani kitu ninachosema
Jakindu mwambie pia vile Ponzi scheme. Si wewe nyumba wewe ulisoma mambo ya Ponzi scheme. Vile ilikuwa na watu wengi sana. Kuna schemes nyingi.
Nilikataa kuingia. Mimi nilikataa siingi vitu kama
mwishowe
sasa zote zinakuwa ni vitu vya uongo.
Ninachosema uongo ni kitu kibaya. Uongo wakati wote, wakati unaweza kusema uongo.
Naomba tuendelee kwa sababu ninasikizana na si ng'ang'ani na nyinyi, nimekubali tuendelee.
Haya, mimi ninasema hivi nikimalizia hilo swala, manake naona nyumba na feel ni kama ni yeye nilikuwa nagonga. Hapana, nyumba si wewe, ni kwa sababu hilo wazo ambalo
I'm not taking personal, so mimi nacheka sana.
I'm just here to say that across conversations, you've had people, progressing the thought that according to them, the deputy president is an intelligent person, he's done all that. If he was intelligent, now let me ask you, if he was intelligent, intelligence is your ability to solve your problem at a particular time. If he was intelligent, you'd have known that the first thing, if I stay, and he said it himself, he told Cyrus Jirongo, before all this drama, he told him that, you see, kama kama Moi hangekaa nyuma ya baba ya huyu jamaa, angekuwa mahali alikuwa. Hata mimi sasa nitakaa karibu na huyu jamaa hivi nifike pale. Now, if he was intelligent, he would have thought far. You see?
Not only that, Bwana Themba, and I request to move out of this. I saw it from the word go. You cannot compete with your boss. There's no you doing. I've been there. I've seen it. Ushindana na mkubwa wako ni ngumu sana. So hakuna intelligence iko hapo. Ni opposite tu.
Niulize Themba swali. Themba, acha nikuulize.
Niulize at the risk of
kulingana na mimi.
Nyumba nataka tutoke kwa intelligence lakini hatutoki nyumba. Acha tukae hapo.
Acha nikuulize swali ndio ujibu.
Basi mimi ndio nitatoka.
Usiende.
Unakumbuka story ya sungura na kobe?
Nyumba ulisema sungura na kuku, umeajiri mtu akwenda kufungulia. Sasa utatoka uende wapi?
Hataki kazi, si wanaacha kazi haraka. Sasa jana niambia alienda tena, ameacha kazi.
Hawendi mahali, kaa hapo nyumba. Haya, kosea uliza
ngoja hii swali ndio uende. Unakumbuka hii mbio ya sungura na kobe, mzee Kobe? Mbona mzee Kobe alishinda sungura? Kama si ujanja.
Ni ujanja.
Ni ujanja.
Sio ujanja. Kobe hakutumia ujanja. Kobe alitumia ukweli. Sungura ndiye alikuwa mjanja na alitumia uongo. Alikuwa anafikiri ataweza tu kufanya haraka vitu ambavyo vinafanywa haraka bila kufikiria. Lakini Kobe alikalia ukweli wake wa ile mwendo wake. Alienda polepole bila anaenda.
Kobe ilianza mbio, sio mwenye sungura alipata mbele.
Hiyo ni ujanja. Jakendu be.
Hiyo hapana, huo si ujanja bwana nyumba. Huo si ujanja. Huo ni strategy.
It is not wisdom.
It is strategy.
Naomba hii tu. Ngoja Bwana Kozeo, naomba tu hii moja tu. Nisalimie Julia, alafu niende niangalie mbuzi zangu.
Hapana nyumba, ngoja usikie Julia akitoa nini yake. Julia, karibu, hebu toa maoni yako. Hapa jamaa wametupiga sana. Wanasema Ruto ni clever, ni intelligent, sijui ni nini. Sasa mimi napinga kabisa hilo. Ruto ni muongo namba moja. Muongo hawezi kuwa intelligent. Uongo hawezi kaitwa intelligent. Haya, karibu Julia.
Umesema ujanja.
So ujanja ni mwerevu. I'm trying to get these definitions. Okay, hi everyone. Bob in absence, Nyumba, Jakindumbe, Kuseo, Themba, mjanja. I think Ruto is a foolish man. He's a very foolish man. Because if you want to become president and you are lucky to become deputy president, yani kukafanyika tu kitu hivi, yani fate tu, fate, mkajipata na Uhuru Kenyatta by fate, na ikasemekana mmepigiwa kura ama mmepigiwa kura, whatever you did, you become deputy president. If you want to become president, do you behave the way RUTO is behaving? Okay, if somebody wants to become somebody's wife, and you see a man you like somewhere, unafanya tambia kama hizo za RUTO, ama you will be nice to that man, hata utamuoshea viatu nini, you will be so nice to the end mpaka akupatie hiyo ring kwa kanisa. You will be so nice. So if you want to change after that, you can change. But if you really want, and even if you can't change, if you want that marriage to work, you will still continue respecting that person. That is if you are not foolish. So my conclusion, RUTO is a very foolish man. He's a very foolish man. That is why hizo vitu ndogo ndogo amefanya Mount Kenya, patia watu pesa. In fact, he's so foolish. Hiyo pesa yake, Mount Kenya people have just enjoyed it. In fact, they have helped us recover what was looted from public coffers. Thank you very much, Mount Kenya people.
Julia, withdraw that foolishness statement. Withdraw that one. No, I'm not Kenya kuisha, lakini hiyo sasa.
That man is foolish. Nyumba, let me prove to you. Somebody wants to become president. Ebu angalia tu mpango, plan. Unajipata na Uhuru Kenyatta. Somehow by fate, you find yourself, unajua that he was so lucky to become deputy president. Because how many people have become deputy president in this country? He was so lucky. He finds himself with Uhuru Kenyatta, and for some reason, he gets...
ICC ndio imefanya hiyo.
Yes, no, hiyo fate. You dinaitwa fate. For some reason, we hear in 2013, after August, we hear someone announcing, and the winners are Uhuru Kenyatta and William for some reason. So from there, kama he's a wise man, angekuwa anata anabebea Uhuru briefcase, namwambia yes sir, yes sir, yes, ile yes sir, mpaka unasema yes sir mpaka zinakuwa too many. Na hata 2017 angekuwa tu yes sir. Now look at this foolish man Nyumba, who goes out in public and says he almost slapped the president. Ebu angalia huo ujinga ukweli Nyumba. You people, I think all of you either could be married or you have been married before. Let me ask you, a woman who wants to retain her family, how does she behave, Mr. Kusel? If she's wise, she'll be, baba akikuja, unataka chai, pole kwa kazi. She'll be taking her coat.
Nimepitia hiyo.
You don't wait for him to ask.
I've enjoyed that.
You don't wait for him to ask, Nyumba, isn't it? If that woman wants the marriage to work, or if a woman wants a man to marry them, you will make for them coffee. You will akama amecheka na mwambia pole kwa kazi, even when you don't mean it. Unaona? Unamwambia hata kama you don't even when you don't mean it, utamwambia baba watoto pole kwa kazi, even when you don't mean it, because you want to make this thing work.
Be careful. We might know what you did.
So that is what is called wisdom. You work it out. You plan. You people, let me tell you, because I'm talking to men. Nyinyi huwa mnafikiria ati mnaingizanga wanawake kwa box. Nyinyi ndio mnaingizanga kwa box. You see a man, you see that this is husband material.
Umeamua kutoboa,
Julia, tunajua we are the weaker sex. We are the weaker sex. We know that.
You set the plan rolling.
Yeah,
unajua nyumba, unaangalia nyumba, unajua nyumba anapenda mukimo na nyama ya mbuzi. Sasa ndio huyo nyumba is so foolish ati ameweka huyo mama kwa box. Yeye ndiye amewekwa kwa box na hiyo mukimo na nyama ya mbuzi. So this why, because she's a wise woman, she'll make it work. And you'll notice that she has all the solutions for all your problems. Mtoto ataki shule, she has a good suggestion for her school. She's always there, because and she'll never argue with you. Ukisema leo, she's yes, and kweli baba tunakubali tufanye hivi, because she has a head, she's brainiest. Lakini huyu jamaa, by fate, he gets himself as deputy president. And then he decides, I'll take this thing from this man. Mpaka wanang'ang'ania decisions. Is that wisdom or foolishness? That is foolishness. Then huyu jamaa anachukua pesa yote ametuibia, anapeleka Mount Kenya region. At he's buying them. Mount Kenya wanakula. Thank you very much, Mount Kenya, for eating that money. Atunge recover your pesa. Hadn't you eaten that money? At he's bought them, at they'll vote for him. Atapigwa na butwa 9th because they'll not vote. That is foolishness. This man is not wise. Even the way he speaks, you know, and when he's called on camera, he doesn't know how to plan his lies. He should write down the notes. Leo nitawadanganya hivi, juu last year niliwadanganya hivi. Sasa nifuatilie so that I follow those lies. You should be taking, you should be having, kuna kuseo, there's something called Evernote. You can save your documents there. Did you know that? I want to teach Ruto about saving his notes in Evernote, in Google Docs, so that unakumbuka last year August nilidanganya hivi. Wacha nirudie ako kawongo niendeleze. But like Jakindube is saying, lies don't sustain a long time because it's out of foolishness that man is. In fact, I have kutoka jana nimekuwa nikifikiria nikagundua kwamba that Mr. William Ruto is one of the most foolish politicians that I have come across. So that is what I hope I have proved my point by giving a demonstration of how wise women behave. So from today henceforth, musifikirie dinyi mnaweka kwa box, nyinyi ndio mnaweka kwa box.
Is it too late for him to react?
Julia tunakubali, you know, truth prevails, eh? And as Jakandube was saying,
is it too late for him to...
ya mapishano kama kitu iko waziwazi. Me I discovered, lakini kuseo naona discover hiyo, hebu mweleze tena huko kuseo.
Vile aliwekwa kwa box. Nimeshamwambia vile aliwekwa kwa box.
Akatia anangangana tu. Lakini tumekubali.
You see what Julia is saying is those are called Western philosophies. That is not a philosophy that thrives in an African culture. So when you bring this Eurocentric philosophies that even in the Bible, when they were mentioning the genealogy of Jesus, women only appear when there's something significant to be talked about. What Julia is bringing is as a result of the feminist movement that came in the early 1950s. That is what has led into this kind of thinking that Julia is saying. So she starts figuring out that wanakuwa wise. Even the biblical Old Testament, katika ile, is it the book of, is it Deuteronomy or one of those that talks about and so, bo so and so, Enosh, bo so. Where is the woman mentioned? Their wives are not mentioned anywhere, who they married. It is later that we are told that there's this lady, significant story comes in. And so we talk about Rahab because of a significant story. And Rahab because they were going to be saved, and then so and so she had to put this red thing. Then of course Mary comes in, and it is because of a significant story, because Jesus has to be born. After that, later even Paul in the New Testament, you hear their women are supposed to cover their head.
Don't go very far. Kikuyu iko namna hiyo. Hata Kikuyu isipokuwa ango wa makeri na nini.
You wait, we'll square that with God when we go to heaven. We have to square it with him.
So these are results. These are philosophies that make sense to fairly enlightened people like Julia, and she wants to force us to accept that.
No. Remember, you didn't get my point.
The traditional. Listen, Nyumba in the traditional, most of the traditional African homes. There are some, of course, other traditional cultures that women were marrying more men. But in traditional Kenyan's home, it is the man who was marrying more women, and you're being chosen a chief depending on how well you can manage your home, how many cows you have, and you're being given more women if you had more cows and if you had more wives, because you could manage them. And that was a show of leadership.
They did not get my point. They did not get my point. They did not get my point. My point is, I'm not saying that women have taken over men, but I'm saying this, that wise women will get what they want from men because they are wise. That's my point. And I will make men do things for them because they are wise. That's my point.
No, normally, wait, Julia, normally the example they use Delilah. Very bad example. Another example they use is the one of
course, I've not used
Luanda
Delilah.
Magere. And some of those bad examples. Do you have some nice examples?
But mimi nataka kumuunga Julia mkono ni kwamba if a woman is wise, she will get whatever anything she wants.
Anything she wants.
Without struggling. Na kwake itakuwa nzuri kabisa, because mji yoyote, anywhere, mahali kuna utulivu na raha na nini, mwanamke huyo yuko pale, yuko gangari, ni mtulivu, mwanamke ndiye ananacha kila kitu duniani. Mwanamke uende kwa mnyama, uende kwa ndege.
Julia, your point is wrong.
You're not getting my point. My point is not controlling the man.
Listen.
No, mimi nasema mwanamke ambaye ni wise, mwanamke ambaye ni wise huwa anatunza nyumba yake na anaweza kupata kila kitu chochote anachotaka.
Bwana Kamau ambie na Kikuyu hiyo habari ya mama nyumba na mwanaume. Kamau ambie.
I got Julia's
okay.
I got her point, and what she's trying to say, which I think is making sense, which is very specific, is in reference to the president and his deputy. And that one I agree with her. And that is also the point that was emphasized by Nyumba, that anytime you fight your boss, there's a problem. So I get Julia's point. I'm only contesting her generalization of that concept. It is not true all the time, but it is true in this specific time.
No, it is true in many times. Whether in Africa or in Europe, any woman who is wise and respects the husband.
Even Kikuyu, there's a saying.
What we have learned is this,
Yeah.
Julia is the sort of person who can get whatever she wants. Is that true?
You see, Julia. You see.
Kama unamheshimu bwana yako utapata kile kitu unachotaka. Lakini ni hivi, kama unamheshimu bosi wako, mtafanya kazi vizuri.
You know, Jakindube, the reason why I'm bringing the idea that it should not be generalized. The Shima and the show of respect is a sociological concept, all right? Societies in their own way define what is showing respect to certain genders, right? So if you go to certain places, for example, if you go to some African homes, let's say, for example, Uganda, kneeling is a show of respect for the lady, all right? Now, in other cultures, they over time, they have defined what is a show of respect. So you cannot generalize the idea of if you respect, what is a show of respect in that particular home. Now, in most African homes and most African cultures, they were paternistic, they were paternal in nature. So that means what? A woman who was not speaking back to the husband was showing respect, right? So the definition of respect according to the African culture is different. So what is a show of respect? A show of respect is maybe, for example, the woman, the culture treating her as if she's not supposed to speak. So that was supposed to be respect. And that has led into so many contentions later. That's why I say it is important for us to use it specifically, but not generally. Respect is contextualized. For some people, if you speak back, that is not a show of respect. In the Western culture, where Julia is, there are things that kids can say, and you say, huyu mtoto akona tabia mbaya. In some places, huyo mtoto akona confidence. You know, when a woman you're talking to her, she's looking at your eyes in some cases, anasema huyu Unaona hata nikiongea na niangalia, huyu ni mtoto ako na kichwa ngumu. But in other places, respect is shown by, speaking and looking at someone. So I said we need to be very, very careful because it's a sociological and it's defined by society. Wewe ile kitu naita respect in your home has been sociologically passed from one generation to another. For example, wacha nimalizie nikiambia Julia. In most African homes, the lady was told, even if huyo mwanaume akikufanyia nini, unaona mimi nimekaa mpaka mmefika hivi, hata wewe kaa mpaka ufike hivi. Hivyo ndio vile watu wanatunza boma zao. Fast forward, gender-based violence and issues like that has come, and of course activists have come, and what is the new teaching? Ukiambiwa vitu fulani, toka. So you see, it's a society based. We cannot just put it like this is how it's supposed to be.
But we are not doing that. You are the one who is going that far. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? We are saying simple things.
It was between the DP and the president.
Yes.
How the DP behaved.
Hata katika hizi nchi za nje, tuchukue mfano wa nani basi, tuseme kama mfano wa Donald Trump.
Msitoe Julia kwa point yake, anaongea
mimi nataka kumsaidia Julia. Angalia Trump na Pence. Trump alikuwa mtu mkatili, lakini huku msikia Pence akijibu. Unaona, hakujibu. Na kwa hiyo saa hii hata Pence akitaka kugombania upresident upande wa Republican atapata, kwa sababu hakuna mahali mtu atampata na makosa. So ni vizuri kuwa na heshima. Kitu ambacho anajaribu kusema ni kwamba kuwa na heshima, kwa sababu heshima, hiyo mambo ya kusema kujibiana, ni popote duniani. Kama unajibiana na mkubwa wako mbele ya watu, hiyo ni kukosa heshima popote.
Na hata hiyo Demba anasema ati the West,
hapana, popote duniani ikiwa unajibiana na mkubwa wako mbele ya watu, hiyo ni kukosa adabu. Lakini unaweza kuzungumza na yeye kando, umwambie hii sipendi, hiyo ni sawa. Lakini mbele ya watu, hiyo ni kukosa adabu. Hiyo ni universal popote duniani.
It is not America, it is not Europe. It is not Kenya.
Mmeshinda. Julia, weka point yako umalize.
My point is done. I was just trying to prove that Ruto is a foolish man. That
Imekuwa 10-0 kwa September.
He should have thought twice before disrespecting his
watu wawili wanaishi ugaibuni, wakikuwekea maneno hivi, cheche za maneno, utashinda hata wewe.
Okay, then I think I'm also on your side. I was just proving that that Ruto is a foolish man. He should have thought twice before disrespecting his boss. And today, tungekuwa bado tunashindana, Uhuru angekuwa pande ile, anatetea deputy wake, na Raila pande hii. Unaona, that could have been the scenario. But this man thinks he's so important, he got to get it. Mpaka he goes to public and talks all this trash. That is a very foolish thing to do. And my conclusion is, kama nyinyi mnasoma gazeti wa Kenya na mnasikia news, if you are a wise man, hata kama Ruto is your neighbor in Sugoi, you'll not support him. That's my conclusion.
Asante. Mr. K, habari gani?
Mzuri sana.
Hebu toa maoni yako. Naona umeamka, tumekuamsha. Toa maoni.
Nani Julia aliniamsha aliposema kuhusu hiyo muhusiano na example yake. Nikasema kweli, she is very right, because the undoing of the deputy president for him to become president was to disrespect and rebel against the president. Because normally, if you want to become a president, and you've noticed all over the world, the people who become president are the meek, people who are respectful, and those who are reluctant, if I may use that word, reluctant to be the president. That even Wakina Salva Kiir, Wakina, those people who have succeeded well in the president, not those who have dictators, but those who want to succeed the president and to succeed somebody, they have to be teachable. If you are not teachable, then you cannot become a good president. Mandela, before he died, even when he became the president, he said you cannot succeed in life without building a good successor. And what he was doing to him, he was a transitional president. After 27 years, he was made president, but he never stayed for more than 5 years because he had already made enough successors for them to take over. And these Wakina Thabo Mbeki, Wakina Zuma, these were very equipped people, they were very humble people. They did not disrespect Mandela. They did not speak ill of Mandela even when he was in prison. And therefore, sometimes it is the rule of the thumb that always respect the leadership ahead of you. Even in the Bible, we are taught that there were those patriarchal fathers, and those patriarchal fathers were to show the way so that they can build a successor. When Jesus Christ came to this world, and he's Christ, remember he's Christ, I don't know whether people know this story, he got a ministry of John the Baptist ongoing. And because he was Christ and he knew that he wants to become the Christ and become the savior of the world, he still had submitted to the ministry of John the Baptist until John the Baptist, they had an argument or a word with Christ where Jesus was saying, "Baptize me." But John the Baptist kept telling him, "You're the one to baptize me because you're Christ." So there is that story, and that denotes what we call humility. But we have this kind of a deputy president that he takes a flight and goes to Uganda and campaigns for another president. We have never seen it in any world. You can imagine the deputy president of America going to Mexico because they are neighbors and campaigning for the president of Mexico. What kind of a rebellion is that? This guy, I think, is not even a foolish person. I think he's a person who has possessed by evil spirits, because there's no way you can disregard, disrespect, abuse power, steal, lie, get saved, marry, do what we call be in every scandal, yeah. And at the end of the day, you still want to be president. How do you become a president? In fact, I ask myself every day, how did we get here? And sometimes I even say, I will actually, I actually, let me put it this way: Uhuru made a mistake to have such a ticket of the president, despite the fact that they led for 10 years. But that was the biggest mistake Kenya has ever had. There are better Kenyans that could have become deputy president, but you can imagine Uhuru elevated a thug, elevated a person who was to come and bring issues that are now we are debating of a person who we know he is a thug, who we know his principles are of evil. I mean, it is so bad. But having said that, we are where we are. We have to make a good choice, and the good choice is to make a choice that is going to make this country stable, which will bring equality. Many people are suffering. This country economy is like a pyramid, only 7% on top of a pyramid, on the top of a table. The pyramid are making it. Families are depressed. There is no money. People are unable to pay school fees. And somebody is singing somewhere that he has a solution. And therefore, a large Kenyans and the people listening to us, this is not the time to joke around and say that we elect a thief because a thief will be able to arrest other thieves or he will be able to steal for us. You know, unfortunately or fortunately, this country, we have come from a place whereby we glorify thievery. In fact, you'll always see somebody saying, if that guy was a minister and is no longer a minister and he has no money, how foolish is that guy? Because we believe that you're supposed to steal people's resources so that at the end of the day, you can be honored, and we glorify thieves. The people like the Grenya governor, people like Ruto himself, people like there's another guy who I think is in Jubilee also, but he was convicted of medical. So we need to get out of this thing. How much is enough for the people? Why are we so greedy, destroying the name and the good country we have of Kenya? And majority of us, like Themba and Julia, have disappeared. Have actually gone to other countries. We have taken very good brains out of the third country because we have no room for our people. So the point I want to say is he has disrespected the president. When the president says this, he says the other. There was even a time he arranged a parallel meeting in Murang'a. Uhuru was having a meeting here and he was having a meeting in another neighboring ward. It is very disrespectful. So for me, I just came out to just say we need to be serious as Kenyans so that we get out of this. And Raila Amolo Odinga and Mother Karua is a ticket to give us what we call transition of integrity and transition whereby the Kenya now is ushered towards good governance. Because what we are lacking in Kenya is not laws. We have many good laws, we have a good constitution, but we are lacking personalities that can take us to the next level. The constitution and the institutions are as good as the individuals. If the individuals have a problem, it doesn't matter. That's why you see Chebukati is giving us headache, because each and every day he has a version of his. He actually said today that he was not aware ballot box were coming. I mean, what are you doing as a chairman of IEBC? What is your work? We pay you with taxpayers' money each and every month, about 2 million shillings, to think, to sacrifice, to not sleep, so that we have an integral and a verifiable election. And then you're telling us today, we see on TV receiving ballot box, and then you're telling us another day that I only knew 30 minutes before the ballot box arrived that they were arriving. What are you telling us? People have not even been gazetted. We don't even know whether they have they established who is going to be in the ballot. The ballot boxes have come with whose name? Whose name? And therefore, we have a problem as a country. And this problem, I think, sometimes is even intentional to put such kind of people in leadership so that we can manipulate. And therefore, it is so hard to understand. And then we have another issue of the courts, as you the theme is talking about here, where the court wants to also show as if they are more government than government. Inafika mahali they know the timelines. I mean, how difficult is it for a judge to wake up tomorrow, even on Sunday, and even Monday morning, and solve the problem of nominations, solve the problem of degrees and the qualifications? I mean, why should we postpone as if we are not living in Kenya? You are a judge, you are a voter, you know that the election must be on 9th, it is constitutional, and then you put I will give my judgment on 12th. Are you playing with our psychology? What are you doing between those times? You know the timelines. And therefore it's a funny country where we have destroyed the fundamentals, the ethics of humanity. Because as a judge, You should not delay this. Say if there is no degree, and all you go and say, for me, I would say, in my own opinion, I would say let universal suffrage dictate, and then we move on with life. Personally, I wouldn't even want Sakaja to be out of a ballot. Yeah, let him be there, so that at the end of the day, Kenyans make the decisions. But eventually, we need to change the constitution so that we clear the gray areas and the gaps in the constitution, because these are the things that are taking us backwards, Mr. Demba. So those are the things that I felt I needed to talk about. I've been listening, and then nikaamuka nikasema wacha niongee kidogo, kwa sababu hayo maneno ni mambo ya ajabu, lakini nakubaliana na nyinyi. Asante sana.
Asante Mr. Kamau, kuna jambo umenikumbusha hapo mpaka nikasema sasa huyu jaji, why would he want to take this thing up to talk? You know, that is something I didn't understand. This is something you could have sat, cleared with it the next day, and you know so well that even if you come up with a verdict, there are still other stages, right? You can come up with a verdict, and one of the you know, the interested parties could want to contest the whatever judgment you have come through with. For example, if you say that the guy is not going to be contesting, he might decide to appeal. So what are you trying when you're deciding that an issue just like that? I mean, sit with it for 2 days, especially matters that are involving this election, so that you facilitate all the other arms of government. We have the judiciary, we have the executive, and we have the whatever, the institutions that are dealing with the election. So if this is an election matter, I don't understand why a judge should want to take, you sit on a Tuesday, you want to come the next Tuesday I mean, 12th to come and give your verdict, surely. And it is an election petition, which is involving this election. And then the other one decides that the tribunal has decided that this guy is not going to be in election. Then you go and say that you even comment on a matter that was not before you, that the guy was not even supposed to be impeached in the first place. How are you commenting on a matter that was not before you? The matter before you was, can this guy vie that now that he was impeached? So you're even saying it was wrong that he was impeached because there was, you see, the courts are so interesting, and I think it is a whole process that is bungling this election. If you want to arrive at the High Court, someone is still can go to Court of Appeal, and someone can still go to Supreme Court if they feel dissatisfied with whatever judgment. The more you delay it, the more you are delaying those processes. And if you delay those processes, IBC is getting delayed also. Yeah, there should have been a timeline, like they said for IBC, that the tribunal should sit within this time and this time. There should also be a timeline for the courts, that anything that is involving, that is coming from emanating from the tribunal should be dealt with within a certain time, so that we have also those timelines that we are coming from the tribunal. Anything election related should have been dealt with within a certain time. So if it is 2 weeks, they have that 2 weeks and it's done. But now there's no timeline for the court, so the judge can even sit on it and postpone it, I don't know, for whatever time. I think those are some of the weaknesses that we are facing in our our system, that now instead of working together, they are competing with each other on who has more power than the other. IBC wants to say I have power. IBC should have even done a simple thing. Just call the tribunal. Surely, if the tribunal is sitting, the tribunal should have done a simple thing. I mean, call CUE. What's the position of this case? Can we postpone making judgment on it until you guys are done, so that the tribunal will not finalize on it? And if you have to make a judgment, I mean, if you have a timeline that it has to end a certain day, now write to CUE. Tell them that we need to make a judgment of this matter. Can you guys advise us? CUE brings a letter to you, then you refuse the letter. That according to us, we are not supposed to, the tribunal says that we are not supposed to be verifying degrees. But CUE is bringing for you the letter. The people are supposed to be verifying the degrees are bringing for you the letter. Now, when they go, these people run to the court blocks that letter. You see the monkey business that our courts are playing with us? They run to the courts, then the court says that, okay, fine, that letter cannot be admitted. How can one institution block the other institution from doing its job? CUE's work is to verify degrees. They are writing a letter to the tribunal saying that this degree, we cannot verify because we don't know. You, as a court official, you are writing to CUE telling them, telling the tribunal, do not accept a letter from an institution that is doing its job, surely. What kind of monkey business is that? I mean, that's why you're saying, I mean, sometimes when you look at the things, the way they work, and that letter was given, the letter was blocked, that these people have gone to write a letter, kindly give me an order so that they don't submit this letter to the tribunal. You see the kind of I don't know. Yes, Julia.
Then, but do you think that someone is planning to just bungle this election so that it is failed? I mean, because if you look at the moves, okay, I just watched something that Iebc did that it can postpone election in some places. Is it acceptable under the law? Doesn't the law ask us to hold election on 9th of August? I mean, do you think that someone is trying to bungle this election and have it, have it like so chaotic? The thing is, I'm beginning to become suspicious because Kenya Kwanza is sure that they are going to lose. So who is bungling this election? Because now the rigging claims the rigging thing may not go through. But if we have irregularities in terms of the law, then that this election may be declared null and void or something. Do you think that's a plan?
But you see, even if they declared null and void, they do not want Uhuru to stay in power. So if they do that, Uhuru will still stay in power. So why would they want to give Uhuru more time in power? If the election is not held, Uhuru still stays in power until someone is sworn in. So is that what they want? Because if they want to extend Uhuru's time, I mean, if you do that, you see, Uhuru will cease to be president when another president is inaugurated.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to hear that part of the constitution. So Uhuru will only cease to be president if another president is inaugurated. So what are the constitutional requirements? What happens?
I mean, the constitution is clear on the date that election is supposed to be. You see, for example, in case of an emergency, and then you see parliament is still there. All right. The parliament also comes into play. I mean, ceases to be when another parliament is sworn in. That is according to the current constitution. Now, the constitution gives the timelines on when elections should be held and what happens within a certain time. And Uhuru will only cease to be president when another president has been sworn in. Now, the election will take place, and there's no question about that. What they are saying is the places where there are contentions, okay? That's what they're saying, that they will not hold election for those particular seats. So, for example, if it is a governor seat, you see, for example, the governor seat in Nairobi is the one that has contention. So the rest of the elections, the rest of the seats, that is what they're suggesting, that they move on, have election for those particular seats, but the ones that have no contention, they move on, like maybe Mombasa and stuff. There's not a question. There's no question that we are going to have the election on 9th of August. Specific seat may have issues because the constitution also says if they contest and they say that my name has to be in the ballot box. You see now that those are some of the things, and this court is behaving so badly, as if, like Mr. K is saying, as if they're in utopia. You see, how can a judge, like Mr. K is saying, how can a judge decide that you are listening to a petition on Tuesday, then you want to push it up to 12? And by the time you're pushing it up to 12, you've already crossed the date. The deadline was 30th. You see? So you go until past the time. What are you trying to say? You're already trying to, and that's why I agree.
That is
Yeah,
sabotage.
sabotage. That's why I agreed with the deputy. I think what the deputy chair, one of the commissioners at IEBC, he said that there are too many court cases, and these court cases to them, they are reading them in a way like they are suggesting sabotage. You know, you want to make the work of IEBC a little difficult, and the judges are not making it any easy. You know. Because I agree with Mr. K. How can a judge decide that you are going to give your verdict on 12th? You know, and if you are giving it, wait, Kuseo, you are giving it on the 12th. Now, when you're giving it on the 12th, if someone wants to appeal, because you have a right of appeal, that is the Constitution. You have a right of appeal. Now, if you want to appeal and you go to court and appeal, it will still be a court case. It goes to Court of Appeal, goes from Court of Appeal, you don't agree again, you want to go to Supreme Court, just like Sonko is doing. You see, they are within their right to seek appeals. But now we would want to see a court that is facilitating the processes, not necessarily making it difficult for the process. You don't know what the court will say about Sonko tomorrow, you know? So Sonko is going around telling people that I'm still the governor, because you don't know what the court is going to say about the case. You might say that now Sonko's name has to be in the ballot. The judge said that Sonko's case is going to affect all the others, so the ballots for Mombasa should not be printed yet. You see, now that's a very funny ruling, considering that
I think some rules the law should be looked at, some amendments should be made, that these rulings must have a timeline, especially when it comes to election petitions, so that this is the judiciary is literally holding the country hostage, and they are trying to cause a constitutional crisis as far as the elections are concerned. So I think we shall now, I will say, like Uhuru, we shall revisit that.
Yeah, we need to revisit it. In fact, the way we are giving IBC timelines, petitions regarding elections within a certain time should be given timelines, and they should end at a certain course. Like there are some that go straight to Supreme Court, like the presidency goes straight to Supreme Court. We should have some of those going straight to Supreme Court, so that anything that the Supreme Court has said passes. There's nothing like I'm going to High Court first, then I'm going to appeal, I go to this, then I go to Supreme Court, because this is just a waste of time, hampering the work of IEBC and making it very difficult. And even Kenyans are now confused, because right now, even Sakaja, he cannot campaign if he wanted to, because he doesn't know what the court is going to say. These other people are also saying that now we don't know whether Sakaja is going to be in or not. Some of us want him on the ballot box so that we can beat him hands down, you know.
And then going for an election, if you're going to vie for governorship after the presidential election, is going to disadvantage the people who will lose. Because if an AZIMIO candidate wins, it gives a picture to the wider public that you're wasting time with these UDA people. So even those who think they can sabotage the election through the court, it will be a disadvantage to have them to have an election after the presidential election, because that tells Kenyans, where are we? That gives a picture, like tuko wapi, tuko kwa serikali gani. So I don't know how
this competition between the judges, the courts, and personally, I think the judiciary has let us down in some cases. Let me hear Kuseo, then I bring in Bob.
Now, Julia, to answer what you are asking about stopping the elections, the answer is a big yes. All you need to do is find out which are the constitutional contraventions that you need to do that. And believe me, the judges, as currently constituted, and IEBC can very, very much indirectly lead you to that. Mpaka by the time they are being stopped, it will not be IEBC stopping them or the courts. It will be, the case would have been raised by somebody like Mutata. And all the judges will look at whether he has sufficient grounds to do so. Assuming today, for example, the ballot papers for the presidential or whatever, they are targeted to, I think they are earmarked to be here on 29th of this month. If for whatever reason, look at the breakdowns at the government printer, look at the breakdown on the other side. We can sabotage it from the other hand. If the papers are not there, what are you going to do? Technically, you'll be forced to postpone. Albeit the fact that they are engineered by saboteurs. It can happen. Now, like what Themba is asking, for heaven's sake, why would you put this thing which the printers are waiting for the ballot on the other side, and some judge here is putting this thing on the 15th? You know, the last date to do the gazettement is 15. Now, if on 12th the matter is still going to a higher court, do you see what we are going to end up with? They are going to disable all these processes technically. And then, of course, most of us would want to say what, that we are in a constitutional crisis. Our own self-made constitutional crisis, that is what you are likely to get. And depending on how many people are on the other side trying to sabotage everything, it can actually happen. Especially if, let's say, I've seen that I'm going to lose. I'll do everything I can within my power. And as I told you, in Kenya, unfortunately, money can buy anything. Money can buy anything. So the postponement can be engineered. They can be by default. They can be by design. The public will never know. Personally, I have an issue with the judges. I know Bob will say otherwise. The chapter 6 needs to be fine-tuned. And if we ever get the opportunity to look at the BBI again, we need to streamline so many areas in this constitution so that we don't get taken for a ride by people who are not interested in that direction. They engineer their own things and everything is grounded. Anyway, I'm sorry. That is my take.
Thank you, Kuseo. Papa?
Yeah, thank you, Themba. I disappeared kidogo. I was feeling fatigued. Now, a few days ago, I don't know whether it's a week or so, we were discussing this thing and about the judges, and I mentioned there is something called in the civil management of cases. There's something called a civil procedure code, which governs the management of and the way the cases are conducted, civil matters, and that civil procedure code has a section on summary judgment, and summary judgment basically is a process which the case does not go to full trial, and there are normally reasons why a claimant can apply for summary judgment, and I want to believe IEBC has already done so. And if they have not, then they are part of the problem. It is in something called in the Commonwealth, which I believe Kenya, we under the Commonwealth law. It is something called there's something called the Sanders law. So when a case is filed in court, one party can feel that this case is not worth the time of the court, and I can apply for summary judgment. And under summary judgment, usually the claimant, it is made when a claimant where no defense has been filed, or the claimant believes that the defense that has been filed by the defendant has no real prospect of success. Now, for instance, take for instance the Sakaja one. If if Sakaja has no degree, then definitely there is no prospect for success. And if a claimant, a petitioner, or the respondent applies for certain orders under that summary judgment, the judge has the powers to use this tool to finish that matter arbitrarily if he finds it reasonable that one party might not succeed. One party or the other might not succeed. Therefore, and then give a date for the ruling. But he can give direction on how that matter, the direction that matter should take. So I still believe that the judges are being complacent by pushing it forward, knowing, because you cannot just be pushing forward because you want to look at the argument. You definitely, if once you look at the petition, you can form an opinion as to fact or as to law that this might warrant that prospect of success. So the judges are part of the problem. In fact, they're the main problem. There is definitely, when somebody is postponing a matter which he feels like he wants to hear both sides conclusively, then it must be a very complex thing. But there are chances that a judge can tell that this might be a success or not. So, like you have said, the judges, for me, are the problem. It is not a very complex thing that one would say that a degree is there or not. That is pretty simple. Now, how to support that, whatever judgment you're going to do, is to look for the relevant and relevant sections of the law that can support your judgment or be pro your judgment, and you support it with some kind of precedent. So the judiciary is the problem. That is my take. Back to
Bob,
you,
what
Neville.
do you
Back to you.
now, Bob? There's something you're talking about. So, unajua sasa mimi you are hanging, Bob. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
You say that, but the bottom line is, and we might not know all the other technicalities of what all the judges do. I know they are supposed to have freedom to make their judgments based on whatever they have the training we don't. But they are also operating. They're not operating in utopia. They are operating in an environment, right? Like Mr. K said, they are aware that we have an election. They are aware that this is something that has a timeline. They are aware that as it is, IEBC is running behind schedule. You know, that is something they know. I mean, you don't want to tell me that the judge sitting listening to Sakaja's case is coming from South Africa. He's in Kenya. He knows IEBC is running behind schedule. He watches the telly. He sees what
self-made schedule.
He knows that this is a schedule that IEBC has, and it has to do certain things within certain time. So when you coming in and you are not giving IEBC, you're not facilitating that process. And Kenyans have an election that is so definitive because we are it's not unlike 2017. This is a change of guard. We are finishing the Uhuru presidency. We are moving on to another. So it's definitive election. And then you want to make such rulings that leave people wondering. Like the other one who decided that now Karungu Athangwa has to go back to the ballot box. I mean, that's the most absurd thing. The other one decides that now Sonko, of course, Sonko has a right to seek redress from the courts, but instead of finalizing that thing, you decide that now we want you to come a certain day so that we can hear if Sonko can still be in the ballot. Sure. the electorate wanabaki wako kwa shida, bado wako na nini, and of course now people, Sonko has to go through appeals, aende kutoka hapo aende mpaka Supreme Court. You know, the drama that we are seeing right now is unprecedented, you know. And the judges, for some reason, they feel that this is the time also they want to stamp the authority. How do you stamp your authority with IEBC? Stamp your authority in some other cases, but not with IEBC. For me, I feel that, like someone has said here, that we need, like it happens in other jurisdictions, to start electing judges. Because the other places, they vote for judges. So if we can, like Julia is saying, once that BBI comes back, there should be proposals that even these judges should face the electorate. So that if you don't perform, the electorate will vote you out, and you know you'd get it. So you owe it to the electorate to actually perform well. Because this issue of judges being appointed, they have security of tenure. Now these guys, they don't care. They don't care. Someone will give an interesting verdict, and they don't care. And they know that for me to be removed, it will cost the taxpayer. For example, this one that was found out by Sonko. You know, he knew so well, and even the video was out. He knows he's a corrupt judge, but what has he done? He has refused to resign. So the president has had to put up a tribunal, which is being paid by taxpayers' money again, to investigate him. Things that he has actually, Sonko has come, and these things are out. They have shown. Instead of being honorable and deciding, okay, fine, I'm not going through the whole process. And it's not even issue of Sonko. There are other issues that were raised against him. And he still sits in the office so that the taxpayers' money can still be used again to investigate him. You see now the kind of people that we find, they have no morality completely, you know. So I think the court, we might have issues as a society, but the judiciary, some of the judges are not helping us at all. Like Mr. Kamau is saying, why do you want to listen to a case related to as a degree certificate? You want to listen to it today, postpone it for 7 days. What are you going to investigate? Because, I mean, people have already given you their presentation submissions. You're making a judgment based on those submissions. Go and listen. I mean, go sit back down, write your judgment, come, give it, let it go. When we come to revisit this, yes, sir.
Let me add something. You see, like what I was talking about, the civil procedure code, even the criminal also has them. There's a criminal procedure code. And if you realize, the other day, there was this gentleman called, is it Mwendo, the guy who used to be KFF, is it chairman? You see, his case did not go, yes, his case did not go to full trial. And that's why the judge decided, upon looking at that evidence, that it was not sufficient to go for full trial, because it was going to be a waste of the court's time. And the court applied that summary judgment, where you throw away that case, because it is not in the interest of the public to continue prosecuting something.
No, Bob, you didn't follow that case. I followed it. What happened is the prosecution was looking for witnesses, and prosecution asked, had already held him, had already requested for him to be held. So the case had been postponed many times. So the time that it was mentioned, the final time, the judge said that it is either we listen to this case today, or we don't postpone it again. So the prosecution realized that if they proceed on with the case at that time, without the ones that they were the other witnesses and the evidence they were going to seek, it was going to fail. So what did the prosecution do? Prosecution applied to withdraw the case. They withdrew that case at that time,
Withdrew the
but
charges.
the next day they arrested him again to charge him afresh. That means what? You buy now more time to do investigation. That is what happened.
Now you see that is where, at the end of the day, for instance, that particular matter, not to waste time, so much time on it, that is, they will end up giving Mwendo an ammunition, which there's something they call, you cannot annoy the court twice. Now they will bring up that case, but at the end of the day, Mwendo will end up filing that is it a res judicata or something like that. You cannot keep on annoying the court twice by bringing up a matter that you know that you are not prepared about. If they do not have sufficient evidence, even going back. That's why also going back to the other side of the IEBC and the courts, the judge wields so much power. It is for sure. It is just the judiciary that is wasting our time, because, like you are saying, it is not that they don't live in this country. They do live in this country. They know that there is the matter of election of persons like governor are of matters of their national interest and much more. But they choose to postpone and say that we'll deal with it on, like the one of Sakaja, from Friday to 12th. That is Tuesday. But you see, they still have that power if they look at that facts of the case to give to pass judgment and then do a ruling later on a later date. But they still are, gerrymandering. So this I still believe the buck stops with the judiciary. Once you present a petition to that court, they should be able to deal with this matter conclusively, especially when it is based on facts. And the facts are whether there are bodies that are charged with confirming whether Sakaja has a degree or not. Therefore, it is upon them to do their due diligence and ensure that whether they get the information from the relevant authorities, whether the degree is genuine or not. So this is not something that they should be investigating, like you're saying. It should be something that they can do in a quick record time. So I concur with you.
Okay, thank you. Let me bring in Makiadi. Makiadi, wait kusema. Makiadi, karibu.
Ndema jambo.
Jambo sana. Toa maoni yako.
Habari ya watu ya first floor. Leo naona mko na Julia first floor peke yake, mmeweka baba Azimio kwa kitchen
Hao watu
na wase wakawekwa kwa basement.
Hao watu wa macho ine wakae huko chini. Huko juu
unajua huko chini na kuanga giza mingi.
Sana. Anatafuta sana. You know, it's not fair. We are going to take him to the court of public opinion.
Sasa unapenda mambo ya basement sana, ni sawa sawa. Sasa mimi hata sikuja na mambo mingi.
Nimetoka bathroom, manake mmekuwa
Ask Bob kama ako kwa bafu.
Inakaa Bob ako basement. Hii net yake inapotea sana. Unajua si kawaida.
Amepotea kwa sababu alikuwa anataka kusema urongo, waka unplug hiyo ni router yake. Hiyo akienda kuongea kitu wana unplug router yake tena. Sasa lazima reset.
Unasalimiwa na Danny Darius huko chini.
Danny Darius. Leo naona comments zimenyamaza sana.
They decided to lock them out. Can you believe it? Like, unaona, these are members.
Ni sawa.
Ulilock watu nje?
Sijui, naona hapa ni members peke yake. Leo kumenyamaza sana.
Kwa nini mmelock members peke yake bwana? Si unlock hii kitu.
Naona kumenyamaza sana, ndio nashangaa watu hakuna mtu wa kupiga nduru huko.
Richi Makiadi, si unlock hiyo kitu.
Mimi sijui kufungua hii kitu.
Who unlocked the thing? Who locked it? I don't know who unlocked it.
Mdosi ndiye yako na authority ya kufanya hiyo.
I think ni Banada ama ni nani? Kuna nani ni Mutembei.
Yeye ndiye ako na kifunguo ya hiyo nini peke yake.
Sasa unajua wamelokiwa, alafu na unajua sasa wale watu wanakuja hapa ni watu wa YouTube peke yake. No wonder kumenyamaza huku leo. Kuna
okay, they should not have locked them because watu wa Facebook are not able to access this. So we have a smaller crowd. Now we have 209. I think
what they decided, they decided to not take it to Facebook, and then they bring everybody here. Alafu wala nakuja kucomment ni members peke yao. Sasa unajua inakuwa sasa kidogo imezuia watu wengi nje. Manake sioni watu, sioni vikelele vingine vinakujanga hapa. Lakini pia ni vizuri kwa sababu pia kuna wengine wanakujanga kuspam hapa, sasa pia wametupa nje.
Hao wakelele ndio wanakuaga wazuri, wanafanya show inakuwa live.
Kelele ni nzuri.
Sasa hii ungekuwa unasikia Julia anagombana na mtu wa Jui huko. Julia anagombana na
Tempa, kuna Nyerere anasema muingize hapo. Is it?
Sasa hizi jamani, karibu tunafunga show but.
kuna mtu anaitwa Geoffrey Ruto hapa patiangi Julia amani.
Ikifika masaa kama haya kuseo, tunaingiza watu kama wewe, Papa, Chima Kiadi, Julia, the normal faces, wale watu wa kawaida kila siku. Ukishafika 8 hours, tunaingiza watu wa nini ndio tuanze kufunga.
Sasa mimi hata siko na mambo mingi. Unajua nilikuwa ninaangalilia mahali kwa simu nikasikia mmeongea mambo mingi sana. It looks like you have exhausted everything. I don't know what to say but
hata leo najua hakuna vitu vingi. Leo naona hata vitu vingi havikufanyika sana, ile naletanga noma.
Hapana, kuna president alisema wanaenda nyumbani wote. So if you think you are going to remain there,
hiyo ya president sitafuata sana kwa sababu nilisikia kuna mtu alisema walikuwa wamepitia mahali na yeye, so I have to confirm if it's true.
Alisema alikuwa na address KU. Najua kuna hii Kenyatta University and then there's Kenyatta University.
It was the hospital.
Yeah, teaching and referral hospital. So there's a land. Sasa teaching and referral hospital ya Kenyatta University na KU wamekuwa wakipigania hiyo land. Sasa hiyo land imekuja WHO. Kuna kitu wanatengeza hapo, Tropical Medicine something research center wanatengeza hapo. Sasa KU ilisema kwamba it's not ready to let that land go off na iwezi kutumiwa kujenga kitu kingine kwa sababu ni yao. Now remember that land, the whole of that land, your land, your mali KU iko na huko kwote, it was Kenyatta land, which was reverted back to the public, ndio ikajengwa KU. So
Jaikuwa ndio ilikuwa ya Kenyatta.
No, hata hiyo KU, the whole of land, your land.
No. Also if you've used Thika Road,
yes.
From some place in Juja, all the way to Kahawa West, on both sides of the road.
Yeah.
That was Kenyatta's land.
It was Kenyatta's land.
Yeah. So
hata KU imejengwa.
All of that, KU, JQAT, all these houses in Kahawa Wendani, all those, the whole land even behind Kahawa Wendani, they have a farm. That's where Brookside is, huko pande ya nyuma huko. If you use the bypass on the right side, it's almost to the airport. Karibu yote ilikuwa shamba yao.
So what happened? Alikuja akawaambia kwamba sasa why this is public land? Umepewa hii land na public, wewe unaanza kusema ni shamba yetu. Hiyo ndiye alisema kwamba ati tukishamaliza hapa, kama ni kwenda tutaenda na wewe pia tutaenda na wewe. Niko na wiki kama 3 imebaki, sasa tutaenda sisi.
And the guy must be scared because who can make sure it happens.
No, Uhuru unajua ukionanga akisema kitu kama hiyo, he's very guarded in responding to some. Ukitaka there's Mutai Ngunyi said that Uhuru Kenyatta is not what people think. He doesn't yani si mtu wa kuja ana
kuropoka.
Yeah, but Ruto anaropokwa. Ruto atakuja aropokwe kwa sababu ya hasira. Alafu baadaye akuje kugundua kumbe kama vile aliropoka akasema si 21 billion, it's only 7 billion. Then later anaanza kuambia mtu baadaye kukatiwa na kizungu mingi, ende ulipe pesa ya watu. So naona that kind of thing. Uhuru hakuzungumza. So Uhuru takes his time na ata nini. So ukiona alikuja akizungumza hivyo ni kitu ashafanya utafiti akajua kwamba hapa kuna watu wanaleta shida. So it is true he said that. Yeye na huyo chancellor wa nini wa KU. Unajua the problem is Mugenda ndio nafikiri ni
it's not Mugenda, the chancellor. It's not.
No, Mugenda si yako kwa ile teaching and referral, she's a board member. I know something.
Yeah, she's a board member there.
And she's the one who started the teaching and referral hospital. So unajua hapo sasa kuna hela pia ina nini. So Makiadi endelea.
Zile hata kama kume it's late. Do you have any annoying clip?
No, I don't want to annoy people. Let me just do my submission first because I found you in a good mood. I don't want to spoil your mood.
Julia, wacha zako. We don't want to be annoyed. Wacha tumezungumza vizuri sana hapa.
Makiadi, as you make your submission, please give us give us your comment on the fact that your friend Rigathi was sacked because of selling relief food.
Oh yeah, I thought it was a propaganda. I don't know if I thought I should comment on that because I was not sure if it's propaganda or it's news. Sometimes I try to avoid a lot of commenting on stuff that I am not sure about. But I saw that somewhere, but I'm not sure. So if he was sacked, then that's news to me. But I want to say these. I was listening to Ruto. He's continuing with his complaining. Right now, he's saying that he's trying to justify why he will not probe UK, Uhuru Kenyatta, when he takes over the presidency, if he will. The other thing he's saying is Raila wanted him jailed. That was actually important because it looks like he's trying to revamp our memories and taking us back to 2013 when they had a case in The Hague. I don't know how far that propaganda is going to sell, but I wish him good luck. I was really impressed with the event in Kakamega. Julia uliona Bilia tena. Julia Bilia. Mnafanana majina.
I saw that, and you also can comment on what Rivondo said.
I didn't hear Livondo's. I think I'm behind the news today. There's a lot that went on today that I didn't get time to look at, but I was impressed with the Kakamega campaign. I think, like I told you guys here before, Kakamega is not about just politics and competition between Musalia Mudavadi and Raila Odinga. In conjunction, Musalia Mudavadi versus Raila Odinga with his younger brother, I don't know, younger or elder brother, Wetangula. I think Kakamega, like I told you, Luya affiliation to Raila Odinga is not just about politics. It is by blood. Luyas love Raila Odinga not just because he's a politician, but he's the son of the soil. And so, like I always say here, it will be a very difficult task for Musalia Mudavadi and Wetangula to beat Raila Odinga in Western Province. People will say here a lot of things. When you see yellow shirts running around in Western Kenya, Luyas are very good at eating Ruto's money. He knows it. He has even confessed it on the podium. He said, mi nakujanga hapa natoa pesa, lakini ikifika wakati ya kupiga kura, munapigia ule jamaa mwingine. He knows it. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. But there's a clip that played here some time back. I think in the embassy, kama mlionyesha hiyo clip na Bernard. This guy anaitwa Halwale akiomba Oparanya muombe kura kwa mkutano. Did you see that clip, Julia? Halwale je mfamile kura. Leta. Halwale anataka nimuombe kura. Unajua Halwale ndio rafiki, lakini ubaya ni ile nyumba ambayo yeye iko ndani. Mimi niko nyumba nyingine na yeye kwa nyumba nyingine. Tumekuja hapa hata hii kiti ya ugavana ningekuachia.
Sawa sawa.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Hiyo ni Oparanya anabembelezwa na Khalwale amuombee kura kwa mkutano wenye walikuwa wameattend together. So I'm telling you, in fact, let me tell you something. If Khalwale was in Azimio, even with any other party, a small party that is not known, he would have won the governorship of Kakamega very easily. But because he's in the wrong party, let me just wish him all the best. And this guy Malala, in fact, I don't think Malala is going anywhere. Somebody should advise Malala to look for something else to do, because after the election, it'll be something else. The other thing, one thing that I was impressed about is Martha Karua. You see, Martha Karua is coming to the table. He's coming on the table. Julia ulisoma Kiswahili. She's coming to the table with 1 million votes. Anakuja anawekelea kura ya kina mama 1,000,000 kwa meza. Nyinyi mlikuwa mnasema Martha Karua ana kura namna gani? Ose, wewe ndio ulikuwa unasema tuchague Kalonzo Musyoka.
No, I think Richie, don't go too fast.
No, but you saw today.
So where are the 1 million?
Oh my goodness. In fact, it should be more than 1 million. Maendeleo ya kina mama ya wanawake yote imesema yote.
It will be more than
But
1 million.
It is more than 1 million.
There are 4 million.
No, I'm just saying on the lower side it's 1 million. Let me give and take. So today it was confirmed. She's like the de facto leader of Maendeleo ya wanawake. That's like 1 million votes. You know, they don't beat around the bush. Hao wanakujaga na kura yao. Ni kama Wakorino. Naona Wakorino wakiambia Uhuru Kenyatta watapatia Raila Odinga na Martha Karua kura zao. Hiyo ni sure bet.
Can they actually do that? They can make her the leader of Maendeleo ya wanawake?
No, she's the de facto.
De facto.
Julia jibu hiyo kwanza.
Then it's a good one.
It's not the leader. She's a de facto leader. Like, she merged their heroine. I mean, she merged.
Oh, it makes sense.
Yeah, so hao kina mama wanakuanga kitu kimoja. Ni kama wamama wa chama. Wakiamua wananunua shamba, wananunua, kila mtu anatoa pesa yake. So inaendaga namna hiyo. Maendeleo ya wanawake ikiamua ni Martha Karua atapatia kura, ni Martha Karua atapewa kura. Mimi sijui kama DO ataleta former DOs na hizo kura zao zote. At least we have Martha Karua coming with at least 1 million votes on the table. Same thing na wale wa Korino ulikuwa unasikia wanakutana na Uhuru Kenyatta. That is, hiyo ni stronghold ya Uhuru Kenyatta. Akikutana nao waambie tunaenda left, all of them namna hiyo wanaenda left. So that's a good thing. I was very impressed today. I looked at the celebration and the way she was welcomed there. That was very impressive. I think if we go on with that, these town hall meetings, wachana na hizi za UDA za kuenda kufanya PR na kuitisha maoni ya wakulima. Wanaitisha maoni ya wakulima huko, alafu wanaenda kuandika manifesto and they don't even include anything that they gathered from their town halls, and then they go back again and they start doing a Q&A in a manifesto launch. I mean, that's crazy. Now, those were just some of the things that were impressive when I looked at what was happening today. But what really impressed me is Bob Papa Azimio, ninaona polisi wameanza kurihas Kisii for post-election violence. Sijui ni nini mmefanya huko. Perhaps you'll tell us what is happening there, but I'm very sure hiyo rehearsal sio ya Azimio.
Unajua Wakisii wanakuanga na hasira kiasi, kwa hivyo inaonekana hiyo imekuwa painted as a hotspot.
Wakisii na Wameru, they have the same kind of character. Mkisii na Mmeru akikwambia nitakukata, tayari ako na panga, karibu kukata na panga.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. I think for the first time, William Ruto should be worried, because I'm very sure if Matiang'i was the one that instructed those people to go rehearse there, I don't think they were rehearsing for Raila Odinga supporters. Perhaps they were rehearsing for somebody else, maybe Wajakoyas, maybe the other guy, I don't know his name. Lakini I don't think ni supporter wa Raila Odinga. So that's a good thing. I was impressed. Zile tear gas tulikuwa tumenunuliwa zikakaa kwa store miaka 5. Pengine iko mtu atakutana nazo na sijataja mtu. And then the other thing that was really impressive today, I don't know if you people have seen what is happening in Sri Lanka. Anybody watched what is happening in Sri Lanka? I don't know.
Yes.
I think I saw a clip in Sri Lanka where they invaded the president's residence and was swimming in the president's pool. That's a little bit of what I saw.
Yeah, I think it's a good but bitter lesson to African countries, and more so our country. You know, I was looking at the people who were protesting yesterday about the high prices of food and other commodities. I mean, if we don't get it right as a country, then I will not be surprised if something that of that nature can happen in our country. I was just watching another clip. I think the president of Sri Lanka escaped on a ship in the military ship. Amekimbia na masuitcase akiingiza kwa meli, akahama haraka sana. See, people are taking a shower in his private bathroom, and taking pictures because people are fed up. People are fed up with the high cost of living, unemployment, inflation and everything. And I read somewhere that Sri Lanka has officially been declared a bankrupt country. So it is a sad story. It's a really sad story. And I was drawing parallels between Sri Lanka and our country. I'm looking at the high inflation also going on in our country. I'm also looking at the rising food costs. I also looked at the debt ratio. So Kenyans have an opportunity right now to make a choice. And if we don't get it right, then we are in real trouble.
Makiadi, those are the consequences of going to bed with Chinese and borrowing without knowing how to go and repay. If you recall, about 4 years ago, the Chinese seized a port, and took and started management of the port, as well as I think the airport. There is also 1 or 2 airports they took from so that they could recoup their investment. So those are the consequences of bad governance and going to bed with the Chinese, because the projects that they put up in Sri Lanka were not able to generate the kind of income that was anticipated to repay back the debts. So good governance, here we are. So let's think about who you want to give. Vote Baba na Mama, because that is the only correct choice.
I think what Sri Lanka will be doing right now is telling Kenya, look yourself in the mirror, because their situation is also our situation. With all these things that we gave the Chinese to do in our country, I'm very sure there's a loan that we defaulted as a country. I don't know ni gani. Juzi too, we defaulted a loan, a very big loan. Hata sijui ni Babu Papa wendi unafutanga maneno.
Aror.
Is it Aror?
Aror and Kimare. Yes.
Yeah, we defaulted.
It's 5 billion. We defaulted 5 billion.
Yeah. And that's a big concern to me, because we don't know some of these projects, what were given as sureties or whatever the government committed itself to doing. But if we start defaulting on 5 billion, and we have projects that run into over hundreds of billions in Kenya that we owe to the Chinese, and then we don't get it right, then I'm looking at a country which has a potential of collapsing.
Richie, are you sure about the facts about Arora and Kimore? The thing never picked up. It didn't take off.
No, but we defaulted.
Defaulted in?
We were supposed to pay. Bob, wewe ndio unafotanga hii maneno ya.
I know. That's why I know it has not reached the default stage.
No, we defaulted. That was, I think, the first loan that we defaulted this year. That was the first one.
You see, there are issues which border on illegality surrounding the entire thing. If it was a clean deal and a clean tendering, well, then we defaulted, yes.
But Ose, you cannot talk about illegalities, why the money was given out and the money was misused. So whether the job was done or not is not their issue. The issue is they gave money for a specific project to be done, and the project was not done. So when the creditor comes for his money, he does not, we ukikuja uniombe shilingi 5 naenda kununua TV, Whether you buy the TV or not, that's not my problem. When I come for my money, I want my money. Don't tell me nilichukua hiyo pesa baada ya kununua TV nikalipa school fees. It doesn't work like that. So we defaulted, and that's a big issue. We don't know what is going on with the other projects. We don't know if we'll be able to repay the loans when these commercial loans. We don't know if we'll be able to, and that is what Sri Lanka went through. Right now, there's no peace there. I don't know. People cannot afford food. I mean, ni ile unaenda kwa duka kununua mkate na wheelbarrow. Pesa imejaa kwa wheelbarrow because their value, their currency has totally collapsed. Wacha niachie hapo Ndemba nipatie Christine nafasi pia yaongee. I think tutamalizia.
Thank you, Makiadi. Hi, Temba. Hi, Julia. Kuseo, Papa. Nimewamiss tu sana. These 2 days I've been watching from a distance. So good to see you back. Najua mengi yamesemwa. I've not been, I had a busy day today, so I haven't followed much, but I know much has been said. So I just want to comment on the court IBC at Loggerheads. To me, just like I said previously, like this country, IBC and the courts mess us big time. And I still believe the courts know the timeline for whatever is required to be done for us to go through the election process. And just like I said, I think I am very sure Sakaja will be in the ballot box, in the ballot papers, wherever it is. And Sonko will not be there. That is just according to me, as per the timeline of this verdict that we are supposed to get. They are very much aware what needs to go on. They know which names IBC had approved. And when they make their final verdict, I believe the names that were given to Greece Company to be on the ballot papers, those were the names that we will get. So if Sakaja's name was given, we are going to get Sakaja. That is my observation and my opinion from all this that is going. But as for Sonko, it's just a tricky scenario. Yeah, so it's just unfortunate whatever is happening. I think IBC, once we vote in Mama and Baba, something should be done about IBC. Because I feel so bad when we print, we can print our money in Kenya, but we cannot print these ballot papers because I've voted, I've never seen anything special in those ballot papers that needs to be taken out of the country. That is tons of money that we are misusing and wasting, employing other people out of the country. So I hope those are the first things that Baba and Mama will correct. Secondly, about the Kim's kit failing, like, it's just absurd that we still insist we need manual register. Kim's kit might fail. But when you look at our money transaction, even M-Pesa, when M-Pesa was started, like, things have been running smoothly with M-Pesa, and yet, even by mistake, if you send money to a wrong person, they can still reverse that money if the other person has not used the money. So you're wondering, what is this so special in the Kim's kit? So I hope those are the first things Baba and Mama will fix when they get into power, because it's really messing us big time. About Bukhungu rally in Kakamega, I was really impressed. Makiadi, I don't know whether you saw those moves that Biliabel was making to Baba, like, yeah, like many things, good things happened in Bukhungu. The reception was too good. Eugene speaking. I think right now we all need to be wary and cautious about RUTO, because I'm not so sure, but I think something related with Makto said about RUTO slapping somebody. Jironga has also said very things insinuating to that about RUTO. Now Eugene came up with a story that RUTO almost slapped him, RUTO almost slapped Matiang'i, RUTO himself confessed, and it's just absurd. And I think those of us that are still supporting RUTO, these are red flags that we should just all pay attention to. And I'm happy the way whoever is giving Uhuru whatever he was given today, I think should continue giving him, because when he uses it, he tells us what is in his mind, because Uhuru is one person who is never quick to talk. He appeared like he was a little bit tipsy. He stressed twice on how he's gonna deal squarely with that one person that thinks more of himself than the other people. So, and I think it's time for sure they should both go home. And then about 1 million women for Martha, that is very commendable. And Julia, I don't know whether it is true or it is a rumor that on Thursday, Martha will be meeting Mwangi Wairia and Alice Wahome. And I've noticed of late, am I the only one, because I don't follow Kenya Kwanza rallies or meetings. So it's been a while since I heard Alice Wahome. So I don't know whether that will happen or not, whether it's propaganda or not, but we are yet to see. But I believe, as rumors are saying, there are tons of meetings that Uhuru is still holding with some factions of Kikuyu groups, different groups of Kikuyu. So I believe Uhuru means his word. And just like I said, these are the time we're gonna see the cards that Uhuru had hidden under the table about RUTO, and a lot is gonna be said. And I know it's not, I know maybe Temba will take it wrong when I say that Uhuru should be given whatever was given today, but I think it's gonna help us if we continue taking it in good quantity. Thank you.
Thank you for your submissions. What did Livondo say, Makiadi?
I have no idea, but somebody in the comment section, I think it was Danny Darius, Father Danny Darius, saying he spoke about what, guns and RUTO. I think maybe Bob Papa will tell us when he comes back. I did
What I
not.
know is the slap that our friend talked about. What's his name? Wamalwa spoke about. And mbona Papa na Chris wameingia kwa giza? Mnafanya nini?
Stop interfering.
Christine na Papa. Uweke huko nyuma.
Don't ask people such questions. Bob, nakutetea. Unaona Demba akona tabia mbaya ya kuuliza watu maswali, ya kuuliza watu wakubwa maswali kama hayo.
Na kwa nini Julia unakuwa spokes lady wa Bob?
Bob, we communicate in the spirit.
Wanda wanakaa karibu na each other, alafu wanazima stima wote wawili. No way. We cannot allow them right now. So kuna hii kitu, I don't know, but for me I noticed. Did you notice that Kenya Kwanza, apart from the deputy president being in Turkana, there was another one happening in Central, but they had poor PA system. It was being led by this Muturi
and Kindiki.
They had a very bad PA system. Their kind of mobilization was even so poor. They didn't have the central guys. Well, I don't know where Gachagua was today.
I haven't seen Gachagua for some time. Amekuwa wapi? Ni nani amemwona?
They were supposed to be doing a caravan with the Moses Kuria in Central yesterday. I didn't see that anywhere.
Yani hao watu wamekuwa disorganized. Wamekuwa completely disorganized. Yani
Gachagua has actually been under the water for some time now. I think the last time we heard about him was when can't remember when they had a meeting in Nairobi. I can't remember the last time I heard. I don't know.
Like the whole of this week, sijamsikia.
Yeah, I think Danny Darius says that Livondo said that RUTO brought into the country guns to sell and in support of infighting in the country. That is another reason Uhuru does not want anything to do with him. Okay.
Yeah, the guns that were found in his office. Unakumbuka ile kesi ya nani ya anaitwa nani ya Chesa?
Yani Themba, RUTO has taken us for a ride. Yani hata baada ya kupelekwa Hague. Yani he's really seen foolish Kenyans to be foolish, and his thinking is that he can do what he wants to get anything, and he's thinking that he'll get away with it. Can you see his attitude that he'll get away with it?
But look at the kind of people he's dealing with. Thugs. Mtu kama Echesa unakuta anapatwa hey, Papa.
You know, there was this loaded statement by Uhuru, despite the fact that people were saying that he's tipsy. For me, he was not tipsy. I followed that thing. He was just pissed off by the way events are unfolding with regard to land grabbing, because it is almost a similar statement that he made with regard to the Freedom Corner land saga. And then he later said something that sisiri ni ya watu wawili. For me, I thought he was very pissed off by the DP coming on live television and talking of matter security. Because you see, that was very careless of the DP to come and talk about the head of National Intelligence Service not picking his calls. So, you know, there are things that should not leave the presidency and be littered out there for the public to consume. So, and I think the whatever deal that was there when they got into presidency, that also maybe the DP is busy peddling lies out there in political circles. Because when he talked about sisiri na kwanga ya watu wawili, and then he left it there. That statement means more than just that.
Where did Wanjigi go?
Oh yes, where did Wanjigi go?
Wanjigi disappeared just like that, my friend. He was supposed to be bringing a tweaker moment. What did the tweaker moment go to?
Even our own Wajakoya, where has Wajakoya gone the last 3-4 days?
Yeah, Wajakoya has been campaigning in Central.
Wajakoya is busy.
Oh.
The people we are not seeing is Wanjigi. Wanjigi wanted to bring a tweaker moment, and that tweaker moment disappeared just like that. Now, Bob, can you
Wanjigi?
Because when you're on and I'm talking, there's a feedback. So I was trying to make the point that the KKA, when the deputy president is not there, I think he's also getting exhausted, because like yesterday, I didn't see anywhere else where, of course, there are Kinasiju, Wetangula. I don't know where Wetangula was and the rest, you know. But I didn't see anywhere the rest. I mean, where the other people, like in the coast, I've not seen anything happening KKA related in the coast. I've not seen anything happening, and since they left Mandera, nothing has been happening there. I think he's getting exhausted, you know, and it is good for us. You know, personally, I think it's a good thing, and even the crowd, he's starting to get, is getting less and less attractive to the people. You see, the crowd is not as excited. The things he's even saying, people are now, you know, like the way people come and congregate in a marketplace to look at a madman. You know, they are just coming in to see who is this has come to us, and he's starting to tell them. You see, like he went to TURKANA and he's telling them that I've chosen one of your own to be the director general of my campaign. How is that an achievement? That's I've chosen one of you, your governor, to be the director general.
Yeah, I think the way Rigathi Gachagua has gone under the water, I hope that we will see him at the debate, because that is where we are waiting for him. He will be in the company of our very intelligent ladies. I hope
So you think, okay, when is the debate for the deputy president Makiadi? When is the debate for the running mates? That is.
If I'm not wrong, I think it's supposed to be somewhere around 17th. Let me see. If I'm not wrong, I don't know. It's going to be on
19th.
19th.
Okay, so do you think the Kenya Kwanza people, Udaku people, will come for that debate?
Let me say this about the debate. This is what I can say. William Ruto can decide to miss the debate. I mean, he has every reason to miss the debate. But if Rigathi Gachagua misses the debate, then he's roasted. If he attends the debate, he's also roasted. That's what I can say. Perhaps Bob, Papa, or Christine, you can tell us what you think.
Yeah, regarding you see, already the DP has indicated that when he was live on KTN, he indicated that they will see what usefulness that debate has, because they feel it's already skewed. That is already, I mean, a warning shot that we are not likely to come for those debates. So it's for them, they are better off avoiding it, so that you can yap about their theft, and they will hope that your moto itaisha. Lakini, you know, like if you had Martha in Bukhungu, she's the one who started the fire of integrity by saying that you know, you cannot remove your history from yourself. If you are used to being a member of ufisadi, that is your tag. You'll carry it along everywhere you go. And it now gave the opportunity for Joho to come and say that whether you have ever had Raila steal anybody's shamba, memshtikia kwa ufisadi. So that already is a warning shot to Rigathi, and Rigathi would never want to come to that debate. So forget about Rigathi. You're not going to see it. Yeye ataendelea na mambo ya mishere na mungoja muende mkule mishere na kina Julia wakunywe uji.
Yeah, I think I like the pressure ile wanaweka. Unaona vile Junet alikuwa anauliza nani mwizi wa shamba.
I love that number. You know, I like that thing when they start saying mwizi ni nani, you know, wewe inatoka vizuri sana.
Mwizi ni nani? Mwizi wa mashamba ni nani? Yule alikula mahindi ni nani? Nasikia tu Ruto. Ruto, mwizi nani? Ruto. Hey.
Yeah, and there's this video that I wanted Julia to interpret it for us. I mean, I've been looking for Julia for a long time. Hii video huwa inasahaulika.
Gatondo, muthamaki aumite ku? Na hau niho mwathani witu atuire ati muthamaki aumite ku? Mutigetikire arumwo mwiroreire. Mutigetikire arumwo mwikite atia? Ucio arauga no amuhure makobi, no nyende agerie. Agerie akorwe kuma hau na nyeciere mutwire. Twe hamwe kohora president na to Uhuru ene kohora ene president kobi hau kuma weke oje neguo agerie.
Julia.
Now Makiadi, why do you want me to say bad words? He's simply asking the first question, President ametoka wapi Gatondo? Na huyu mwenye anasema ataslap the president. Ajaribu. Tuone kama atatoka hapa with his two things. With his two dangling things.
With his two what? You know, you are not explaining what is being said.
I'll say these two dangling things.
Zile vitu Wajakoya alisema ziwe za fisi ziuzwe.
Yeah, this ones that Wajakoya is promoting from the high.
Unajua PK alitumia jina mzuri. Sasa Julia is trying to be modest, but it was said loudly. That's national TV. Mimi sijui ni kwa nini nataka kumteta. Why are you being modest with the language? Eh?
You know, did you realize there's something that you know, it's not very easy for Raila to mention some details about particular politicians, but this time round in Bukhungu, he talked about Malala. Did you hear that about Malala? The issue about Malala, and you know, I've always wondered why Raila decided to abandon Malala when it came to the Senate issues, and have him removed as I think the minority, was he the minority leader, or was he a whip in the Senate? Now, Raila talked about Malala having been given 10 million shillings from RUTO camp to come and scatter the BBI. And Malala now came to the before AZIMIO side and wanted 10 million so that he can refund the DP. And that is where they parted, I think, ways with Raila. And Raila, I think, lost faith in him totally. Because if he could go to bed and receive money, why would, and then he would cheat people that he's been arrested. So he was trying to stage manage that issue. And that is where I think Raila wrote him off his books. If you followed the BUKHUNGU rally.
You know, Malala is a broker. You know, Malala, you saw, I don't know if you heard the audio where he was asking Rashid to give him some money and stuff like that. He's just a serious broker who does some, underground thing. Ati kuna biashara tunachapa na mtu hapa, leta hiyo pesa, sijui nini, with Rashid Chesa. Chesa goes, talks to the DP, is given money. I think that those are just ni watu wa mkono wa the DP. Now, I think we want to start taking our closing remarks. It's good that we have met here. At least naona Bob, Papa na Christine mmeamua kushare the ground floor. Ukilin upande huu Bob, ukilin tu hivi kidogo, unaweza ukafikia shavu ya Christine ako hapo. Bas. Yeah, Christine, lean to your left. Bob to your right. Bob, lean to your right. Lean, Bob, lean to your right. Yes. Acha tutoe closing remarks so that we call it. Danny Darius anasema nimeita DP madman. Yeah, unajua wakati wa soko hata madman huwa anavutia watu. So watu wakikuja siku ya soko kuona mtu, we don't need to belabor that ati yako na watu wengi. That's not true. Thank you so much. Leo tuko na members peke yao ndio wamekuja kwa comment section. Members peke yao. So we appreciate the members ambao wamekuja. Danny Darius akiongoza kikundi cha members. Ilikuwa members leo. Danny Darius ni wewe umetawala tu. Naona Silver Dawood. These are members club. Desai. Desai pia umeingia kwa members club. Geoffrey Ruto, asante bwana. Geoffrey Ruto mtu wa Wilbaro, amekuwa members club. King Saguaro, asante King Saguaro. Leo tuko members club only. Kikwetu Ventures, hivi wale wengine wote ni kelele tu. Tuko na Kikwetu Ventures, tuko na King Saguaro, tuko na alikuwa naambia watu wakuje YouTube. Wakuje YouTube huku kwa sababu huku lazima uwe member ndio comment. Haya, so kuna watu watano tu leo kwa comment, so not many people, so we thank you. Na kama uko hapo wewe ni member na uja subscribe, huwezi kuwa member na uja subscribe. Lakini pia usubscribe kwa channel yangu kama uja subscribe, Thembe Lulu Show. Tafadhali enda huko pia usubscribe. Na wale wote ambao wanatuwatch, tuko na watu kibao wanaendelea bado kuwatch mpaka sasa, so tafadhali enda kwa Thembe Lulu Show hapo YouTube and subscribe pia. Haya, closing remarks dakika moja. Naanza na Christine. Nikuje kwa Papa Bob. Papa Bob ametoroka. Yani umetufukuza Papa Bob. Haya, sawa. Haya, dakika moja closing.
Please, I'm just stressed that right now nipite tu. Ara I can't talk. Yeah.
Nani anakustress na uko hapa saizi na Papa Bob yuko hapa. Papa Bob, mbona una stress? Mbona una stress Christine? Papa Bob. Papa Bob, mbona una stress Christine?
I'm stressed. It's not just coming from Papa. I'm just stressed. By the way, to be honest, I'm stressed. So munipite tu for now. But
Okay.
I'll participate in the closing, whatever.
Okay. Papa, cheza kama wewe, tingiza, tuma kitu huko,
You people, you become so nasty. First, someone wants to beat somebody's two things of his.
Wewe Julia, ngoja Papa.
Now you're asking Bob to tingiza. What exactly are you asking him to tingiza?
Tingiza miti. Bob, Papa. Hebu dakika moja toa closing remark.
Yes. Now, what I would want to say is that we needed to, the judiciary needs to get serious. We want flawless, smooth election. Let them try and at least assist the IEBC to inspire confidence in Kenyans, so that we don't need to have this everlasting tension or mistrust between the people and the election body. And lastly, AZIMIO, we need to keep on pushing the button. This is home stretch, and I think we are getting it right so far. There are no goofs as such. Just a few, maybe one in particular, Livondo and his outbursts. We never know what comes from that man. We don't want to, I don't think we should entertain him, but there must be some reason why he was just given a minute. But all in all, let's focus on home stretch and gathering votes as we can. We need to deal with this issue of the elections, presidential particularly, conclusively, so that we don't need to waste time with petitions in court, because that will stagnate the agenda for us moving forward. Meanwhile, Baba must win. BMW, Baba must win. Come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Makedi.
Yeah, mine will be very simple today. I think as much as we blame the IEBC, to some extent they are trying their best to make this election happen on time. As to whether they want to have an election that is truth, verifiable, transparent, I do not know. But I think they have done their best. There might be a bit of lapses here and there, but I can see, at least when we see the ballot papers arriving, even if the chairman is not aware, I believe the IEBC is trying to make Kenyans vote on the, is it 8th or 9th of August? But what I can also insist on is the courts ni kama zimetumwa. Hizi koti zetu ni kama zimetumwa, because I think if we try to postpone, like the chairman is suggesting, if we try to postpone, for example, election in a place like Mombasa, then clearly, if we don't have a governor, then it means we will also have to affect probably the turnout of the people who might have wanted to come vote for the governor and also vote for the governor of their choice and also vote for the presidential candidate of their party. So we are looking at a scenario where a potential suspension of election in a certain area might also slow down or maybe hinder the number of votes that we might have expected our candidates to get, especially if we say Mombasa is a region where AZIMIO expects to gain or to potentially get a lot of votes. So that one is a concern to me. And so I don't know what the IEBC is going to do. And I think most of these regions are where Baba expects to, to collect the majority of his votes, because Nairobi is another stronghold. And the problem with the suspending an election, if we say that Nairobi, we are not going to vote for a governor, and most of the people identify themselves mostly with the county leadership. So I don't know. It might really affect the turnout on that day, and that's a big concern. So I hope this thing is sorted out, and I hope, like I think one commissioner was saying, the printer has the ability of producing 1 million to 10 million copies of ballot papers every day. So if this thing is expedited at the court, then I believe 30 days we will have the ballot papers printed, and we'll have the election on time. So that's a huge concern to me, and I hope the next meeting that the presidential candidates have with the IEBC, they should raise that concern and tell the IEBC that we want to have an election that is down the ballot from the president to the MCA, so that at least we don't put the country in tension, and also we don't affect, we don't do what we call this the word is going away, but we don't affect the turnout, basically. So that's for the IEBC. Now with the AZIMIO, perfect. I love what I'm seeing. That's all I can say. But for the KKA, waendelee kupiga nduru, siku zao zinaendelea kuhesabiwa, na Uhuru amesema ataenda nao nyumbani. Ataenda na deputy president wake. They have started packing. At least Uhuru has started packing. The DP is still using his residence as the tallying center for UDA votes. There's a high possibility atatolewa hapo kama hajapack vitu zake, shauri yake. Finally, watu wapime suti, wale wanapenda kupima suti wapime suti. Mimi nimepitia kwa fundi wangu leo, nimeona iko tayari. Nimeacha akikunja huku chini trouser. Unajua Bob, hapa huku unanunuanga suti ikiwa complete mpaka chini. Unatafuta tailor anaenda kupima height na kunja huko chini. Si kama ile Kenya unapimwa na tape from the waist down. So the pants are ready. Ni kukunja tu, ilikuwa inakunjwa na inyoroshwe na pasi. Bas, watu tukutane kuapisha baba. Asante.
Safi, Julia.
Makedi, I have not seen a tailor in this country. I don't know. Maybe in your state kuna tailors. Uko kwenyu?
Oh, tailors, Julia.
Yeah.
Just
Wow.
Google. Just Google the tailor near me. Look at you.
Hata watu wa kushona viatu wako, Julia.
Yeah, just
No,
Google.
are
Google.
you serious?
Oh.
Just Google the nearest tailor near me.
No. Okay, the thing is,
No,
I've
hold
been
on,
thinking
Julia. How do you spell Taylor when you type in? How do you spell the Taylor?
Tailor.
Probably that might be the wrong spelling. I don't know. In America, inakuanga TAY or what? There's a funny spelling for the Taylor they have.
Okay.
I'll confirm the spelling and let you know.
I look up because I've been thinking, what is Makedi saying? As mtu anaenda kutengeneza nguo yake, where?
Just Google. Google utapata.
Got ya.
Google anything near me, inakuletea direction, itakuletea wote, mahali uko, mahali wako.
The problem near me, that it tells me about how many, several hundred miles near me.
There are so many tailors. Me hata kwangu, I mean around here is just like 5 minutes away kuna
But you
tailor.
know, me, I live kama, unajua kama ukitoka Kenya, kuna places wanasemanga wanaenda Kenya. Sasa mimi niko place tunasemanga ninaenda US. Ninaenda America.
Uko Ushago?
Niko Ushago.
Yeah, Julia, that is the right spelling. TAILOR. Yeah, that's the right spelling. But you should do what Ndemba is telling you.
I'll Google and find out. I'll tell you tomorrow whether I found any. But don't worry, I'll have a AZIMIO outfit. So my take is about IEBC and the judges.
So what happens with tailors here? You realize that making something, mending it, is more expensive than even buying a new one. That's what I noticed here. So if you're going to fit something or even make like your dress, you want to kuitengeza upya, it is more expensive to mend it than buying. That's what you notice here.
And they don't have Okay, so far I think I've been trying to drive around South Carolina. I haven't found as nice clothes the way I like my nice clothes as I used to find in Kenya. I don't know. That's my take. Maybe I'm here to discover. So, okay, my take today is that about the IBC. I want to believe like Makia did that really they are doing their best. And I want to ask about Kenyans who share with me my faith. Let us pray for this election to happen fairly. But about the judges, Temba, I agree with you. I think we should fight in the next, when BBI comes, that we elect these judges. They have become a rogue judiciary. It looks like a rogue judiciary, and we can't do this. We can't go on, and we can't do this again. Now, Nakawa Kenya wenzangu. Now, you can tell the difference between white and black. You can tell in whose hands are you safe. Now, you can tell who DP RUTO is. I don't have to keep reminding you. I know you can do that. It is not tribe. It is not whether you come from Mount Kenya region or Rift Valley or Nyanza. It does not matter where you come from. What do you want for our country? What do you want, fellow Kenyans? What do you want for your children? What do you want for your future generations? What do you want? Maketi just told us about Sri Lanka here. Do you want us to turn our country into a Congo or a Sri Lanka? What do you want for this nation? And the only thing you can do is to vote for Baba na Mama. Na waomba mvuke sakafu. Tupige Baba kura. Asante Demba.
Yeah, I agree with you. And indeed, it's important for us to think so seriously about the Kenya we want. Chitembwe, the judge that, it was all over on him, even meeting the client, getting the money, using, now has decided that he has to be investigated by a tribunal for him to be removed. Instead of honorably just resigning and getting out, he has decided that more money of the taxpayers have to be, because that tribunal meeting, they are being paid for every sitting. And, if they're going to come out with the same verdict, that actually what we saw was bad. I mean, if the Judicial Service Commission found that you had a case to answer, obviously they have a reason for you to be investigated. So when you are saying that now you still want to wait for a tribunal to sit for other days to arrive at the same kind of verdict, I don't think Chitembwe has the Kenyans at heart. If I were him, after all those videos coming out, Sonko bringing him and us seeing him receiving the money and even discussing a case that is already in progress, I think that was embarrassing enough for him to have just walked out and, but that's the kind of a judiciary that we have. And I think I agree. And I think in that ombudsman thing needs to come. And also we need the constitution to be changed so that at least certain levels of judiciary or judges needs to be elected straight by the people, so that we are not having this thing of a judge just sitting and waking up at night. The one that issues the order of the letter not being accepted issued it in the evening, and he was on leave according to the schedule. He was supposed to be off duty on that Wednesday, that he so purported to have given an order that the letter, Sakaja's letter, should not be accepted. So we are, we have there's a concern, a great concern, and we need to actively engage as Kenyans. Hopefully, we will arrive at a point where we say the judiciary should work as a facilitator, but not as a blocker of what is important to Mwananchi. Hopefully, this will come to pass, and we'll have an election come 9th. We have only 29 days to go, and at least we will have a new administration that is going to guide us well. Mr. Black is not here today. Black is not, he's not in the members club. Black will come in when he's in the members club. He's not in the members club, so that's why he's not here.
Remember, nimepata, they are calling it, nimegugu, it just came out, clothing alteration services. So I've seen like 45 minutes drive from here.
Yeah.
But listen to that, clothing alteration services.
Yeah, they call them different names. And you can, if you check further, you'll find others. If you check others, you'll find they'll give you different directions, and you're likely to go. But it's usually, it costs more. Even kushona tu nguo, yani kwenda itengezwe hiyo, it will cost you, it can even cost you $100 just to to make a few alterations. So sometimes you're like, do I want to buy a new one? So thank you so much, everyone. And I want at this point to allow Makiadi to read for us the Constitution.
Yeah, let me make a disclaimer. Do not suspend the Constitution from tomorrow. I'm going to be away for a while. So do not, Julia, inafaa ushikilie mahali nitawachia until I come back.
A while is how long?
I'll be out on vacation for a week. So that will be tomorrow all the way to next week on Friday or Saturday.
Vacation ni muhimu. Najua, I like it when people take a break. Usikae hapa unakuja kila siku kama Papa Bob, haendi hata akipata Christine.
Papa Bob, Mombasa ni
vacation.
Mombasa raha.
Badala ama yeye ako vacation kila siku.
Yeah, he's very lucky. He's very lucky. If there's a place I think I'm going to be spending my vacation.
Unajua
Mombasa. Even now while I'm here, I would still want to go to Mombasa because when I was in Kenya, I think that was my most favorite spot. I mean, and you know they call it Mombasa raha. The only thing they say that don't let your husband go to Mombasa because hatarudi.
Unajua kama leo Themba watoto wanafungua shule kesho, na sasa inabidi nijitayarishe after this show. I want to drive to Malindi, niende nimalizane nao, alafu kesho wakiondoka wanaondoka straight bila kupitia hapa. So ni mimi mpaka hiyo holiday itakuja saa ile tuko pamoja, and the calendar has been disrupted so much because of COVID. Like they have just been home for a week, so it's haphazard, yani the schedule. Lakini mimi paka tumalizana kuweka Raila, hiyo mambo ya holiday weenda kivyako. Lakini
unajua sisi tunapatanga opportunity kama hii kwa sababu watu wamefunga sasa. Wamefunga mpaka mwezi wa 8, so you can get at least a chance ya kutembea.
We are on summer break. We are on summer break for the next so many weeks. Okay, like me, I have really a cool break.
Yeah, Julia sahi is capable of going away for a month plus na arudi. Unaona? So kama watoto wetu sahi wamefunga, sasa you can go anywhere. You are allowed to go anywhere. I'm carrying a whole team.
That's nice.
Sitaki kudeclare hapa ni nani hatakuwa na ni nani hatakuwa, but just understand. Dani Darius ananiuliza ninaenda na nani vacation. Niko na timu. Natembeaga na umati.
He's asking me whether I'm in country. Yes, Danny Darius Niko countryside. I mean, Makidi, where I live, this town is not bigger than Karatina. Like I know, it's just one street. Like you go around one street, you reach Walmart. I mean, like there are only 3 supermarkets, and you go around that street, you reach Walmart. If you go beyond the street, you find the schools, and there's only one high school. Look at that. There's only one high school. There's only one middle school, and there are, I think, around 3 elementary schools. And the teachers, we know all each other, and at Walmart tunajuana. Nikienda Walmart, people just greet me like, "Oh, Iebc name," like not just being polite, like they have seen me so many times. So I'm right in the village, uko ndani kabisa ya ushawe America.
Kwa hivyo huko watu hawezi, hakuna mambo ya mpango wa kando, unaweza shikwa haraka.
Mpango wa kando.
Nilikufanya hiyo tabia wachange.
Zile vitu Bob anafikiria. Yaani yeye anafikiria tu mpango wa kando. Yaani you want a big city ndio fikiria mpango wa kando. Na Christine yuko hapo karibu na wewe. Sasa wewe. wacha Makiadi atumalizie constitution alafu
Aya,
sasa ukienda utaachia nani hapa, tutangoja urudi.
mi
Unajua, acha
sijui
tutangoja.
mkitaka msuspend constitution, sijui Lingala pia nilisikia Asili TV alisema hapa atatusaidia na alipotea. Sasa sijui angekuwa wapi, lakini
Sasa tutasuspend Lingala na tutasuspend constitution.
itakuwa hatari, lakini you have to do, you gotta do it. Wanasemanga it is what it is, eh?
It is what it is, man.
Temba.
Wanasema you gotta do what you gotta do.
I want to say something about Makiadi being away and some services have to be suspended. And I think it is very wrong. I think you are importing the Kenyan system here, you know? Here, whether somebody is out or not, services, we still get the same services. So maybe for this time, Nisawa, but I think next time, things should not be brought to a halt just because somebody is not there, you know? Thank you.
That's a very good idea, and you see, it takes time to develop leaders and people. So we are in the process of developing people. So for now, we will suspend, but it will also be an opportunity kwa wengine kuchipuka. Sasa wewe pia unaweza chipuka na Ohangla. In the meantime, nani Bob hapa chipuke.
I used to dance. We used to go to dance Ohangla in Kisumu with my friends, and it's a very seductive dance, right?
Yeah, the instruments any tribe can understand, any tribe can relate. Ndoa ya machozi, Julia, usilie, ni ndoa ya machozi yako na papa ilikuwa ndoa ya machozi.
Papa, and I'm advising him. He's talking here about Papa. I've been advised, don't talk about those things when somebody else is here.
No, I don't think he was saying in bad faith. Alitaka tu kujua kama ume move on ama bado unahangaika.
Aya, wacha tusome katiba kabla tususpend.
Tusome katiba kabla muanze kuingiza vita yenu na Bob, unasikiaje ukitetewa hapa katikati? Haya, Makiadi.
Aya, article 99 jana tulisema the first part of it, leo tunasoma second part na tunaongea juu ya qualification and disqualification for election as member of parliament. Number 2, it says a person is disqualified from being elected a member of parliament if the person A is a state officer or public officer other than a member of parliament, B has at any time within the 5 years within 5 years immediately preceding the date of election held office as a member of an independent electoral boundaries commission. C has not been a citizen of Kenya for at least the 10 years immediately preceding the date of election, is a member of a county assembly, is of unsound mind, is an undischarged bankrupt, is subject to a sentence of imprisonment of at least 6 months as at the date of registration as a candidate or at the date of election, or H is found in accordance with any law to have misused or abused a state office or public office, or in any way to have contravened Chapter 6. Number 3, it says a person is not disqualified under Clause 2 unless all possibilities of appeal or review of the relevant sentence or decision have been exhausted.
Yeah, that one. All the relevant appeals. That one is the thing that Sonko is relying on. Yeah? We are looking at also our AZIMIO manifesto. We are on creative economy, and we had read up to the commitment number 10, I think. So we had to start from 11. Introduce sports cabinet, to bring together the sports ministers in all the counties to, I think we had read this one. Yeah, we had read that one. We would continue from the number 12. Intensify staff input support and training development in strategic geographical locations. Why do I feel like we have read that one too? No, let's move on. I think we have read that. Construction and real estate. So we want to read construction and real estate next. The construction and real estate sector has grown in the last 2 decades, fueled by high demand for infrastructure and building. The construction subsector recorded an impressive average growth of 11.8% in 2020, compared to 5.6% growth in the same year in 2019. This is mainly because by huge infrastructure projects by government that included roads, rail, water supply, ports, and housing subsectors, amongst others. The demand for real estate for residential, commercial, and institutional developments continues to grow. The opportunity to grow market for real estate and construction development projects in other sectors. 2, stricter enforcement of construction standards and regulations. 3, the opportunity to respond to the increasing demand for affordable manufactured inputs for construction and real estate. The opportunity for reforms in policy, legal, institutional, and regulatory framework to guide construction and real estate sectors. 5, improve governance in the sector. 6, the opportunity to provide the growing Kenyan population and rural urban migration requires urgent public affordable housing scheme. And 7, the opportunity to continue the land digitization to improve land use policies for real estate development. Tomorrow we finish on the commitment by AZIMIO on the issue of construction and real estate, and then we move on to tourism. Now we're in construction and real estate. Remember that, Julia, because tomorrow we'll not be having Makiadi, we'll be having you here and Papa. So tutakuwa tunafunga sasa for the next 5 days, tutakuwa nafunga mimi na wewe na Papa. Now also we need because you know the reason tunakuwa hapa na Makiadi nakuwa vizuri. Julia, mtakuwa mnakuja mapema kidogo kwa sababu ya kina Bernard ndio wakienda kulala mapema. Najua the reason we normally have this evening mimi na Makiadi we come towards the evening so that the guys in Kenya can go and sleep. And when we don't come in early, they really struggle because they have to stay up to a little bit late. So that's why we came in with the evening program, especially now evening our time, but morning their time, to cater for diaspora people. And as we cater for diaspora people, we also allowing the moderators, like we are 4, 5, I think 5, 4, we are this many moderators, but 3 of us, 4 of us tuko ughaibuni, au wengine wako Kenya. So the reason we have the evening one is so that we can take care of these people who are working in our nje. But sometimes, you know, we get late to come in, so inabidi wale wako Kenya wanakaa kidogo, na unajua sasa tena wanachoka, and we need also to have that sense of balance. So when Makiadi will be away, I think we'll be trying. Julia, unakuja mapema kidogo, especially kwa sababu mimi pia kwa sababu ya shughuli zingine huwa saa zingine nashindwa kukuja mapema hivyo sana. So I can only log in around 7:30 our time here. So kama mnaweza kuwa pia mnakuja mapema kidogo so that at least songeshe kabla nifike 7:30 itakuwa poa. Naweza kuja kitu 6:30 hapo. Najua Bob Papa atakuwa, but unaweza kuingia ndio pia asiumie sana. Bernard saa zingine anakaa sana, wengine tunafikiria ni vizuri, lakini even you, if you consider someone's mental wellness and all, you'd want someone to rest. Na kama ako na mke pia arudi afanye shughuli zingine ambazo zitajenga nchi. Sasa ukifanya mtu anakaa hapa
we shall begin counting. we shall begin counting who is making their wives suffer.
Yeah, you know, when you see someone seated here the whole day like Papa here 8 hours, then hana majukumu mengine ambayo yanahitaji yeah. So, you can't
kuna kitu inaitwa strategic, lazima uwe strategic.
You can't be seated here every day for 8 hours every day Monday to Friday. That is hiyo ni inamaanisha kuna mtu ana complain mahali na labda papa amepelekwa kwa pastor for discussion. So
He's fasting. He's fasting.
He's fasting. Papa na fast mpaka nani akuje, mpaka baba ingie State House. Sawa. Okay, so mkuwe mnakuja mapema kidogo kwa sababu hivi na Makiani tumekuwa tukifanya hivi. Christine na nani haya. That said, let's now have our national anthem. Wacha nifanye stanza 1, Julia stanza 2, Christine stanza 3. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
One minute. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Amina. Na waomba mlale salama, juu sitaki kuingia kwa Christine na Bob.
Julia, we still wanna know. Papa wanna know whether you've moved on, ama.
Unahepa Christine. Unahepa mke mwenza.
Ati Christine, ati papa anataka kujua kama nimepata. Hapana, hizo story. Hizo vita za papa staki.
Unahepa mke mwenza.
Good night.
Unahepa mke mwenza.
Papa ndiye ametuhepa, ni kama papa ndiye.
Papa yuko
na Julia.
Papa yuko basement. Ako basement. Sasa ameenda ku make sure ya kwamba vitu ziko sawa ndio arudi. Makiadi, wimbo ni upi leo?
Kwani papa amepotea tena?
Alikuwa amekwama, sijui nini mbaya.
Oh. Haya, so ndio amerudi. So wimbo wa leo sawa.
Ulikuwa unamrudisha?
Ndio
unamrudisha counter.
Ndio. Haya, wimbo wa leo ni wa mwanamuziki mmoja. Hii papa najua unaijua sana. Unajua in the period of 1970s and the early 1980s, at the height of the rivalry between one musician called Tabule and Franco. So in 1980, Tabule released this blockbuster. It's a song called Mazei. It's about a woman who was a love interest. So the song was actually released and it coincided with the Tabule's first ever tour of Kenya, during which he wowed enthusiastic crowds with his innovative stage show and the up-tempo beats. The song Maze became such a hit in Kenya that the word Maze was incorporated into the local sheng. Unasikia hiyo Ndemba of Nairobi? Unasikia hiyo? So the song Maze hapo ndio mahali lugha ilitoka. Papa kama ukujua Maze ilitoka wapi. So the song was actually done, the song Maze became a hit in Kenya, that the word Maze was incorporated into the local Sheng language of Nairobi. And now almost over what, three decades down later, the word Mazee is still in Nairobi. It's still used in Nairobi as a way to express an exclamation. So the song is called Mazee. I'll just go through the first stanza. It says, kitoko etondi yonzoto Mazee, namona moto nini nameka nayo te, motema nangai ekangemi motambo nayo, bapekisi batikala nasoni. Yani ile line ya kwanza inasema kitoko etondi yo nzoto Mazee, you are full of beauty Mazee. Kitoko I told you is it means beautiful, eh? So inasema kitoko etondi, yani you are full of beauty Mazee. Namona moto nini nameka nayo te, I can't find anyone I can compare to you. Motema nangai ekangami motambo nayo, yani my heart. Motema ilikuwa nisema ni motema nangai. Motema nangai is my heart, eh? My heart has been trapped by your love. Bapekesa batikala nasoni o, others have been left with shame. Unasikia Bob Papa mistari? Hiyo ni Mazee sasa naimbiwa pale.
Mimi na ile mstari napenda zaidi ni ile wanasema baby touch me.
Ndio hiyo sasa chorus pale inasema I love you. Baby touch me. Ndio hiyo sasa, hiyo ndio ngoma yenyewe. Hiyo ndio ngoma yenyewe basi. Inaendelea pale chini inasema elonginzoto esangisa bachame Mazee, oleka nzela bato baso bakobulaka. Yani elongi nikwambia ni face, uso inaitwa elongi zoto. Sasa your face elongi zoto esangisa bashame Mazee, yani your face and your body are a collection of charm. Oleka nzela bato baso bako baluka, yani as you walk people turn around to look at you. Unasikia mistari vile ni mizito bwana Bob? Mko mnasema kila siku hapa ninaleta wimbo wa matanga, sijui wimbo wa vita na mazishi. Leo nimekuletea Mazee, mistari huwezi maliza. Nadhani nitakutumia mistari.
Umeicheza wakati mzuri, wakati Christine yuko, unajua sasa ndio amesikia hiyo.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Sasa wewe unataka pale chini
hata kama alikuwa anasema ati leo anasikia yuko low na yuko stressed, lakini akisikia tu I love you,
pale chini baby touch me, the shoes are store, ile enda pale chini nasema yeah I love you baby touch me. Ndio hiyo wimbo sasa. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Mazee. Ukitaka kusikia wote kibao chote ni kinachapa karibu dakika 10, nadhani dakika 10 hivi. Unaenda unamsikiza mwanamuziki ambaye anajulikana kama Tabule Rochero. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Mazee. Nadhani nimemalizia hapo. Ningeendelea kuimba lakini ni wimbo mrefu. Mistari ya nguvu kweli, mistari ya nguvu kutoka kwa huyu jamaa.
Ile ni mistari ya kishua kabisa.
Ndio hiyo sasa. Father Danny Darius, nadhani umeipata leo. Hiyo ni wewe utaisikiza, kwa sababu naona wewe peke yako ndio uko kwa comments. Hiyo leo utaisikiza, na wengine ambao hawakuweza kufika hapa siku ya leo. Na D yako wapi Ndemba? Ndemba hata amehang.
Niko hapa.
Nauliza D hakukuja, hiyo ningemdedicatea pia.
DS member bana. Sasa hujamweka awe member.
Nitashughulikia hiyo maneno, wacha nitaongea na boss tuone kama tutamuongeza hapa, lakini mistari imefika. Naona hata nimefanya Bob amefurahia mistari yenyewe. Amededicatea mtu ambaye ameketi kushoto kwake.
Unajua siku za dedication zinaisha sasa. Wewe jaribu nani anaenda
usijali Bob, naenda kukuja na mistari mpya. Nikienda huko sitaenda kulalia masikio.
Ulisema unaenda kuanzia kesho huko
kuanzia kesho Jumapili mpaka wiki ijayo Jumamosi ama Ijumaa.
Sawa, wewe pumzika. Sisi
anaenda vacation. Unajua hii kitu nataka vacation. Hii kitu
unajua ukitengeneza maneno yako inabidi unaenda unapumua. Si unaona hata Yufina alipotea.
Unaenda unapotea kwanza, unatengeza hiyo nini yako, unapumua, ukirudi unarudi ukiwa fresh.
Unarudi ukiwa fresh bwana, unaoga na maji ya chumvi kama Kalonzo.
Kalonzo alichukua 10 days, aliporudi akaingia Azimio pap,
akaingia box hiyo inawekwa lock and key
hata wewe pia unaenda vacation, ukirudi hapa Christina na kumiss, they say inaitwa nini, absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Temba, try to be real. How can he go for vacation minus me? Really? Is that practical?
Now listen, mimi nakutetea. Nasema akienda, si mnaenda na yeye. Sasa mkirudi mimi ni kukutetea na wewe unaanza kusema. Unajua akiwa hapa kila siku hakuna vacation, lakini akichukua vacation hivi na wewe pia na wewe mko na yeye.
Mimi baada ya wiki moja hivi watoto wakisharudi shule kule Nairobi, sasa ndio nitakuwa free.
Ama baada ya election.
Hata mimi sasa pia mimi nitapumzika siku 5 hivi, alafu nikuje paka siku ya election, alafu sasa ndio unafikiria mambo ya kupumzika.
Unaweza kaa Bob papate uende vacation baada ya election. Hii siku kadhaa 29 imebaki, si mingi.
I also want to join, you know, the last election I was a volunteer for NASA. Now I want to join that. There's a group that is led by a guy called Idris, who is been a chief campaigner of Shabal. So I want to join them. Yeah, and previously Joe, I want to join them from 20th, around 20th. To find out
chief campaigner nani?
Nani?
Idris ni chief campaigner nani sasa?
No, now he's the one heading the AZIMIO, what do you call it? Shabal gave his one of his houses as an AZIMIO center in Mombasa to coordinate the activities of AZIMIO in Coast Region, the whole of Coast Region. So from 20th, I want to be joining him on a daily basis. Tuhakikishe kura haiwezi ibiwa hata kidogo.
Papa, ukimjoin, I just want to be sure, are you going to be paid or you're going to do free services?
No, me, I've always given free services. Normally, I give my vehicle, I fuel, and my vehicle moves around the different, what do you call it, polling centers. For that day, it will be fully occupied.
Papa ni bazoo, Christine. Papa ni bazoo. He's the one who pays people. He doesn't get paid.
Bora marupurupu yangu isipungwe. Bora marupurupu yangu isipungwe. Hiyo tu ndio wasiwasi.
This time round ndio hata siku brand. Last time nilibrand gari NASA.
Sasa wewe utakuwa Azimio ikiingia, wewe utakuwa ni Madam Boss. Yaani utakuwa ukiongea hivi papa ndio.
Temba, huyu mzee wangu anapenda wanawake, si Azimio ikiingia nitalose.
Wacha story ya wanawake. Wewe si bora uko na space yako. Si Azimio ni nyumba kubwa.
Ni Azimio la umoja.
Azimio iko na chama kubwa kama ODM, na kuna zingine ndogo ndogo kama sijui gani, zote ni Azimio. So wewe bora ujue space yako.
I'm loyal, Papa, I'm loyal.
Sasa papa, make sure zile chama kubwa zinapata, mnakuwa na ile kitu wanaita zoning. Sasa lazima uzone chama kubwa.
Chama kubwa lazima ndio itakuwa official functions za chama kubwa.
Unaipatia more counties. Vile vyama ndogo ndogo. Sasa ni wewe ujue vile unafanya zoni.
Temba Temba, unajua anaweza pata hiyo chama ndogo na wa apply strategy ya Raila ikuwe kama mbili ya bell, dancing styles ikiwa kama hizo za mbili ya bell, mimi nitaweza kweli? Si nitaachwa?
Wewe usijali, do not have self doubt. Wewe ni chama kubwa, wewe unang'ang'ana tu pimia kila mmoja. Unaona vile Wilfred Machage alikuwa anasema, pimia kila mke, nguo inatoshana.
Isiwe issue, kila mtu awe na chake.
Isiwe issue. Alafu kwe kama vile alisema kwamba hakuna ati number 1, number 2, number 3, wote ni number 1.
Wote ni number 1, wote wako equal. You know, make sure that
unfortunately, Papa, you know, now because uliamua kupenda Mjaluo, they are, ukipata ule wa South Nyanza, they accept 1, 2, 3, 4. But jaribu kuuliza Luos from Ugenya, how many have co-wives? So beware.
Good. Ugenya.
Lakini Papa, wacha nikwambie kitu ya Ugenya, ujue kitu ya wale wanatoka Ugenya. Ile chang'aa wanakunywa hata kina mama.
It's true, but chang'aa ni dawa Temba, usidharau. Chang'aa ni dawa.
Kama ile ya Kisii ni hatari sana, nzuri sana ile kitu.
Sasa kwa kina Christine dawa.
Mimi nakumbuka the last time
ujue kwamba Christine kama akunywi chang'aa ile kubwa ile nini, ujue wewe sasa lazima uwe tayari.
Christine, last time nilikuwa Siaya, nilienda Ugunja uko karibu huko.
Hiyo ni Ugenya hiyo.
Huyo ni Ugenya. Do you know ulifika Savannah Hotel?
No.
Yeah, so
I just went for a burial there.
Yeah, ukifika Ugunja town, I'm a walking distance from Ugunja town. If you look on the right, there are so very good upcoming good houses on that side. Hapo ndio napatikana.
Hapo ndio kwao.
Hiyo maneno tumemaliza.
Sasa ulete tu ng'ombe Papa, story tufunge.
Umekuwa director.
Mimi naenda tu kuongea na wazee kwanza.
Temba, ambia Deni Darius, by the way, mi utumia maji, sikunywi hata anything yenye iko na even 0.01 alcohol content.
Oh, really? You don't look like.
Sasa utaweza.
I know, I don't look like, but that's me.
Unakaa wewe ni wale wanakanyaga crate, wanasema wacha tumalize mpaka.
I wish Temba ningekuwa, because hata saizi I'm just laughing, but if you just know what is in my mind, ningekuwa na uwezo ningetumia if I was to use it, but I don't. Funny enough.
Hiyo sio kawaida sana.
Sasa
Especially from the lakeside.
Bob anasemanga hivi kama akunywi ako na weakness nyingine.
Gani?
Hiyo nimeshapata tayari.
Gani? Bob, do you know I am from the lakeside, but all my life, my education and everything has been in Rift Valley. Me nimeishi
Ah,
Rift
okay.
Valley, Nandi Hills for so long, then Eldoret until I came here. So yeah. So niko na culture ya
Okay.
Wanandi. I'm reserved. I know I talk here, I talk, and whatever I talk when I talk, but I'm very different.
Haya.
Good.
Haya, Bob, sasa kazi kwako. Wacha tukuache sasa uende. Point taken. Dani Darius amekubali ya kwamba wewe ni mtu ambaye unakunywa tu maji. If you must drink, you drink water or milk. Amekubali. Lakini sasa hiyo ingine Papa ndiye atakuja atuambie baada ya sampling, atatuambia alipata ugenya kuko namna gani. Akaona milima ya ugenya inakaa. Lakini Papa hatutaki heartbreaks hapa sasa, kwa sababu sasa hii inakaa, hii ni Azimio, sasa hii ni chama kubwa.
Hii chama kubwa sasa, hii ni Azimio la umoja kabisa.
Sasa hata kidogo tulikuwa nasikia Makiadi karibu aacho, lakini alirudi wakakuwa mzuri, sasa wanaenda vacation. Makiadi, give us your parting shot.
I will say this, keep strong, Bob Papa, shikilia, ujua kucheza karata zako vizuri, na Mise akikuja hapa juu ninajua atarudi, mwambie aende aoge vizuri. Kama alikuwa anatumia Rexona atumie sabuni ya kipande. Unaona watu ni vacation tu wanaenda. Adams alitangulia, yes. Haonekani saa hii. Mimi ndio ninaenda. Labda hata wewe itakuangukia kesho. Bahati ujui ni ya nani?
Ndemba alitangulia. Naweza kaa hivi kesho jioni nijipate niko peke yangu hapa jioni nikifunga show, kwa sababu watu wameenda vacation wote.
watu watarudi, huko na Bob Christine yuko hapa, sijasikia akiongea mambo ya vacation bado.
Hawa vile unaona wameanza kupeana direction ya nyumbani, unaweza kaa kesho usikie wameenda vacation.
Julia ndio hiyo ya ile kitu anasema anaona ni Walmart peke yake, hakuna mahali nyingine anaenda. Anaenda Walmart na kurudi kwa nyumba. So, si umesikia ile kitu kubwa iko
kwa umechoma.
Si amesema hapa saizi ama nimesema namna gani Ndemba? Julia amesema
anaishi kwa small town, anaona Walmart, anaona vitu zote. Kila mtu anajua
kila mtu anajua kila mtu.
Makiadi, unatumia hiyo maneno yenu ya anything you say can be used against you.
So unaona, so mtakuwa hapa. I don't think kuna mahali Julia anaenda. Akienda atembee Walmart aone ma TV na mabaiskeli, spanners na screwdriver, anarudi hapa kwa show.
Unajua natupa cheche za maneno kwa sababu unajua hautakuwa hapa for the next 1 week.
Unajua Bob Papa, hiyo duka inauza kila kitu, ni kama hardware. So ni kama kuchukua kwenda kutembea kwa hardware. So Julia akikwambia anaenda Walmart, unajua anaenda kuona misumari na vitu kama hizo.
Papa, Walmart ni kama Amazon ndogo. Walmart
okay.
Ni Amazon ndogo.
Ni kama Carrefour. I don't know whether you've been to Kenya and you've gone to Carrefour.
Is it Carrefour? Is it Carrefour?
It's Carrefour.
I mean, it's Carrefour. Hiyo ina kila kitu. Kuanzia hata msumari.
Sasa Ndemba, kesho ile kazi utafanya ni kufungulia mashabiki wako comments. Unajua sasa hii wamepotea hivi kwa sababu unaona ni Geoffrey Ruto na Dani Darius peke yake. So
kesho jioni nikiingia nitaambia wafungue ndio at least tupate mashabiki wetu huko wakuja wa nini. Najua wanaifunga ndio watu wawe members. So wakishaifunga kidogo waifungue ndio watu wakuje.
At least hapo itakuwa sawa. Sasa hapo ikifika hapo najua sasa watu watakuwa wamemwagika hapa, lakini msijali, nitakuwa ninawacheck kwa umbali, lakini I will try to avoid getting to the studio ama kucomment. Hii ni kama honeymoon, Bob Papa. Simu inatakikana izimwe.
ile psyche uko nayo, hata ninajaribu kuimagine, naona
hapo umeangukia. Ndio unamwona hapa kweli, unaona ashatangulia.
Watu wametangulia bana, so we unajipanga pia.
Tuma ticket Christine akuje. Christine yuko summer break saizi bana.
Hana kazi, amekaa tu hapo, hana kazi. Watu
wamekaa tu hapa, nakaa napiga, unaenda beach, hata kama unavaa short, hata kama miguu ni kama hockey stick, unavaa tu short.
Unaona sasa Makiadi umempatia umefanya Darius amempa Julia jina lake mpya ati Julia wa Walmart.
Timtamuita Julia wa Walmart. Julia, sikia vile unaitwa. Julia wa Walmart. Unajua huko kwao.
Julia anasikia ni ile sasa hawezi comment.
Hawezi comment. Huko kwao kila mtu anakujaga anakuwa na Kimani wa Matangi. Joel wa Marori.
Mwangi wa Iria.
Kimani wa Jango. Sijui wa Masoda, sijui Kimani wa Masoda. Naitwa Bob wa Mishumari, yani kama unauza unaitwa na hiyo mishumari.
Bob, na wewe kama ni basement utakaa Bob wa basement.
Na inaonekana mmezoea kukaa basement.
Unajua basement ni mahali ya starehe sana. Basement inakuwa mahali ya starehe sana kama hujajua. It's one.
Kwanza tuache ati Gachagua Mushere.
Wewe Ndemba unapatisha Julia kuwa Julia wa Walmart, shauri yako. Hiyo Ndemba ni wewe umesema Julia wa Walmart.
Sasa unajua akikuja hapa kesho itakuwa Julia wa Walmart. Sasa tutaanza hiyo ndio na Christine wewe na papa ndio mmekuwa, unajua nani atakuwa ameenda Makiadi hatakuwa. Sasa tukichapwa tunachapwa na nyinyi.
Kwanza Julia najua saa hizi anachemka, anangojea kesho itafika saa ngapi akuje.
Kwanza najua uzuri Christine na papa wako hapa, unajua hao ndio wanajuana kwa vilemba. Sasa itakuwa ni fujo yao sasa.
I think ni Daddy Darius amemwanzisha Julia wa Walmart, but unajua mwenye chocha alikuwa Makiadi. Yes, hata kama Julia alisema
lakini Christine
Makiadi alipresent.
Yaani mnaweza ita Julia wa Walmart. Mnaweza ita Julia wa Walmart yenyewe kwa kusema ukweli. Sawa.
Haya, Julia wa Walmart utakuja hapa kesho, alafu haya, Makiadi, we wish you well.
Thank you my brother.
For the next 1 week we will miss you. Mimi nitakumisa hapa kwa sababu at least huwa tunakuwa co-drivers hapa, tunafunga jioni pamoja, at least kidogo unasaidia hapa sana, lakini sasa ndivyo hivyo, vacation lazima. Mimi pia napenda watu wakiwa mentally well wachukue vacation wapumzike.
Wacha tupumzike, tukirudi tutakuwa rejuvenated. I think itakuwa sasa ni inaitangwa nini ile ya mwisho, inaitangwa nini, mkondo wa lala salama
all systems go
all systems go drums rolling.
Makiadi bana, enda upledge allegiance vizuri. Uhakikishe kwamba umeinua Biblia, umesema I pledge. Lazima uongeze bonga points.
Hii ni wakati mbaya ya uchumi bana. Sasa hii kila nini na kila inchi ina experience inflation, so you must be very careful.
Bana, Bob si Bob wa Azimio, ni Bob wa Curtains. So Bob, final word, tunafunga show.
Haya, sawa. Kesho tuonane.
Hakuna prediction
Prediction?
Nitakuwa leo hakuna prediction.
Leo hakuna prediction.
Mimi
Haya, sawa.
lakini
Christine, neno la mwisho.
Makiadi, I just want to wish you all the best. Enjoy. Take good care of yourself because we will need you here more and more. And I hope Papa atastand kwa hiyo gap yako while you are away and he'll represent well. I have no predictions. My spirit is
Ngoja uone.
What's funny?
Ngoja uone. Just wait and see.
Ngoja, ebu wacha niulize Chris,
Angalia.
umepata wapi
Angalia screen
hii
yako.
mambo kutoa?
Niko na message ya Makiadi. Niko na message ya Makiadi. Makiadi, ebu simeni niambie Makiadi something.
Nani huyu anacheka? Julia, wewe ulikuwa unaona sisi kando na unakuja tena kwa studio umesaini na vitu. Haya, sawa. Sema sasa, nasikia umezima moja.
Makiadi, I hope you have nightmares in your vacation. Junatuma, Bob is not giving my message. What is wrong with you, Bob?
Mimi Julia, hakuna kitu nimesema. Nimesema tu utakuwa hapa kwa sababu unatembea, ukifika Walmart unarudi hapa kwa show. Hakuna kitu kingine.
I'm sending Bob to give my messages. Bob, what is wrong with you?
Julia wa Walmart, kuja na upole.
Nimewasikia nyote. So leo, I'm praying you all have nightmares. And I hope Danny Darius, nimekusikia. I hope you have nightmares in your sleep tonight.
Good night all. See you tomorrow. God bless you.